Okay. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let me welcome you all on the third and the last day of our conference, the 38th Annual General Meeting. And today we're about to have a technical session titled Trade and Commerce in Digital Era. We have our discussant, Dr. Usman Qadir, but the chair and moderator for the session is Dr. Nadia Tahir, who is Senior Associate for Economic Transformation at PM Office. Dr. Nadia Tahir is a distinguished economist and policy expert currently serving as Senior Associate at the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan. She holds an MPhil and PhD degree in economics from Government College, University Lahore, and completed her postdoc research at the University of Cambridge. Dr. Sahaba, please come on stage and introduce the rest of the panelists. Thank you. Please give her a big round of applause.
और मेरे पास वो लिस्ट ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट Assalamu alaikum. I welcome you all in this first parallel technical session of day 3, and it's an important discussion. We all know trade performance in Pakistan is, relatively speaking, not up to the mark, and we have set a target of $60 billion to achieve in 3 years to come. And to trigger this debate, we have some very eminent scholars who have produced some substantial work in the field. And our first paper presenter, Jamil Nasir Saab, Saima and Saud Ahmed Khan Saab, Rabia Tabassum and Khalid Mahmood, Fasiya Fatma and Jahangir Khan. These are the panelists who have produced substantial work in this field. And the expert who would reviewing their work and discussing their work at this forum with your input, obviously, is Usman Qadir. May I request Usman Qadir to please join me on the stage. Please give a round of applause. The rules of the games are very obvious. The presenters would present their papers, then we would allow the discussant to discuss, and after the discussion, we would have some input from the audience. I would urge all the paper panelists, presenters, that they must confine themselves within 10 to 15 minutes. So we should have some real good feedback from the audience. Because it would help you in improving the quality of the work. So with this, Usman Saab, may I allow to start? Ji, Jamil Nasir Saab, and he did an extraordinary work on the impact of digitalization and innovation on trade facilitation and revenue pre-post analysis. Sir, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The chair, disconcerted, learned scholars of PIDE, students of PIDE, and all the participants, very good morning. This paper is basically pre-post analysis of an intervention which was made on the directions of the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He gave a transformational plan to Federal Board of Revenue, and this intervention of faceless assessment system is one of the component of that transformational plan. Okay, as you all know that modernization of customs has got a number of positive externalities, and it is well studied in the literature. For example, it reduces dwell time, it increases competitiveness, it increases productivity of the firms, it makes the goods readily available to the importers who subsequently want to export, and in that way they become competitive in the international market. Pakistan Customs started a number of plans for digitization in late 90s. Out of those, 3 are the milestones in customs history. First was the PAX. It was introduced in late 90s, 2005 at Karachi Customs, and it was in a way, rudimentary form of this faceless assessment system, but it could not continue for more than 5 years, and then it was disbanded due to certain reasons inherent in the organization as well as the system. And then Customs developed a VBOX system, which in 2011, which was indigenously developed system, and it is still working, and it has a robust RMS system which allocates different consignments to different channels or the categories. And then there is a single window system which was developed in 2001. Almost 80 departments and the ministries are connected on that single window system to where online connectivity is available, and the importers can file their documents there. So there was a lot of digitization in customs, but what was the problem? The problem was that even there were allegations of collusion, non-transparency, and then there was discretion, queue breaking, like, dislike, inconsistent customs assessment, etc. So, huge number of physical interventions, document calling, and creating inconvenience to the traders. That was the problem. So, in this context, faceless customs assessment was introduced on 15th of December 2024, and it was there to complement the digital reforms which had already taken place in Pakistan Customs. The intervention mainly aimed at eliminating human interaction in assessment process, embedding anonymity in customs assessments, PD clearance, and reducing litigation. The motivation of this study is simply that it provides a type of counterfactual that pre-post, you have data of both the pre-period and the post-period, and when you compare that period, you can ascertain whether this anonymity and this, reduction in human interaction is giving some dividends, or it is, just a reform which is not producing any results. And then whether reduction of human interaction is, improving the competence of the department and increasing taxpayer facilitation. And the knowledge is, based on primary customs data, which is the goods declaration, and the papers on this are very scant, and this paper attempts to fill that knowledge gap. It will be helpful not only to FBR, but to other organizations which aim at digitization, and it provides certain insights to those organizations as well. Simply, the purpose of the paper is to evaluate the impact of the intervention on trade facilitation, quality of customs assessments, which means determination of duty and taxes, and litigation besides giving some policy choices. Then I will have to plan. Okay. Okay. So, methodology is simple. Unit of analysis is GD, which is the goods declaration. You can take it as, in the simple parlance, as consignment of the importer. And the data set, consists of over 144,000 GDs in total, out of which 73 GDs relate to pre-FCA period, and over 70,000 GDs relate to post-intervention period. And the variables of interest are simply quality of assessment, the additional revenue, the litigation, and impact on complaints of maladministration. So, what is the quality? For example, how we will be, ascertaining the assessment time, which means the time which a consignment takes at the port, whether that time has reduced or that time has not reduced. That is the trade facilitation. And then the quality is a bit tricky thing. It is just like as the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, same is the case with the quality, but in customs, we have some, yardstick, which is the value which an importer declares and the value which an assessor assesses. If that enhances, then we say that it is a quality. But there can be a question that then he may enhance this value arbitrarily, so it would not be quality. So at the same time, if number of reviews and litigation is decreasing and assessed value is increasing, it means quality is increasing. So this is the assessment time. Pre-post analysis. In the pre-period, almost in 3 hours, 36% of the goods declarations or the consignments were assessed in 3 hours period. In the post period, around 81% of the consignments are assessed within 3 hours. So a big jump, a quantum leap in trade facilitation. See, if we go along the graph, in pre-period, now in 19 hours, over 90% of the consignments are assessed. Assessed means that we tell the importers that these are the duties and taxes which you have to pay, and after payment of these duty and taxes, you can take your consignments. So that's a big impact. Second is the documents calling. What happens is that when a goods declaration goes to an assessor, he has to assess the duty and taxes. So sometimes he may require some additional information because he is unable to reach and some conclusion about the true quantum of the duties taxes which are leviable on a certain consignment. But in most of the cases, what happens is that these document calling can work as a signaling to the importer, signaling to the broker, that I'm sitting on your goods declaration, I'm not going to finalize you unless you meet me, unless you contact me. So that was the issue. So what happened is, when we created a sanitized environment and all the assessors were made to sit in a big hall with no interaction with the outside brokers or the importers, so document calling drastically reduced. Based on 3 months data, it is almost 80% reduction compared to the pre-period, which means that in the past, almost 80% of the documents which were called by the assessors those were not warranted at all. So that's the next, third is the referrals to the physical examinations. You can better appreciate that referral to the physical examination means that your consignment will take more time at the port, because you have to physically check the contents of the consignment. So what would happen is that if your consignment is referred to the physical examination, it is going to incur more cost, it is going to expend more time at the port. So there is a decrease in the post period in the referrals to the physical examination. It is the same analogy that I was saying about the document calling, that it was also a type of signaling, and it created inefficiencies in the clearance system. And third is quality of assessment. So what happens is that importers declare certain value, and there is somewhat a practice among especially the commercial importers. They indulge in under invoicing, so you have to set that value right for the determination of the duty and taxes. So in the pre-period, increase was around 6.7%, which increased to 7.33%. In the GDs, which were non-facilitated GDs, we call the GDs of the red channel, which means those are not facilitated, those have to pass through the physical examination. Then there are GDs which are semi-facilitated, which means there is only just document check. So if documents prove that your value is correct, then you are not referring those goods declarations to the physical examination. There is also a 0.01% increase, which is marginal, but it confirms at least 2 points. Number one, due to this intervention, there is no revenue dip. It happens that whenever you bring some change, some intervention, there is some dip for a certain time, but there was no dip in this system, and the quality of, we can say with confidence that the quality of assessment has increased, though not at the same level as the trade facilitation has increased. Then the other variables, the reviews and the complaints. What happens is that when an importer is aggrieved of the assessment of the duty and taxes, he files a review before the principal appraiser and then to the assistant collector and deputy collector. And here again we see that there is a decrease in the review filing, which means the satisfaction of the importers with the quality of the assessments has improved. Then there is an office of the Federal Tax Ombudsman created in 2000 perhaps, and this office entertains complaints of maladministration against the customs officers and the IRS officers. So those complaints are of delay, maladministration, some vindictiveness, etc. There is drastic increase. In the pre-period, 71 complaints were filed, clearance related filed before the Federal Tax Ombudsman. And in this 3 months period, there are only 4 complaints, a drastic decrease in that. It is going to save the time both of the Federal Tax Ombudsman as well as of the custom officers. So what's the conclusion? The role of the digital transformation, there is almost a consensus on that. It is a well studied for better public service delivery. Internal organization innovations like evolution of interaction between traders and assessors and the introduction of anonymity in the business process of customs may further optimize the trade facilitation, as the FCA intervention vindicates. This paper accordingly suggests that we should scale up the elements of anonymity and the elements of abolition of interaction in the customs processing, as that those 2 elements have paid in terms of trade facilitation, in terms of reduction of complaints, in terms of quality of assessment. So if we scale it up, things can be further improved. And this can be improved through artificial intelligence driven analysis and assessments, and by developing blockchain based framework for ensuring security and authenticity of the clearance related documents. And the findings suggest that with the introduction of these digital interventions, and things will further improve in terms of trade facilitation. But at the same time, the findings of this paper should be used with caution. There are certain departments, there are certain public goods and services which require human touch and human interaction. So these findings cannot be copied, as such in all the human departments. In the health department, you will require to meet the doctor. In education, you need to meet the teacher. So these cannot be, the caution should be exercised while adopting these findings in other public sector departments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamil Saab, for summarizing such a comprehensive data set in opacity of time. And the main message from the paper that digitalization results into improving the performance of the organization. It has reduced complaints, it has improved revenues, but revenue is not the ultimate objective. It is actually that how we can facilitate. Now it is time to learn from Usman Qadir Saab that how we can improve the paper. Usman Saab.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Thank you for having me. I would just like to start by basically taking you through the paper. It was basically post and pre and post analysis of goods declaration using data, proprietary data, and this research demonstrates that the new intervention that they've done has improved facilitation and reduced assessment time. The detailed pre-post analysis and the identification of the success factors, they are very unique. I have not come across such an analysis in the case of Pakistan before. So the research is very novel and original in this respect. The analysis that Dr. Saab has done is sound and supported by the data, and the findings have been linked to the recommendations, which one often tends to find papers gloss over. So it's a very refreshing read. Mansoor? Next. Mansoor? Next. This research, next page. A holistic viewpoint. Difficulty in objectively capturing all the variables of trade facilitation will be a problem. Okay, there's the issue of basically trade facilitation is not easy to capture in a quantitative manner. You can't really quantify some aspects of it. So that difficulty remains there, and it will be interesting to see if it can be improved in further iteration of the paper. The marginal increase in value enhancement that was mentioned is a cause for concern, I think. A big intervention has been done, and it has only resulted in a marginal increase in the value enhancement. So is it worthwhile? The effort and the expense that has been put into this intervention, does it warrant, is it warranted? Now, it's also a question of what goes in Karachi stays in Karachi, or do the findings that you've got apply across the country? Can we have the same sort of improvement in, for example, Lahore or Gujranwala, where exporters are mentioning that they have clearance times for imports and exports in months, 3 months, 6 months, 2 months. So will it help them? You've relied on proxy variables for assessed value and declared value, using them as a proxy for quality of assessment. But this may not capture all the nuances in the data and in the quality of the work. It's just one aspect of it, value being given. And the numbers of review you've used as a proxy. It's again a little subjective. Maybe there is another variable that can be used to validate the findings. If that could be done, that would be a great addition to the paper. And you've mentioned that there were 2 initiatives before this, and this is now the 3rd one. There was PACCS and WebOC, and now FCA. So is this going to continue, or will we have another intervention soon in the future, because this will lose steam? So that can be looked at. But overall, I found it a very refreshing read. Pleasure to read.
Thank you, Usman. Thank you very much. Now it's time to referring to the audience. Quick 3 questions, and then we'll ask Jamil Saab to respond. Please, Mahmood.
Hello. Hello. Check. Hello.
Customs is moving. My quick, I would not say question is that if you can also add the value for these GDs, because we know that the GDs might be of a very small quantum as well as their amount, versus there could be problems in bigger GDs, maybe coming from destinations. So a more comprehensive, since I have not seen the paper myself, maybe a more detailed analysis in terms of where actually the facilitation has helped. Are these the ones which are commercial importers, the ones which are brokered, or is it from the destination perspective also? That would actually help us to understand that this faceless assessment has actually helped in which components more and where the problems were actually higher. My quick second question, which I wanted myself to be clear, is that along with that, we also have now a system of the valuation rulings, which are third party, I guess. So in your opinion, how much that has also contributed in terms of reducing the number of reviews or the requirements to go to the FTO? Because that is the actual linchpin. If you are filing in a system in which there is a difference in terms of what I am thinking and the one which is the appraiser, then basically the commissions or the rent seeking actually goes up. But if I'm already booking at the same amount which is known to me or informed to me, then the problem would be smaller. So have you also looked into that perspective, that how much actually that valuation ruling context has helped in terms of reducing the number of conflicts?
Thank you. Any other question, comment? Please, researchers, it's your time. So, Jamil Saab.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, for your questions. You have raised 2 points. One is about the valuation, and other about the GDs which were selected for the analysis. So, customs clearance system allocates the GDs into 3 streams. One is the facilitated GDs, which we call the green channel. Around 50% of the GDs or the consignments are allocated to the green channel. So this intervention is not taking care of that because they are already facilitated. So they are not assessed by us. We accept the assessment of the importer. Whatever he's saying, we say that he's saying correct. So this intervention is catering to the GDs which are semi-facilitated and facilitated, which means the GDs of yellow and the red channel. So I have picked up all the GDs. I have not taken the sample. I have taken the entire population of the pre-period and the post-period, because that data is available to me in the system, so I could analyze that. So based on that analysis, I have shown the trend which is suggestive that quality of assessment has improved. As regards valuation rulings, that what bearing they have on the quality of assessment, it is the point that that is not going to impact this findings of this paper as well as the data set, in the sense that valuation rulings were already there. This is an old process. We have a Directorate General of Customs Valuation which issues the rulings, so it was already there. But there were 2 things which we should keep in mind, that the increase between the declared value and the assessed value is not that remarkable that can be, explained by two factors. One factor is that when this system was going to be launched, there was some fear of the unknown. So importers were, trying that we should declare some correct value. So declared value may have gone up, so which would have not reflected in the assessed value. That was the one thing. And the second was that parallelly, we introduced another initiative, which was that like just the driving license. What we did is we created a matrix for the customs brokers that if they give, untrue declaration, their marks would be deducted. We gave them initially 50 marks, and those marks, if are deducted gradually, and if you are not going to improve your conduct, and your marks are reduced to 0, then your custom clearing agent license is going to be cancelled. That would have also played some role in improving the declaration. So even if this improvement is marginal, but there is improvement on the side of the declarations as well due to this system. So that's my response. Then there were some observations of Dr. Saab. One was about that increase is marginal, so that is a point of worry. Increase, if we reduce it into billions, so that comes to around 45 billion. 45 billion is a big amount, but there is, as the game is of the trillions, so 45 is, vanishes somewhere in between. And then second is that the earlier, systems were dismantled before this intervention. Those were not dismantled, altogether, but we just learned some lessons from those initiatives, and we tried to, make up those deficiencies in the present system. So we are improving gradually. So this system is an improvement. And other point which you raised was that whether this system would be rolled out to the entire country. Yes, it will be rolled out, and this is in the scheme of the Prime Minister's transformational plan for the FBR. A few days back, the goods declarations which were destined for up-country ports, those have also been allocated to the Central Appraising Unit at Karachi. Their assessment will also be done there. So this Central Appraising Unit is now almost capturing 95% of the imports of Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The message is clear and loud that reforms are paying. Thank you, sir. Now it's time to learn from another researcher, Saima and Saud Ahmed Khan, and their work is all about digital transformation and service exports, an assessment of Pakistan's digital adoption and trade potential. So let's learn from Saima and Saud Ahmed Khan that how Pakistan can benefit from its trade potential. Saima.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone. Today I am honored to present my paper titled as Digital Transformation and Service Exports, an Assessment of Pakistan Digital Adoption and Trade Potential. I will start with the brief introduction of my paper. Globally, the service sector is rapidly expanding. Globally, the service sector is rapidly expanding, propelled by the digital technologies that reduces cost and technological barriers, making it a pivotal and critical driver of economic expansion and trade worldwide. With over $7.5 trillion in exports in 2024. And in 2020, the value-added services contributed 65% to the world's GDP. And if we talk about the employment generation, this sector generates about 50.6% of the total employment. And as this sector evolves, it presents a promising avenues for the countries like Pakistan, to leverage ICT, digital financial services, and e-commerce to boost exports and transform their economies. If we explore the performance of the services sector in Pakistan, during the fiscal year 2024, Pakistan's ICT sector exports reached $2.2 billion, the highest among the all services, which is the 9.3% of the total services. And the second one, the highest one was the other business services. And the International Labour Organization flagship report 2021 ranked Pakistan as the one of the largest digital labor suppliers. And similarly, if we talk about the Carney's Index 2023, this 2023 Global Services Location Index, according to this report, Pakistan is the most financially attractive IT and IT outsourcing destination in the world. And motivation of the study for exploring Pakistan's digital transformation and its impact on the services exports. The motivation of the study stems from several factors like the policy focus, export growth opportunities, and the global digital shifts, economic potential of this sector, and the global competitiveness in this sector. The objective of the research is to explore the nexus between the digital technology adoption and service exports, and to assess the digital technology adoption in Pakistan. Methodology for the study is as followed. We compiled the time series data for the services exports and the index which I calculated, Digital Economy Development Index, and also compiled the time series data for the indicators used in this index. Then I used the entropy weight method to calculate the weights of the index. And then I applied the stationarity test to check the stationarity of the series of the variables, and then I applied the ARDL technique to generate the long run and the short run results of the study. And after that, finally, I evaluated the stability of the model using QSIM and QSIM square stability test. This is the final model which I regressed to find the short run and the long run results. Here, services exports, I took the total services exports of Pakistan in US billion dollars, and the digital economy index, which I calculated, and real effective exchange rate, domestic credit to private sector, and financial depth. Financial depth is calculated as M2 by GDP, which is also an indicator of the liquidity. These are basically the indicators and the sub-indices of the total index, which is Digital Economy Development Index. These all indicators, 10 indicators, I used to calculate the index. And as I told you, the method for the index calculation, which is entropy method, it follows these steps. As first is the normalization. Okay, results and discussion. These are the long run results of the study, which shows the coefficients of the Digital Economy Development Index shows a positive and significant relationship between services exports and the digital economy. It suggests that the advancements in the digital economy contribute to enhance countries' services exports. Investment in digital infrastructure include broadband, internet, data connection, and data centers, international bandwidth, reduce geographical barriers, and enhance accessibility for global trade. This connectivity enables businesses to deliver services digitally, including IT, financial services, and educational services to international markets efficiently. And if we talk about the other significant result, which is the financial depth, but the results are significant but impacting services exports negatively. According to the literature, literature shows both positive and the negative results. The development of the financial sectors plays a pivotal role in enhancing a country's capacity to supply exports. But underdeveloped financial markets can hinder the trade performance. In Pakistan, financial depth negatively affects service exports due to Pakistan's underdeveloped financial system. And this, the financial depth, which is M2 by GDP, is frequently used as a liquidity, a measure of liquidity in Pakistan. So instead of facilitating the exports, Pakistan's financial system is discouraging the exporters. And the other two variables, domestic credit to private sector and real effective exchange rate, are insignificant in the long run. But if we talk about the short run, the domestic credit is marginally significant, but the real effective exchange rate is positive and significant. Typically, there is a negative relationship between real effective exchange rate and services exports. But according to the literature, it could be due to the regional dynamics in Asia, and the literature shows specifically for Asia the positive results. So conclusion, digital transformation is important as a digital economy development index has a significant and positive impact on the services exports. So if we increase the digital infrastructure as broadband connectivity, data centers and internet, so it could have positive impact on the economy. Financial sector gaps exist. That's why we are having no significant or the marginally significant impact on the services exports. There's a limited role of credit access as the domestic lending to private sector has no significant impact on the services exports. This emphasizes the need for more targeted financial instruments, and the real effective exchange rate has a positive influence on the services exports. From these results, we drawn some policy recommendation. First of all, is the government should expand the digital infrastructure such as the broadband, cloud data centers, etc. And there is a need for enhancing financial sector alignment with the services trade needs. Third one is the providing training for digital upskilling. And the last one is improving credit access for services-based firms. Thank you all. That's it from my side.
Thank you, Saima, for presenting your novel research. Now it's time to referring to Usman. Please, Usman.
Thank you, Mansoor. Okay. The research examines the relationship between digital transformation and services exports, but the really interesting aspect for me was the Digital Economy Development Index that they've developed, which measures Pakistan's digitization from 93 to 2023 and its impact. The paper draws on established theories and methodologies. So the novelty is, again, like I said, in the creation of the index and in the application of this research to Pakistan's case. The analysis is sound and supported by the data, and the findings again have been linked to the recommendations, which is good to see. Next. Now the literature review, coming back to how the paper can hopefully be improved, the literature review offers insights into what's happened in other countries, but a holistic viewpoint is not apparent, and it would be a nice addition to see. So it would nicely recap all the literature review that they've done. A closer examination of the skill gap can be carried out in the paper, I feel. There's a lot that's been said and implied in the paper explicitly and implicitly. Those issues and those points need to be highlighted more and discussed more, so it would be good. They've mentioned skill gap and training that needs to be done, but the strategies that we need to actually do the training, that needs more focus and attention, because we've got training programs galore in the country since decades, but what is their outcome? What have they accomplished? So the strategy to have effective training would be the interesting thing to see here. And theories I've mentioned, but you need to have them, the paper revolve around the theories rather than the other way around, and just have the theories mentioned. The theory needs to set the foundation and needs to set the background for your whole discussion and research. So that should be included in greater detail. Overall, it was a good read. Thank you.
Time to learning from our audience, please. Some questions, Mahmood. Dobara, is there anybody else who would like? Yes, Niaz Bhutto sir, please. And I would like to give the backbenchers the first chance. Yes, please stand up. The students and those who are shying in asking questions, please. शायमा सारे दोस्त तो नहीं बैठे?
सर बैठे हुए, मैम बैठे हुए हैं, ये मेरी 2 फ्रेंड्स बैठी हुई हैं, 3 बल्कि.
This is Nasir, research scholar, finance and economics. My question is regarding the time period. You didn't mention the time period you used, and also the
Yes.
in the sample, you only circulate your research work on Pakistan.
Yeah.
If the data is from secondary sources like World Bank or any other secondary website, then why only a single country like Pakistan? What is the motivation? Why not other countries?
Yes.
And another question is regarding the analysis, only usage of ARDL. While I haven't seen personally the stationarity test, what was the order of your variables,
Yes.
Which you motivated you for usage of ARDL, and why you didn't robust your results by using any other alternative methods. Thank you.
So, should I answer? Okay.
Is there anyone else who wants to ask fairly sorry questions?
Sure.
In the long run, only your one variable was significant. The last one that you talk about, your real exchange rate was not significant at 5%. Did you take 10% at level of significance? If you consider this, then I would say yes, but normally we do not. So what was the level of significance? Secondly, the conclusion and recommendations that you have made, given that it is by assumption that your results are significant. Secondly, did you consider that the structural breaks, because this is your time series data, there were some issues in Pakistan history in 2008 period. Did you consider those periods for structural breaks? Did you do some tests for those?
Okay.
Khalid Saab, and there is one question from online. Khalid Saab ke baad online.
Again, my concern is the same which I had discussed in the previous paper, that before we delve into details in terms of doing the models and arithmetics, a kind of a situation analysis would have helped us to understand the basic framework. So my quick thought from that perspective is that, have you thought about that the exports can be divided into services and the merchandise, and then see that which type of exports have actually been facilitated more? Because my concern is that in your particular data set, the exports itself, which Pakistan claims to be, as we have also mentioned, the digital exports or the ones which are particularly made by the freelancers, maybe that is itself basically because of the digital activities, whereas we are trying to focus on how the digitalization actually is helping the overall exports via the e-commerce from outside Pakistan. So from that perspective, a small analysis before going into the model in terms of what does the data give you as a picture would help us to understand this question more. Thank you.
This is time for the online audience. Please come out and ask your question. Dr. Idris. Dr. Idris, may I request you, please? Ask your question from the researcher. Please unmute your mic, Idris Saab. We don't want to miss your question.
Dr. Idris, can you hear me? नहीं मैडम उनकी आवाज नहीं आ रही वो माइक
Sir,
उनका
please post your question because we can't hear you. Saima,
Yes.
would you please respond? The
Sure. First of all, your question. I tested the stationarity, but I haven't mentioned here the results. My sum variables were stationary at level. Only two variables, I think so, which included the real effective exchange, I think so, and the service exports. And the others were stationary at first difference. And the ARDL was the most appropriate and suitable technique to estimate my model. That's why I used it. And you're talking about the, structural breaks. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. The real effective exchange was insignificant in the long run, but it was significant at 5%, I think so, in the short run. Yes, but the real effective exchange rate has no impact in the long run, but it has the impact in the short run. And the structural breaks, I haven't include the structural breaks like the सर just मैंने service oral service exports का analysis किया है. Haven't mentioned the goods exports and other merchandise exports as you mentioned. That's it.
Thank you, Saima. Go back and add these comments, Khalid Saab and Niaz Bhutto Saab. For me, financial depth measured by M2 over GDP and turning out negative, a sound message is that cash economy and digitalization cannot go hand in hand. So you need to elaborate a lot more. But the point, what is the potential, it remained unanswered. Now it is time to learn from the third researcher, and it is Rabia Tabassum and Khalid Mahmood promoting e-commerce, exploring opportunities for small and medium enterprises in Pakistan. So Khalid, thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you PSD for giving us the opportunity to present our work. Thank you, Dr. Nadia, for inviting me here. And I'm a bit worried because my discussant has actually 2 mics. So that means that he's all prepared to go hell out. Anyways, so our paper is in line with what the theme of this conference is about. We have explored basically the e-commerce perspective because as ma'am have mentioned, digitalization is basically the forward way of looking into how the digital economy is going to be expanded. And the good thing about the e-commerce is that it actually helps to reduce the number of frictions which are present in the conventional system of logistics basically, where you have to think, plan, supply, chain management, reaching out to the actual prospective customers. All that is facilitated if you switch to the e-commerce platform. So it's very 2+2 kind of a thing that every business should actually shift to a e-commerce platform. But unfortunately in Pakistan, this is not happening by the same pace which it should. So that actually motivated us in terms of delving into this concept and try to figure out in terms of possible policy prescriptions, that is it related to the size of the business, is it related to the region in which the e-commerce is operating, is it because of the businesses, or is it because of the customers which are going to be benefited because of the e-commerce facility. So all that number of questions were put in the survey form to get answers from the relevant stakeholders through qualitative as well as to do the quantitative service from respective businesses to understand that what are the constraints. Let me at the very outset admit that this was not a very representative kind of a sampling, because you know for research you have to have resources, and unfortunately at that stage when Rabia was doing the MPhil thesis, we didn't have any financial support. So actually we took refuge in terms of partnering with the SDPI, doing their survey, and we added our questionnaire. So from that perspective, we assisted them in terms of their bigger questionnaire, which was about the businesses, but we also explored the e-commerce aspect in it. So let me now go to the objectives. Sorry. So why particularly SMEs? One thing, as I've just mentioned, that since we were constrained in terms of the service, we had to load in with the SDPI, and that was actually looking into the SME. But practically speaking, SME is what Pakistan's manufacturing is about. If you look into the national statistics, there you would also find that most of the economic activities are happening there in terms of the scope, as well as most of the employment is also there. And the contribution to the GDP over time has swelled to close to 40%, and that is also spread all across Pakistan. So that makes it very important to understand in terms of their problems and how to go about it. So the policy interest which we were trying to focus was basically developed from the e-commerce policy at that time, which was in vogue 2019 by the Ministry of Commerce. And that policy, as all policies, actually wish to raise the e-commerce exports by 50%. And to, since we are now the 46th largest, so we wanted to improve it to in the top 20 and other kind of very heuristic wishes of ours. So what motivated us at that time is, and the digital landscape which at that time was swelling, and the basic discussion which has also been done by my previous author, that the advancement in the infrastructure related to the digital side of the economy was very high at that time. We had telecom sector growing, we had the broadband subscribers increasing from 2% to 35%, and that digitally inclined youth bulge, which basically was using the mobile phones, was kind of the target which was taken up by the policy as well, that this can be kind of vehicles for our e-commerce expansion. And this is not bad, because if you look around, for example, if you see the Chinese experience, that was motivated because of the mobiles. Having a mobile penetration with a good quality internet was the key digital growth which leveraged the basic economic activities there. But the problem was that e-commerce was not happening. The issues which were related to the internet, international online payment system, the consumer protection, among others, were needed to be explored further so that the policy prescriptions could be given. Unfortunately, when you look at the Pakistan's policy frameworks, they are very isolated in terms of connecting it with the other policy documents which are in place at that time. For example, to have a digital economy, the first thing may be to think about the data centers, having a reliable and fast internet and these sort of things. So without those, you cannot move to policy which would actually facilitate the digital economy. So we set out for our paper in terms of considering the emerging policy interests and potential benefits of e-commerce objectives, and we had 3 objectives. First one was to look at the patterns of SMEs adopting the e-commerce, identify the barriers which were faced by the SMEs at that time in terms of e-commerce, such as digital infrastructure, capacity building and other, and think about how we can move out of these challenges to take all the SMEs towards the e-commerce methods. The methodology was standard. We had qualitative as well as quantitative both, because the quantitative was, as I said, that we loaded in with the SDPI. Qualitative is what we selected ourselves. And you can look into the details more if you go in the paper where we have identified that how we have actually done all that. Specifically, the key informant interviews, which I would like to mention here, the Federation of the Pakistan Chambers of Commerce, Pakistan creates those startups which were facilitating the e-commerce platforms, the affordable price. That was our main target. So quickly coming to the outcomes of my paper, our paper, we found that almost 25% firms at that time, I think 2022, had adopted the e-commerce, and the highest adoption was in Sindh. Sindh primarily because Karachi was one of the sampled city in our case, and that represented the highest score in terms of adopting the e-commerce facilitation. Then the highest percentage of the firms which adopted the e-commerce were those which were from the retail side, and majority of the businesses which were adopting the, not adopting these e-commerce based bigger platforms which were more regulated kind of stuffs were shifting to the informal ways. So we have an e-commerce which is in the informal sector as well, where we are using the social media and other kinds of platform, but these are not standard platforms which are generally used by the world in terms of the e-commerce. In terms of the patrons, we saw that close to 23% of our sample firms were with the female enterprise. So this was very good news because generally speaking, the female labor force participation is low, but in terms of female entrepreneurship and those which were specifically taking the advantage of the e-commerce were high. Mostly from retail sectors as mentioned, but within that the clothing, jewelry, IT services and handicrafts were there. But 50% of the female-owned enterprise reported that they were using online channels during COVID only. So that was one of the starting features also which actually disrupted the way normal businesses were doing. Geographically concentration was in two major cities, Lahore and Karachi. Because these are the urban centers, and as the type of retail businesses which were taking up the e-commerce most basically lead us to this understanding as well that it is going to be urban centric only, not, so there is a kind of a digital divide in the e-commerce that the rural sector is practically excluded from the e-commerce, and those populated areas which are using are particularly the retail sectors only. So the challenges which were reported to us by the firms were specifically that there were higher costs of adoption of the e-commerce, especially the younger firms reported that these costs are very high for them to adopt. The technical knowledge is not with them, and problem related to the security, not in terms of the personal security, but the data security as well as the payment security was what they were not being able to resolve. If you look at the Chinese side of experience, they had resolved this by the escrow account approach, in which the payments were withheld by the e-commerce platforms till the time the actual delivery was made. So the payment was taken by the consumer but not shifted to the producers or the suppliers to make it as a guarantee, but in case of Pakistan, such systems were not working. Customers were, on the other side, was also not adoptive because of the trust on the online buying system and the weak consumer protection. That's generally true in case of Pakistan, which led to this lesser e-commerce penetration. And there was less ability of the firms in the digital marketing also to attract more buyers to the customers. So if you look at the challenges, we developed a small index in which we looked at the age of the firms as well, and that actually reflected that again the younger firms were more concerned about the lack of technical knowledge and compared to the older firms, because the older firms were established, they had more robust systems within their organizations and they were able to take up the higher costs as well. The challenges, again, reliable payment solution, lack of affordable ICT services, gaps in delivery and logistic chains, and the partners which were, again, if you think about the digital economy or the e-commerce, it is an ecosystem. I independently as an entrepreneur cannot set up a whole supply chain of e-commerce facilitation. I need to have the, like in case of the food, we needed the food panda to make that transaction happen. But in case of the e-commerce, that needed to be a bigger supporting eco setup which was not there. So to conclude our study, This is something which is generally being adopted by the SMEs, but the pace is slow. The province-wise data reflected again, the Sindh had the highest because of the urban-centric nature of it. The e-commerce tend to have a positive implication on the indicators of the firms, which included higher sales, new business opportunities, and the barriers were basically related to higher cost, capacity constraints, lack of customer rights, internet affordability, and availability, which are included. Quickly, in terms of policy recommendations, we need to have special attention in terms of thinking about capacity building programs, generally because this is the job of the government, since it's a kind of a network effect which they can create. The individual firms cannot bear that cost. Customers awareness campaign also needs to be given, and we need to develop the platform ecosystem without which this e-commerce platforms actually cannot help. Digital inclusion, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahmood, for that very interesting and passionate discussion, as always. Your paper has presented research on promoting e-commerce for SMEs in Pakistan and utilized a mixed method approach. And you've done the analysis based on 750 SMEs, which is a very good number, I feel, to base your analysis on. Your research and the contribution that I feel that is most worth highlighting is the index that you've got, the RII that you've developed. That is very fascinating and good to see. And the analysis that you've done is again sound and supported by the data. Your findings are very interesting. In particular, you've linked adoption of these e-commerce with gender also, but you didn't stress on it too much. The female entrepreneurship, I think that needs to be highlighted also, because female entrepreneurs are then more likely to be adaptive and more innovative than male counterparts, which is quite interesting, I think. Okay, now your next. The analysis is based on data taken from a larger survey, you said, done by SDPI, and the focus of that survey was not e-commerce itself. So you are using one component of it. Now that raises the question of how precise and how relevant will their methodologies and the framework that they used be for your analysis. You are looking at it from the lens of e-commerce, and firms which have taken up e-commerce, they have been looking at it from some other perspective. The survey questions that they ask, do they actually cover all aspects of what you wanted to do in your objectives and in your research? That needs to be looked at. It would be nice if a small survey of some of these firms that you've identified could be carried out by yourself for specifically looking at e-commerce, and then you could validate the larger data that you have. You need to move beyond mere descriptions and index that you've developed. So, have more granular analysis, pick up some cases and highlight them more. Like, for example, the case of the female entrepreneurship and adoption. The comparative perspective is lacking. You've got firms who have selected e-commerce, but what about the ones who haven't? They're also important, I think, and you need to look at why they have not been adopting it. Maybe they're resisting it for some particular reason, which should be highlighted, and maybe it can be addressed by the stakeholders. So a more thorough account of the qualitative analysis would be also welcome. Go into the nitty-gritty of it and see what you can find, because that may give you also more actionable policy recommendations, which is what everyone wants. And the fascinating thing for me will be, again, how do you promote e-commerce in a society which is inherently cash-based, and the default setting for us is cash-based, E-commerce, you do e-commerce, but then you have, like it was mentioned yesterday in a paper, you have home delivery with cash, you know, cash on delivery, sorry, what's it called? Yeah. So,
Thank you, Usman. And time to learn from audience. Please, backbenchers, खालिद साहब से सवाल पूछना है. कौन पूछेगा? जल्दी जल्दी से खड़े होके. खालिद साहब कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, है ना खालिद साहब?
ये अगर नहीं पूछेंगे तब कहूँगा.
हाँ, please.
एज ए टीचर हमें बड़ी तकलीफ होती है.
हाँ जी, जब
नहीं
सवाल
जो,
है.
लेकिन
जी,
हमारे
please,
कुलीग
sir.
हम बेशक ना पूछें.
Stand up, please introduce yourself and ask the question.
डॉक्टर मोहम्मद जमील, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आज़ाद जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, खालिद साहब के स्टूडेंट्स में से हैं और जसारत हुई आपके दोबारा लेक्चर सुनने की और आपसे सवाल करने की, तो उसी तनाजुर में एक दो सवाल मैंने कहा आपसे पूछ लेते हैं. तो बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स थे जो कि सलमान साहब के कमेंट्स के अंदर वो रिपीट हो गए, चीज़ें हो गई. जैसे सिलेक्टिविटी बायस था कि अगर आप खाली एक पूल को देखेंगे तो you will get a different picture, but if you take a large picture और जो कर रहे हैं जो नहीं कर रहे हैं वो different आपको results देंगे. Selectivity bias का concept ज़्यादा उसमें आता था. अब दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि इसमें decomposition मुझे नज़र नहीं आई कि किस किस्म के businesses और किस level और किस magnitude के businesses किस तरह के adoption कर रहे हैं और उनका challenges क्या हैं. फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल एक कल किसी मेरे रिलेटिव ने लाहौर में बिरयानी मंगाई. बिरयानी की कास्ट 400 थी और डिलीवरी चार्जेस 250 थे. सो इसका मतलब ये है कि उसका जो बिज़नेस है वो छोटा है, वो उसको कवर नहीं कर पा रहा. तो इसके मतलब ये हो गया कि अगर लार्ज स्केल के बिजनेसेस हैं, जैसे आपने रेफ़र भी किया फूड पांडा, ये तो उनके चैलेंजेस डेफिनेटली डिफरेंट होंगे और जो स्मॉल बिजनेसेस हैं उनके चैलेंजेस डिफरेंट होंगे. तो अगर उस एस्पेक्ट को अगर आप कवर कर लेते और उसके बारे में कुछ आप हमें बता देते. दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि अब अगर मेरे स्टूडेंट्स अगर मुझसे पूछते हैं तो मैं कहता हूँ यार ये बिज़नेस पुराने हो गए हैं, ई कॉमर्स, ये चीज़ें विद द अडॉप्शन ऑफ द न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज दैट आर कमिंग अप इन द पिक्चर अगेन एंड अगेन. अब आप कह लें कि इसके अंदर इतनी चीज़ें आ गई हैं कि इफ़ आई एम गोइंग ऑनलाइन, इज़ इट पॉसिबल दैट आई कैन collect the funds as well rather than just selling my products to enhance. जैसे मैं कहता हूँ कि if I am involved in e-business or something like that, तो I can use Internet of Things or crowdfunding to enhance my businesses. So एक तरफ अगर ये challenges हैं तो दूसरी तरफ opportunities बहुत बड़ी हैं. ठीक है, तो परसों से अगर हम देख रहे हैं तो ये डिस्कशन अभी तक कहीं डिबेट में नहीं है कि आप मॉडर्न फंडिंग सोर्सेज लाइक क्राउड फंडिंग क्यों हमारे ई बिजनेसेस उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. बहुत शुक्रिया.
First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Usman Qadir. Nowadays, it's very difficult to get comments, honestly. Wherever you see, the people just tend to give you very good and relieving comments, but having critical comments is always good for improving your thesis. Thank you very much. Second thing, which I have already mentioned and also discussed by Dr. Jameel, this was basically a loaded questionnaire. The prime objective of the survey was not to think about the e-commerce business adoption, and in that case we would have selected a comparative group in which the e-commerce was not being selected and we would have dealt with more analysis, but since we didn't have that much advantage, so that is the shortcoming or the lacking factor. I agree with it. We have discussed to an extent the size of the businesses in terms of why they have not been able to adopt to the e-commerce, because again you have mentioned it yourself that it is the cost which is involved. For the bigger businesses, it's not the cost, it's the availability of reliable internet, the reliable ecosystem of the e-commerce, the funding system which we have mentioned. So their concerns are a bit different. We have talked about it, and if the paper goes online, then there would be more details which are available in that. The last component which you have talked about, the funds, you are absolutely right. This is something, but the e-commerce is the step one. These things would come later on. First, we have to think about what is going to be the landscape of the digital economy. When we say it's the e-commerce, basically it is the trust between the customers and the providers, along with the facilities such as the funding, collection of funds, and these sort of things. As this basically digital economy aspect develop in case of Pakistan, then maybe we would climb the ladder. I have also mentioned that today we have two types of e-commerce businesses. One is platform-based, and the second one is through the social media informal channel of doing the same thing. And as Dr. Usman also mentioned, with the cash-based economies, having sources such like these which are very identifiable, more accountable, is something which is a wish list. Till the time the regulatory environment, the government's intervention, footprint, these all things improve, we would not be able to switch to that system.
Thank you, Khalid Saab. Message is that we are more buying through e-commerce than selling. The second is Balochistan, and comparing Balochistan areas with Karachi and Lahore is not a wise thing, but heartening to know that they are using more it for the business opportunities, and it can be an opportunity for making them to the development stage where the Karachi and Lahore is. So with this, we would now move towards the last but not the least, Fasiha Fatima and Jahangir Khan, Digital Entrepreneurship in Pakistan, Opportunities and Roadblocks. Fasiha, you have
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Fasiha and I'm presenting on behalf of myself and Dr. Muhammad Jahangir Khan. Our study focuses on digital entrepreneurship in Pakistan, its opportunities and roadblocks. And we are thrilled to share the findings of this timely and impactful study, as digital transformation is reshaping economies all over the world. And also, we hope that this findings can meaningfully contribute to this year's AGM agenda. Let's start with the introduction. Pakistan's population is predominantly young, where 64% of the population is under 30 years of the age, giving the country a potential demographic dividend. Also, this youthful demographic is projected to persist until 2050 at least. Until 2050 at least, presenting both opportunities and threats to the country, as a large youthful population can be a powerful engine for economic growth if it is well equipped with the right skills and opportunities. Otherwise, it can become a demographic burden, leading to widespread unemployment, frustration, and social instability. Also, out of this huge young population, 29% of them falls in the bracket of 15 to 29 years of age, which is considered a critical group for workforce participation, innovation, and entrepreneurship. However, this potential is not being realized yet, as there is huge unemployment level in the country right now. 11.1% is youth employment according to the 2023 to 2024, showing ongoing struggles for the job seekers. And if we look into the reasons, job scarcity is not the only one. The skills mismatch is one of the key reasons for this issue, huge unemployment level, as the graduate unemployment is 3x higher than the general unemployment. And because our education system is largely academic and theoretical, while the job market demands practical and up-to-date digital skills, so even where jobs exist, many young individuals don't have the qualification or the trainings to fill those seats up. In a sense, Pakistan has a number, but not yet the infrastructure to turn that into economic power. Now, if we look at Pakistan's digital ecosystem, we see a steady rise in startups like Daraz, SadaPay, Baikia, Bazaar, Zameen.com. Each of them solving their problems through tech-driven models and generating employment. Also, government is playing a key role in initiating platforms like DigiSkills and eRozgar, which are equipping millions of youth with freelancing and e-commerce skills. and also generating avenues for the employment. As this ecosystem of digital startups and government initiatives expands, it's not only just generating jobs, it's transforming how and where people work. As one of the most powerful aspects of digital entrepreneurship is it removes the geographical barriers. Since digital businesses allows remote work opportunities, helps in low investment startups, and also promote higher inclusivity, especially for women and rural youth, which faced significant barriers in the conventional businesses. Also, digital entrepreneurship ensures sustainability, as it was evident during COVID-19, where the traditional businesses struggled, the earnings of digital entrepreneurs become doubled. Now, the motivation of the study, as discussed earlier, Pakistan is currently experiencing a demographic bulge where sustained economic growth is vital to absorb the growing youth population and to avoid the severe consequences. So, it is important to prepare better youth policies to engage them in the right direction and to prepare them for playing their due role in the society by empowering them with digital entrepreneurial skills and the capabilities. So, therefore, this research aims to study the prospects of acquiring digital entrepreneurial skills for young entrepreneurs and the challenges they face. These are the objectives. First is to analyze the prospects of acquiring these skills. Second is to analyze the challenges that young entrepreneurs face. And third is to explore the effect of these skills on youth employability and empowerment. Now, for the methodology, we adopted a qualitative research strategy with an exploratory case study design to deeply understand the experiences of young digital entrepreneurs. Data was collected through in-depth, unstructured interviews, allowing participants to freely share their insights. Using non-probability purposive sampling, we selected 30 individuals from Islamabad and Rawalpindi. Interviews were conducted, recorded with consent, and transcribed and translated where necessary. Lastly, the data was analyzed through reflexive thematic analysis, ensuring reliability and validity through detailed transcriptions. Now, the discussion part is divided into 3 parts based on the objectives. First is prospects of acquiring these skills, second is the challenges, and third is effects of acquiring these skills on youth employability and empowerment. So, for the analysis of our first theme reveals that digital entrepreneurial skills are increasingly becoming a cornerstone for youth empowerment in the digital economy, as these skills encompasses both basic and the advanced level technologies ranging from AI to big data, alongside with soft skills like critical thinking and collaboration. Their significance lies not only in enhancing the digital capabilities to work, learn and lead, but also in enabling the creation of scalable and low investment startups. Now, the empirical data from the interviews highlights the digital proficiency contributes to job creation and self-employment, with the 95% of the respondents acknowledging its role in enabling freelancing and business entrepreneurial ventures. Moreover, digital skills have emerged as a tool for social inclusion, particularly empowering women to overcome mobility constraints and to participate economically from the remote areas. During COVID-19, these skills proved instrumental in ensuring business continuity and income growth, underscoring their role in economic resilience. Overall, the findings affirm that digital skills are not merely beneficial, but essential for navigating contemporary economic challenges and assessing the global opportunities. Now, as we explore the challenges of that young entrepreneurs faced in the process of digitalization, several systematic and structural barriers become evident. Firstly, lack of funding and financial support stands out prominently, as most of the startups struggle to afford the essential digital infrastructure such as laptops, internet devices, and the softwares. Due to the absence of structured government subsidies. Simultaneously, a persistent digital skills gap affect both the job market and the business ventures. while the demand for the job talent is rising, many graduates remain underprepared, lacking relevant trainings. Another major hurdle is the digital divide, where unreliable and unaffordable internet access, especially in the rural areas, limits participation. Entrepreneurs also voice their concerns over insufficient support, weak digital security, and the fragile infrastructure. Moreover, the traditional education system fails to align with the needs of the digital economy, revealing a disconnect between theoretical content and the practical digital literacy. Lastly, the absence of comprehensive e-commerce policies creates uncertainty for startups. Entrepreneurs lacks legal protection, face logistics inefficiencies, and are burdened by fragile supply chains. And these insights echoed strongly in the participant interviews, highlights that while digital entrepreneurship offers a promise, its potential is restrained by deeply rooted policy, infrastructural, and educational gaps. Now for the analysis of our last theme, which is exploring how these skills can significantly impact youth empowerment and employability. Firstly, these skills enhance job readiness by bridging the gap between academic qualifications and the market demand. Many young individuals are now engaging themselves with freelancing platforms such as Fiverr, Upwork, and earning their incomes independently. Furthermore, digital proficiency fosters the personal growth, building confidence, improving communication, and also increasing the global exposure. These skills also drive a broader social inclusion by enabling even unqualified youth to participate in the digital payment ecosystem like EasyPaisa, JazzCash, and ride-sharing platforms such as Kareem. Also, the transformation of the job market is another key outcome. Digitalization is fueling the rise of remote work, outsourcing, and the gig economy. Traditional businesses are moving online to survive and thrive, which has boosted productivity and reduced the operational cost. Youth with digital entrepreneurial skills are not only more employable, but are also better positioned to adopt to the rapidly changing technologies. Adaptability, in fact, has become the most crucial meta skill in today's digital era, ensuring long-term sustainability in both jobs and the business ventures. And the quotes included here reflect the real impact. Digital tools are doubling businesses' outputs and enabling survival in the fast evolving business landscape. Now, this slide represents deeply reflection on my own professional journey through Pakistan's emerging ecosystem. After completing my MPhil, I also faced multiple job rejections, which is a common experience for many young graduates. However, this challenging phase has become a turning point, leading me towards digital entrepreneurship. Through government-backed programs, DG Skills, and e-Rozgar, I built skills in freelancing and digital businesses, eventually growing from solo freelancer to now leading a team of 15 professionals. My thesis, later accepted at PSDE annual conference, not only shaped my academic path but also mirrored my practical experiences. And this journey highlights the critical role of reskilling and digital literacy in creating opportunities and shaping a resilient future for Pakistan's youth. Lastly, these are some concluding points. Demand for digital skills is rising across all industries. Digital competencies help youth pursue remote work and self-employment. Thirdly, startups in Pakistan face lack of funding for digital platforms. Fourth is a gap exists between the current education and the global businesses' requirements. Next is the e-commerce is a key opportunity that needs government policies. And lastly, STEM education is essential to prepare youth for a tech-driven future. And these are the policy recommendations derived from the findings. First is to enact supportive digital economy laws and regulations. Second is to invest in the digital infrastructure and connectivity. Third is to strengthen digital skills through education and training. Fourth is to support startups with funding and digital platforms. And lastly, promote freelancing through awareness, trainings, and global market access. Thank you.
Thank you, Fasiha. Now, Usman, please.
Thank you for that very interesting discussion, and the paper was again very good. You investigated the digital entrepreneurship in Pakistan and the opportunities for the youth and the youth bulge. So the application of the theories is to a new context, so that's the novelty of it. And your findings have been related to the recommendations and the policy, which is again a novel and unique thing for you. The analysis is sound and supported by the data, and you've again linked it to the recommendations. So that was on the good side. Now, let's go next. Now, the themes that you've discussed in your paper, not all themes are created equal. You've touched upon some of them. You've discussed some of them in more detail. More in-depth analysis of the themes would be more beneficial for your paper. You've setting the stage for interviews, but the details of the sample selection criteria and the diversity of your samples, those could be enhanced. You could go into more granular detail and provide deeper insights. Pick one specific case and just highlight it as a case study or something. That would add more rigor to your analysis. Now, you've talked about the curriculum and alignment, which is not in sync with the global trend. So what exactly needs to be done there? How do you do it, given that you've got your national curriculum and all those requirements which are specific to Pakistan? How do you align those? That should be explored in greater detail. The counter narrative that you've given in one of your themes, that 5% of respondents feel that digital skill might cause job loss. That is, for me, something that should be discussed in much greater detail. This is a very counterintuitive finding, I think, given your experience also, which you just shared. So how does that work? What are the implications of it? And what do we do about it? And you've considered Islamabad in your sample, right? So, yes. So why only Islamabad? Everyone talks about Islamabad being, separate from Pakistan, and what goes on in Islamabad is not relevant to the rest of the country. So how will your findings translate to the rest of the economy? Are they transferable or not? And again, lastly, theories should be incorporated into the discussion more. This is an academic paper. These are all academic papers. Theory without having no theory and just the discussion and the analysis is, I think, just half the story. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Usman. Now it's time for all the knowledgeable audience, please. Girls, your representation is there on the podium, but you must ask questions as well. Ji, please. Sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Fasiha. It's a good presentation. I have just have a quick question. As said Dr. Usman Qadir. So my first question, why your sample is 30? Why not 25? And why not 35? And the second one, have you considered the gender balance while sample selection, male and female? And the third one, what do you think about rural, urban while selecting the sample size? And the last question, you've done the in-depth interviews. Why not the focus group discussion? I think with the single approach, you cannot compare your results. And as Usman Qadir said that there's theoretical background is missing. And the last question, from where you drive your themes, this is from literature driven, and how you analyze your themes, you use any software like NVivo, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the questions regarding the sample size was already addressed by the teachers, which is linked to the generalizability of the results. My second question is, you did this study in Islamabad and Rawalpindi. If we could do the same study in other cities, if we replicate, what other factors we can include in the same topic and replicate the same studies in other cities of the Pakistan to increase the generalizability of the findings? Thank you.
Okay, so the first question was about the sample size. So sample size जब हम लोग methodology करते हैं, it's a thing called saturation point. So my saturation point was on the sample size 30. Also the gender balance, I only focused on the young digital entrepreneurs. इधर उसमें फीमेल्स, जब मैंने उनको रीच आउट किया, उसमें अगर वो फीमेल्स यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स थी तो उनको भी मैंने शामिल किया. इट वाज नॉट कि स्पेसिफिक टू इतने मेल्स हम लोग इसमें इंक्लूड करेंगे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड इतने फीमेल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. तो इट वाज यंग डिजिटल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. तो एज पर द जो हमारे पास रिस्पोंडेंट्स थे, तो इट्स नॉट लाइक द जेंडर बैलेंस के इतना इतना हमने करना है. थर्ड वाज द रूरल अर्बन thing, I think, sorry sir, question. चलिए ठीक है. और lastly focus group discussions आपने कहा था, तो जो मेरा thesis था that was in 2021, जो COVID का time था, तो focus group discussions were not the most feasible option. That's why I ठीक है सर ने फाइन कर दिया. एंड लास्टली आपका जो क्वेश्चन था कि अगर हम लोग यही स्टडीज़ डिफरेंट सिटीज़ में इम्प्लीमेंट करें, तो इसका ये था कि जो मैंने फोकस किए थे, जो मेरे इंटरव्यूज़ थे, वो पिंडी एंड इस्लामाबाद के यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स थे जो इस टाइम पिंडी इस्लामाबाद में काम कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, रिसेंटली सम ऑफ देम ऐसे थे जिनका बैकग्राउंड किसी और सिटी का था, जिन्होंने, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि अगर हम लोग रूरल एरियाज़ में देखते हैं तो एक वो सिग्निफिकेंट बैरियर है इंटरनेट का, एक्सेसिबिलिटी का. तो वो सब चीज़ें दे ऑल्सो डिस्कस्ड कि ये इश्यूज आते हैं. तो आई थिंक कि अगर हम लोग यही स्टडी किसी और सिटी में करेंगे तो समहाउ ऐसा ही रिस्पॉन्स आएगा, क्योंकि जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स थे, जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि वो ऑपरेट इन दो सिटीज़ में कर रहे थे, बट इट्स नॉट लाइक कि उनका कुछ ऐसा लिंक नहीं है दूसरे सिटी से या उससे, बल्कि वो यहाँ पे शिफ्ट इसलिए हुए थे बिकॉज इस्लामाबाद एंड रावलपिंडी कैन बी कंसिडर्ड अ सोशल हब फॉर दीज प्लेटफॉर्म्स. तो आई थिंक आपका आंसर.
Thank you, Fasiha. And digital entrepreneurship, like an entrepreneurship, is an opportunity for all of us rather than waiting for the employment. This is the message from Fasiha. She is the live example. And with this, I thank you all, those who have presented. It is a way to learn more from mutual understanding. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you, quite much done. I would request Dr. Zulfikar Ali Kalodo to kindly present the souvenir to our chair. Please give her a big round of applause. And I would again request Dr. Zulfikar Ali Kalodo, ma'am, one for the camera again. Now I'll request Dr. Usman Qadir to kindly receive his souvenir from Dr. Zulfikar Ali Kalodo. We're just 5 minutes behind our tea, so kindly move to courtyard for high tea. Thank you. Do you have that copy in your hand, if I can? We're starting again at 11 o'clock, and आप group photo के लिए भी आ जाएं. So we're starting again at 11 और अभी आप चाय के लिए आइए कोर्टयार्ड की तरफ.
ये बहुत प्रैक्टिकल चीज दी है.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
जबरदस्त.
Too many shields in our offices now.
और इसकी जरूरत हर एक को रहती है.
Hello.
उस्मान तस्वीर के लिए आ जाएं.
हाँ सबके लिए वो सॉरी पार्टिसिपेंट्स और स्पीकर सॉरी स्पीकर्स जो है ना उनको बुला लें.
चेक करें.
To moderate this important discussion, we are honored to invite Dr. Mr. Muzammil Zia, Regional Connectivity and Infrastructure Specialist, CPEC, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives. Dr. Zia was instrumental in developing the long-term plan for CPEC 2017 and 2030, a foundational document guiding bilateral cooperation in industry, innovation and connectivity. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Mr. Muzammil Zia. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, as well as near to good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege to moderate today's panel discussion on CPEC 2.0, Digital Leap, Learning from China's Transformation. As we stand at the crossroad of Pakistan's digital future, today's dialogue is both timely and critical. We are here to explore how China's remarkable digital journey can inspire and inform Pakistan on path under the CPEC Phase 2. As most of you are very well aware that under the CPEC Phase 1, the Pakistan and China made tremendous achievement in the past decade. We have completed more than 9,000 megawatt of energy projects, completed more than 1,000 kilometers of roads, highway, motorways, operationalized the Gwadar port, new Gwadar International Airport, completed the optical fiber from China to Rawalpindi, and a lot of more success also held in the field of agriculture, like Pakistan export $400 million red chili and sesame seed to China. This year, Pakistan also exported milk and cheese and dairy products to China. So now the window at 2013-14 started with only infrastructure and energy projects, which is now encompasses to the multiple areas, including agriculture, science and technology, and information technology. So today's topic is digital economy. China's digital economy now accounts for over 41% of their GDP, which is approximately $1.7 trillion. And it has deployed more than 3 million 5G stations and leads the world e-commerce, fintech, and EV. Only the last year, China sold more than 9 million electric vehicles. So today we explore how Pakistan through CPEC 2.0 can draw on these experiences to chart a transformative digital future of its own. So this panel brings together the minds that can help shape that leap. So first of all, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Yuan Li. He will be joining us online. He's a distinguished expert on CPEC and BRI from Shandong University. Dr. Yuan brings extensive academic and policy-oriented insight on China's international development strategy. The second, joining us today is Dr. Manzoor Ahmad, was Ambassador of Pakistan to the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ahmad is a seasoned diplomat, trade policy expert, and thought leader in international economic affairs. So please welcome Dr. Manzoor Ahmad on the stage, please. Then I would like to welcome Dr. Mahmood Khalid. Everyone in this hall must know him. Currently serving as Executive Director, Center of Excellence, and as a Senior Research Economist at PIDE. Dr. Khalid brings deep expertise in fiscal policy and macroeconomics. Thirdly, I would like to invite a very dynamic leader from the tech, Mr. Ahmed Bilal Masoud, Deputy CEO, Huawei, Pakistan, with over 2 decades of leadership experience in tech industry. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Mr. Hassan Waqar Raja, who is a seasoned professional with over 15 years of multidisciplinary experience spanning academia, public service, technology. So Mr. Hassan Waqar Raja. So, welcome to all of you. I just briefly covered what this panel discussion want to achieve today. First, we aim to explore how China achieved an extraordinary digital transformation in such a remarkable short period. And the second, we want to reflect on how Pakistan can draw lesson from that experience, adopting and applying them in a way that aligns with our own local realities and development priorities. Thank you. So to kickstart today's panel discussion, I would like to ask my first question from Dr. Professor Yuan Li, who is online available. I want to ask you, Dr. Professor Yuan Li, that what for you foresee about the future of Belt and Road Initiative and China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, please.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, it's my great
Belt and
pleasure
Road
to
Initiative.
join this high-level roundtable discussion and thank PIDE for the kind invitation. So in my opinion, after 10 more years of faster development, the Belt and Road Initiative has become a wide-ranging platform fostering connectivity, economic integration, and people-to-people exchange. As a scholar, I'm very optimistic about the future development of the Belt and Road Initiative and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, both of which exemplified China's commitment to fostering inclusive globalization and South-South cooperation. And looking ahead, the BRI will continue prioritizing high-quality development, emphasizing sustainability, innovation, and digitalization. And this aligns with China's dual goal of domestic modernization and contributing to shared development with its partners. For CPEC, which has already delivered tangible outcomes in energy infrastructure and Gwadar port development, just as mentioned by the moderator, the focus will shift toward phase 2 industrialization, including industrial parks, agro-tech collaboration, and renewable energy projects. And such efforts can synergize China's technological development with Pakistan's demographic and geographic advantages, creating social economic dividends for both countries. And besides, the resilience of China-Pakistan relations, forged through decades of mutual support, provides a robust foundation for CPEC's success. So I believe in the long term, CPEC will not only catalyze Pakistan's economic transformation, but also contribute to deepening industrial integration, nurturing talent exchanges, and advancing China-Pakistan community of shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I would like to start with my second question from Dr. Manzoor Ahmad. How does digitalization increase trade and integration across borders, and what are its broader implications for regional and global economic cooperation, please?
Thank you very much. But just before I go to your question, let me just make a 1 minute of opening comment. Our first phase of CPEC was more about the hardware, the roads, the energy, setting up these in the electricity producing plants, etc., all that. But I think one thing which really now we need to focus on is our software, digitalization in every walk of life. And here we have a great opportunity because China has done wonders in this area. I mean, I remember those days I joined WTO in 2002, and China was just entering the WTO. And at the time, it was kind of taking a slow, gradual approach. Not slow, I shouldn't say, but, kind of hearing what others have to say and that, and trying to get sway. Although, I mean, I must say, people say that China was pushed into, but China took 14 years of work to enter WTO. And, you know, the ambassador of China's, Ambassador Sun was a great friend of mine. And, you know, sometimes I felt sorry that, you know, they were asking more and more, do this, do more, do more. And I said, you know, it's not fair of these countries. He said, no, 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 doesn't matter. We're doing our internal reforms. We're pushing our internal reforms. And you will see that, you know, with these, all these reforms, I think our economy will do better. And that's what happened. After China entered WTO, it just went like this. URAAN, real URAAN was China. So your question was, sorry? Yes, yes, yes. I mean, obviously, the digitalization, it cuts the cost seriously, yeah? And then it connects many of these, especially small and medium enterprises, which we do not have the resources, we cannot open up big stores, etc. And it connects them. Look at, you know, Alibaba and Amazon, and, you know, they have connected with these. So that's another thing. And then it makes everything very efficient, payment for those goods, and anything you name, it makes it far more efficient. So I think that is the only way to go. Maybe I'll have another comment about WTO later on, but I'll come in a minute.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Khalid, like recently, under the leadership of new Vice Chairman PIDE, the Center of Excellence has undergone a new total restructuring of Center of Excellence for CPEC. So what is the future expectation of, from your side for this, from this Center of Excellence, especially for the evidence-based research in this, for the innovation corridor or for the digital transformation, please?
Well, thank you, Muzammil, and thank you, Pakistan Society of Development Economists, for letting us have this session, because CPEC 2.0 is actually about the learning phase from the China, which primarily is the digital revolution. And I would acknowledge here the role of Vice Chancellor, and he has been actually talking about it and gives a kind of a very straightforward explanation that why this is necessary. I would take basically his words where he talks about the leapfrog growth projection, actually missing out that particular development path which conventionally has been taken and directly shifting to the ones which is going to make us more prosperous and sustainable. So what PIDE has been doing in general is to produce the policy support to the businesses, to the government think tanks and the policymakers for better evidence-based policies. And the Center of Excellence for CPAC has been doing this in the phase 1 of CPAC as well, where, as rightly mentioned by Dr. Manzoor, was primarily the hardcore infrastructure projects. There we aligned our activities with that. But now, since the CPAC 2.0 is basically about learning from the Chinese experience, so we have remodeled our themes as well. So what we have done is, and the good thing is that this time we have a homegrown growth agenda document as well with us, the URAAN Pakistan vision document. So what we have done is that we have created our 5 themes which are aligned with the URAAN 5 E's as well as the 5 C's of the Chinese side. And in that, one of the major component is basically the E of the URAAN, in which we are thinking about the e-commerce and the digitalized based export enhancement, and on the other side we are thinking about the knowledge corridor from the Chinese side. So what we plan to do in the coming future, since the job of the Center of Excellence is to provide that bridge, in which in the first phase we are trying to learn from the Chinese experience, and then we are going to facilitate those which are going to take the advantage from it. So we are going to act like a bridge in terms of making us the knowledge hub in which the businesses of Pakistan actually can go through us to the Chinese side in terms of networking, in terms of taking the practical experiences, and we plan to work like a kind of a business advisor to the ones which are going to take advantage of this. So this is our roadmap, and hopefully we'll try to implement on it.
Thank you very much, Dr. My next question is from Deputy CEO Huawei, that as Huawei has been very instrumental in expanding the digital transformation in China, so how Pakistan can replicate that success?
Well, I think I'll take two parts to this question. So first, I will just extend what Dr. Khalid just mentioned for the knowledge base. So, and I'll talk about that how Huawei is utilizing the Pakistani youth and also resource to its advantage. So first of all, Huawei is, of course, it's one of the largest ICT providers globally. And of course, that puts us in a very, very unique position even for China as well. But Pakistan, in this whole arena, we are one of the major workforce in Huawei Global. We're in the top 3 workforces in terms of manpower providing for Huawei Global. Secondly, we also have very, very good experience in Pakistan. So when Huawei was growing, Pakistan was one of the first countries when Huawei put the first ever deployments. And in recent past, we also put in one of the global resource center in Pakistan. So that's a center where we have Pakistanis sitting in Islamabad, but they are supporting the telecom networks and IT networks, not only for Middle East, but also Africa and Asia. This is the largest GSC, which basically is serving our clients in the most diverse geographical area. So when I say diverse, it covers till Philippines, on the other side it covers even till Morocco, and from the north, from Mongolia back down to South Africa. And this is the best performing. It is not that because of the cost reason we have this GSC in Pakistan. The GSC for Pakistan, in terms of its response and quality, is #1. So that's another prototype, another stereotype which is there. The Pakistani resource is cheap, is wrong. Pakistani resource, if trained well and worked well, this is much better from other adopting countries, especially for technical domain. And then generally what I want to mention for the digitalization, of course, I think China digitalization journey has been very exceptional. I believe the best way to assess digitalization is how much contribution is in GDP by the digital means, and I think China has already crossed 50% contribution is from the digital means, and that's something which we should target for. Pakistan, we are way back, and in fact, I think somehow we should start to document it properly. That what should be the ways in which how we should increase our GDP contribution through digital means, because that will put a lot of direction to our efforts. In terms of infrastructure, of course, I think what China did, especially for fiberization, putting down networks, they started much earlier, in '90s, in early '90s, late '90s. They started to put a lot of effort through policy, through a lot of effort by the government to deploy all these networks and infrastructure. Because if you normally in a layman situation, I always say there's a physical world and there's a digital world. The physical world will have cities, the digital world will have data centers, the physical world will have roads, the digital world will have fiber and connectivity. And as we go along, everyone has a physical identity and he has a digital identity as well. A digital world is much more connected. So a person who is sitting in Muzaffarabad can connect and provide service in someone in Shanghai, and vice versa. So how we can tap this and monetize and create value not only for Pakistan but also for China, and then together we can create value for the world. That is, I think, what should be the target. So there's a lot to cover, but I think there's a lot of good step by the government of Pakistan also, and together I think we can all try to approach this for international market as well.
Thank you, Emerson. I'm like second your point that currently the Pakistan technological ratio towards GDP is, I think, not more than 1%, and around 5%. And as you compare that with China, is more than around 50%. And I think the fiberization is currently lags at the 18% in Pakistan. So yes, these are the very important interventions we require. Thank you. So now I will request Mr. Hassan Waqar Raja to shed some light on Chinese technology success, please.
Thank you very much. I think Chinese success is two things primarily. One is their strategic policy orientation, and second is their consistency about it. Because what we've seen in most success stories, and China being on top of that list, that the relationship between the state, society and technology is being mediated by 5 policy factors, which we can also refer to as intermediaries. That include our data protection framework, digital public infrastructure, governance of that infrastructure or different technologies that are emerging or are already there. Fourth one is education, STEM education. We are already familiar with what is being done here. And lastly, creation of a digital economy. So I would let the House decide where are we once we put ourselves in those shoes to see where are we in terms of our development, in terms of our progression on any of these policy vectors. So what we see as the success of China today, if you review it in the last 25 years window, this century, is you see consistent policies. You see what Made in China 25 started. There was a policy before that. They were training their workforce. They were laying the internet, as ABM is referred to. They had identified 10 strategic industries in which they were to invest, train workforce. So all of that has now come to fruition, and that is what we see, a consistent effort with a clear direction of what they want to focus on. And I think the most important point here is to understand the role of the state or the government, whether it's the national level, federal, or the provincial levels. State is, in my view, the biggest and the only orchestrator of innovation in a country, either through regulation or through creating projects and opportunities in which would lead to newer technologies coming in. And I think it's an open secret, and we need to learn how to be consistent and clear about in our direction about that. So that's, I think, the most important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From your comments, I can totally agree. As the government of China, how they supported that DJI, the drone company, and now they are the one of the world leader in the drone technology, providing drones for the leisure purposes as well as for agriculture, for war, for each and every. So my next question is from Professor Yuan Li, and it's really relevant to you. That in the resolution adopted at the third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in last July, there were new proposals and ideas that have been put forward concerning the BRI initiative. How will these proposals and ideas open up new win-win space for cooperation between China and Pakistan? Please.
Okay, thank you. So the resolution adopted in last July emphasized the importance of developing new quality productive forces. And this term, the new quality productive force, actually now become a very hot topic and term in China. And everyone is discussing about it, talking about it. And it has become also government policy. So what is that? And actually that means innovation-driven development. And China's vision for developing new quality productive forces rooted in innovation-driven growth, green development, and digital transformation. And by combining the proposal, the idea of developing new quality productive forces with the BRI, I think in the future it can inject fresh vitality into China-Pakistan cooperation. For example, China's focus on innovation-driven development will elevate CPEC's quality. China can synergize its advancement in AI, clean energy, and smart manufacturing with Pakistan's industrialization and modernization needs under the CPEC 2.0 framework. And also in the future, there are at least 3 dimensions where the two sides can enhance their cooperation. First, jointly building green development corridors through renewable energy projects and electric vehicle industrial chains. And also this can address Pakistan's energy security while advancing climate resilience. And second, cultivating digital partnerships via 5G infrastructure, cross-border e-commerce platforms to boost Pakistan's rural revitalization. And third, establishing joint innovation centers for technology, transforming Pakistan's advantages into high-value industries. Besides, the resolution adopted in last year also emphasized China's commitment on high-level opening up. And this is also very important, especially when we're facing the turmoils of globalization. I think China is very firm committed to opening up. And by lowering barriers to trade and investment, China's high-level opening up can facilitate Pakistan's exports, particularly in agriculture, textile, and value-added sectors, while encouraging Chinese enterprises to invest in Pakistan's industrial parks. And this will unlock unprecedented win-win opportunities for China-Pakistan cooperation in the future. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Manzoor Ahmed, my question is from you that what concrete steps the government of Pakistan has taken so far to digitalize its cross-border trade procedure, please?
Well, I'm very pleased to hear how digitalization is making progress overall. But and especially what Mr. Bilal Masood said about Huawei, how it's changing overall. But okay, let me focus just on trade. I mean, we set up a very, very good project, what's called Pakistan Single Window, and if you have an opportunity, maybe just go on a website, or maybe go to, it's not very far from here, this Pakistan Single Window, and you'll find, that such a thing does not really exist in a third world country. It's doing a great job. Already, we have, through this single window, we reduced time for processing of documents by 60%. That's one thing. Then each government department had its own system, and many of them had not modernized in Pakistan. There was a paper if you wanted sanitary, phytosanitaries. There are lots of departments get involved, and many of them was still those old register and giving it certificate, and the importer has to take it and deliver it. Now all these, not all, but at least 20 of them are already connected through this single window and electronically. And already hundreds of thousands of trade declarations are processed through that. Sometimes you hear, like recently, 2 weeks ago, that, oh, single window has done this or that. It's what we don't understand, it's a platform. Like if somebody posts something wrong on Facebook or, elsewhere, okay, Facebook could have exercised more control, but you can't blame, and so there was, for days there was headline about single window. Single window had nothing to do. I mean, they may have been over the last many years, if they looked and maybe they found there was some, some people had made some changes, something outside. I mean, nothing in single window. But single window is doing a great job, and that's our contribution in international trade.
And I have a subsequent question from you that are these measures, what do you think are enough, or we need to move forward? And
nothing is ever enough. I mean, you know, everyone, even China, being on the top, they're moving. Every year is different. So it's the same. I mean, first, many of our government departments are still paper, you know, or maybe everything, okay, happens electronically, but then one department comes with some paper. So, you know, it has to move. But we have made a lot of progress, but yes, there is scope for more.
Thank you. Dr. Khalid, as you mentioned in your previous answer, that the 5 new corridors has been introduced by the government of China last year when the Premier He Lifeng came to Pakistan, and these 5 corridors covered the Green Corridor, Growth Corridor, Innovation Corridor, and like Opening Up Corridor, and the Livelihood Corridor. So I have a question that from these corridors, can you pick 1 or 2 which are the very important for Pakistan, and in those corridors, what Pakistan can do in collaboration with China in upcoming years, please?
Well, I would take from where Professor Yuan actually mentioned that this is what the CPEC 2.0 is about. And as Dr. Manzoor mentioned, that moving away from the hard core infrastructure to the soft side now. This is what we need to propel. And this is something which we can leapfrog actually. And we are ready for it as well. If you look at our fundamentals, for example, the youth bulge actually is the pivotal force in terms of using the new digitalized way of doing business. The internet penetration and the mobile density is picking up, and I believe that this is something which is going to help us progress towards that. But having said that, why are we not being able to take up to that level where we really think that this is enough, or we are moving towards that, is that we need an ecosystem. It's not going to be just the Pakistan single window which is going to facilitate the trade. There is going to be a lot more changes which are needed at the policy level, which is going to do that job for us. Now what I believe Pakistan should do is to directly understand the success stories of Chinese side and try to imitate them here. For example, take the fintech, take the e-commerce platforms which they have been using, and think about those policy requirements which needs to be aligned with it. For example, if we need a stable internet with 5G spectrum, then that is something which we can do right away. That is going to facilitate the business. If it is about upgrading our students in terms of giving them the STEM education or exposing them to the ways through which the digitalized world actually do the business, that is what is needed. And yesterday we had that very wonderful conversation of the university vice chancellor sitting around, and they all were cognizant of this fact that this is the way how the future would be basically put on us. If we are not ready for it, this is going to be something which we have to deal with. And we have to not just think about the businesses, we have to think about the whole system which is going to deliver on us. And fortunately, the CPEC 2.0 is there for us, because in that they have committed that we are going to help you actually learn from our side and try to bring you at par so that there is a win-win situation for both of our countries. So what we think about the future is that we need to take most lessons which we can directly adopt. For example, Ali Baba or others, their success story was basically understanding the system in which they have to operate and quickly moving towards that policy path which was required. We can also take that for us as well, because what we think about our e-commerce facilities and others, that is what is lacking. Good policy support, a credible system which is cyber secure with data centers, and a kind of a trust between the state and the actors. That is something which we can learn from them and directly adopt.
Thank you very much, Dr. So my next question from Mr. Ahmed is that the China tech boom was fueled through their talent skill. So what Huawei is doing in Pakistan to minimize the gap of this talent gap in Pakistan? And recently last year that Huawei committed to train the 200,000 youth of Pakistan in IT skills. So also please shed some light on that project as well.
So I'll just share a couple of facts first. So like I said, in Huawei, we are at the cutting edge of the new technology, and we basically we're very proud that we lead a global ICT innovation area. And one of the key area where we are progressing very aggressively is the 5G. And among the 5G experts in Huawei, the largest workforce again is Pakistanis. The 5G experts, although we don't have 5G in Pakistan yet, but globally 5G support, the biggest workforce comes from Pakistan. So this basically is just one example. Another example I just share with you that at Huawei we basically every year we conduct an ICT competition. So this is something we started few years back, and so what we do is that we go to all the universities, we invite university students, they compete to choose, let's say there's a competition among the students, and then based on that competition we choose the best team of Pakistan, and then we hold regional competition among all the regional countries, and then the final is held in China. For the last 7-8 years, every time Pakistani team is among the top 2 globally. So just to share with you, last year 160,000 students from all over the world competed, and again the #1 team was Pakistan team. So that's the competence, and that's what we can offer in terms of the strength to the world and to China as well. Now the second thing I want to highlight is, yes, of course, we are quite humbled and we are very proud that we are working with the government on this. There are a lot of initiatives. We are working in all domains. So we work in very large scale, competence or capacity building, which is required by Huawei, not only for Pakistan but also for the region. And then, like I told you, that we have JSC working here, supporting different countries. And then we work, we have very extensive program where we work with the, universities. So we are working with universities on certain initiatives like ICT competition. We have engaged ourselves with right now 3 universities, and we're going to engage at least 15 to 20 more universities where our Huawei is helping to integrate the newer technologies with the Bachelor of Engineering and IT curriculums. So we are helping the universities to build the curriculum. So I can give an example, GIK AI program, we have working with the ComSats and many other universities. Then we have a specific seeds for the future program. Through this we basically involve youth, and we don't only look at the ICT skill, but we work on a lot of entrepreneurship as well as a cultural exchange. So we take them to China, we introduce them, and we see how we can integrate the 2 parts together. And we have been following this very regularly in the past so many years. And of course, the performance for this is also very, very good. We run very extensive programs for our partners, customers, for their training. And then lastly, we have a very extensive professional certification program. And through this one, basically, we are working with all the youth of Pakistan. So we give them training, and then we certify them, these certificates are international level. So they can use them to showcase. And when I talk about the certifications, they range to all the new technologies. We talk about AI, we talk about cloud computing, we can talk about cyber security. So all those areas where we are working, we use those knowledge to train these people.
Thank you very much. It's like very good to hear that the Pakistan talent is performing. Like out of 160 countries and the competitors, the Pakistan able to secure the first position. And my next question is from Mr. Hassan Wakar Raja, that China a decade before came up with a slogan like "Made in China," and from "Made in China" now they reach towards the "Invent in China." So like, what's your take on this? That how we can like, what opportunities are, what are like the secret ingredient that we can have to replicate that success stories in Pakistan as well?
Thank you very much, Dr. I think what's been said before me, I'll try to summarize it because they've effectively covered everything, but I think the most important thing there is, I'll relate to examples and then draw my conclusion. Tsinghua University, the MIT of China, is a node for digital policy making. In our case, my regulator, the Higher Education Commission, does not support such direction for my innovators to focus on industrial projects. And I happened to have an opportunity to ask this question, and I could not find an adequate answer of why this gap exists. Another example I can think of is there is a lot of emphasis on getting cloud-specific investment. We've got a cloud policy for Pakistan 22. And both our URAAN initiative and our SAFC search for investors heavily relies on that document, the policy document that's been created. What I fail to understand is the role of chief secretaries in the cloud policy. They've got lots of things on their plate. How that would benefit the overall ecosystem, the broader objectives, national objectives, it's still a mystery to me. I'm trying to figure that out. So the biggest learning, or the conclusion I draw once I look at these or other examples, is that we need to strengthen our capacity and capability for the policy makers. We do talk about artificial intelligence, we keep throwing about machine learning and all these notions at each other without really understanding what they exactly mean and what are the implications of what needs to be done to enable the expectation we have of them. So that could be a starting point. I've already highlighted policy vectors, and we can compare ourselves, map our progress compared to others. But unless we focus on our policy makers, influencers, it would be a long walk. We've already seen examples like when we wanted to have made in Pakistan mobile enforced, we came up with tariffs. But I think a lot of background work needs to be done. I happened to work with ABM many, many years ago on some great initiatives, and they are here, the technology is here. It's us getting to understand it and then implementing it. I think that's where our secret recipe will lie. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So my next question is from Professor Dr. Yuan Li. Can you please explain that what institutional and digital infrastructure is needed to support Pakistan to become a global IT service exporter? And in which areas can China and Pakistan enhance collaboration, please?
Okay. So first, I believe Pakistan's ambition to become a global IT service exporter is both achievable and mutually beneficial, particularly under the framework of China-Pakistan collaboration. And second, to realize this vision, I think Pakistan requires robust institutional reforms, as just mentioned by Dr. Khalid, and also cutting-edge digital infrastructure. Those are the areas where China's expertise and the CPEC can play important roles. First, Pakistan and China can enhance collaboration on policy frameworks and regulatory modernization. I think Pakistan needs streamlined policies to incentivize IT innovation, such as think about those important policies and regulations which can incentivize IT regulation. For example, the tax breaks for tech startups, simplified export procedures, and intellectual property rights protection. I think in those areas, China can share its experiences in building the special economic zones and digital governance models to help Pakistan create a business-friendly ecosystem. So joint initiatives like the CPEC tech parks could serve as hubs for R&D and export-oriented IT services. Second, Pakistan and China can enhance collaboration on education and talent development. I was very impressed by Mr. Masood mentioned about the great achievements of Pakistan talent, and I fully agree with it, because in our university and institute, there are also many great Pakistan talents work as our colleagues. So I think a skilled workforce is critical for Pakistan to develop its digital industry. Pakistan can expand STEM education, CTI education, and vocational training on AI, and they can establish joint institutes with Chinese universities. And also China can also fund scholarships and exchange programs to nurture more Pakistan talent. Third, Pakistan and China can enhance collaboration on digital infrastructure. Pakistan needs to prioritize nationwide high-speed connectivity and 5G networks. So projects like submarine cable built with Chinese collaboration can enhance Pakistan's global bandwidth. Besides, Pakistan can also develop big data centers and cloud computing infrastructure through cooperation with Chinese tech leaders such as Huawei, Alibaba, so on and so forth. And in one word, Pakistan's rise as a global IT exporter hinges on institutional agility and digital infrastructure quality. And those are the areas where China's technological capacity and experience can offer great support. I believe by working together, Pakistan and China can co-create a digital CPEC that drives inclusive growth, regional connectivity, and setting a model for South-South cooperation in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I really second your comments. Like we started 2 years back the cooperation in the red chili in agriculture, and we started like with the Chinese companies. The Pakistani started with around 1,000 acre, and within 2 years that 1,000 acre farms reached to more than 100,000. And same happened in collaboration with China, started in the canola or seed oils, started with few hundred acres, and today that farms reach to more than 100,000 acres. So definitely, as in agriculture and other fields, we achieve success, we can achieve success in digital transformation as well. So my next question is from Dr. Manzoor Ahmed, that as China aims to become the global tech leader by 2035, so what strategic initiative and investment the Pakistan can prioritize under the innovation corridor in the CPEC phase 2?
Well, thank you. I think Professor just mentioned a few areas. Let me add a couple of things, because this is not really my field, but what I understand from my colleagues, etc. First, I mean, we need development of hyperscale data centers. That's one. Then we need support for large-scale IT solutions powered by machine learning and artificial intelligence. We also need China's help to modernize our national policy on cloud computing and data storage. We are already negotiating with Alibaba the single window, and as Mahmoud Khan just said, but we don't really have any meaningful presence of these other giants like Amazon, and they are not present, and perhaps we need to attract them here, and so we'll need some infrastructure for that purposes. And but since I have the floor, and I think this is the last intervention, let me just mention one other thing that I think Pakistan urgently needs to do. You see, in the WTO, they have been discussing about e-commerce, etc., from '98, and now they're working on two different streams. One is it's general discussions, exchange of good practices, etc. They're not negotiating an agreement. It's just all those things. The only thing perhaps they're discussing, every 2 years they get this exemptions from duties on exchange of data. And it's renewed every 2 years, but it's becoming more difficult, and Pakistan perhaps need to support it rather than oppose it. The other thing is that some 90 countries have come together to negotiate an agreement on e-commerce. And unfortunately, Pakistan is not there. China is providing leadership. Maybe India and South Africa are not there for some of their own reason, but India has, like information technology. India says that because it's not plurilateral, it's not everybody, so we don't want as a principle. But India is already a member of Information Technology Agreement, where Pakistan is not. If we join these agreements and we become a part of negotiations, we know what other countries are doing. Our people go attend those meetings and they learn something. So just staying out is, I don't see any purpose. In fact, we were recently, there was another agreement on WTO. This has been, the WTO agreements are negotiated, conducted over years and years and years, and there was another one on trade facilitation investment. And unfortunately, Pakistan was one of the pioneers. It started, and then for some reason just withdrew. And I think recently China was having a conference in Beijing, and they invited Pakistan, but the problem was we're not a part of it. And then government asked me, because I've been in WTO, and I said, I see no reason why we are so keen to attract investment, facilitate it, and this agreement is not any binding this thing, so it just facilitates it. It's just like our trade facilitation agreement. When I joined WTO, there was some discussion whether there should be an agreement on trade facilitation. And when I joined there, I see Pakistan as one of the leaders of opposition. And I said, why? Why? Because we need to facilitate our trade. And they couldn't come up with why. But they said, no, we don't need it. And they'll be pushing goods to Afghanistan. There were some frivolous reasons. And finally convinced the government, and kind of Pakistan took the leadership in that trade facilitation agreement. And now we see this Pakistan single window and many modern practices coming in Pakistan. So I think Pakistan should not become isolated, withdraw itself. Pakistan should be active, like we see, this Pakistanis talent in what you're saying. So at multilateral, Pakistan should change its current isolationist attitude.
Thank you. Dr. Khalid, like you see that only the last year the Chinese universities filed more than 300,000 patents, and some universities like Tsinghua, Zhejiang University, they are in the top numbers for filing patents. So why the Pakistani universities are lagging so behind, although the government of Pakistan have policies through HEC providing a lot of fundings. Now in every district they have the plan to open the universities. When so many universities are open, why the Pakistan is lagging behind to compete in that race towards filing patents and come up with more innovative ideas from these universities?
Well, this is a very big question, because unfortunately or fortunately, that's the crux of the problem. When you are moving to the innovation drive, the universities are the main pillars which are going to facilitate this transformation. And you have rightly mentioned, we read it in the literature, that these are the Chinese universities which are basically steering both the innovation and the policy. But unfortunately, if you look at the Pakistani universities, they have not been able to do so. Whether they have become more capitalist, their focus is education as a business, or there are problems fundamentally in terms of how we have designed our higher education system and what we are trying to produce in that. So what we think from outside is that unfortunately our higher education institutions have been made to be low productive from the R&D perspective. One part is on the part of the industry as well, because if you look at the overall business landscape, primarily we are driven by the small and medium enterprises. Close to 50% of our GDP from manufacturing sector is from the SMEs. That's also what is our export base as well. So from an SME perspective, you won't expect that they're going to engage with the industry in terms of having those new ideas, R&Ds, patents, because they don't have that business capacity to provide the resources as well as to improvise in whatever their requirements are. So we have to think about leapfrogging from the sense of providing that necessary support from the government side, where we can enable the R&D perspective of the universities, which can facilitate the businesses take up to that ladder. But unfortunately, what we have been doing so far, even look at the digitalization aspect, what we have been doing is digitization, and we have not actually moved to the next ladder of how we should be conducting. As Dr. Saab mentioned, the PSW and the VBOX system, we have now a faceless recognition of the GDs as well, in which the human interaction has been taken out. But again, that's only a digitization. They have not actually adopted that technology. Even take the e-commerce business, there it's not about diving into that system. It's only taking very small, limited benefit out of that system without thinking about that this is the huge potential which we can jump into. So from the universities or the R&D creating perspectives, the policy of the higher education has to change. We have to think about funding those necessary drivers for those R&D enablers. And we have to think about how the industry can collectively, as a consortium fund maybe, to think about doing the lab testing and other requirements which the businesses need. A university cannot afford to have a very expensive lab, because if there is no customer which can fund that activity, they would not be able to do it. So it's a whole complex ecosystem which we have to improve. There is no single solution to that. And for that, we have to start from the very basic and go up to the topmost.
Thank you very much. So my next question is from Mr. Bilal Ahmed Masoud, that China leads in smart city development, and what foundational steps should Pakistan cities take to adopt similar technologies? And as I know that Huawei already implement some smart city projects in Pakistan, but with a very limited use, whereas in China, smart cities, like they have more than 700 applications to use, but within Pakistan, the smart city solution have a very limited use. So please comment on that.
I think for this particular aspect, I see a lot of effort. So first of all, I do want to mention that it's not that Pakistan is not working in this direction. So Pakistan is working in this direction. So we've got certain projects in Lahore, Islamabad. Also, there is a certain digitization which is done on Gawada's side, or it is being planned as well. Even when we go back and I see, there is a lot of apps and digitization at the government level which we have done. Like just now, Dr. Saab mentioned about a single window, and then when we go back, we see a lot of digitization of NADRA and the national database, and then the car number plate registration, and then so I see there is a lot of effort in a certain domain. But I think what needs to be done, and I want to mention this, that one of the very key thing which China has done is China has centralized all the databases. So when you do that, when you centralize all the databases, then the data exchange, whether the data is human data, transactional data, or the data which basically can be even company data. So then we can drive a lot of services, and we can push a lot of digitization on top of that. So I think the challenge which Pakistan has to take is that, of course, this is how the structure is as well, that we have provinces, we have different government departments, and every department has its own way and approach to handle the problem. So if we are able to somehow consolidate and drive it in a more uniform or more coordinated way, you will suddenly see a lot of digitization happening. I always tell a lot of people that one of the most impossible tasks which Pakistan did was the digitization of ID cards. So it was when this was being done, I remember that we were almost entering our professional lives, and people would say that it is impossible to digitize the ID of Pakistani people, because we don't know how many people, and people will have no records, and people have many IDs. But actually Pakistan government, when they did it excellent. And when they did this database registration, a lot of countries, they learned from us. They learned from NADRA. So a lot of countries I know, and if you can go and visit NADRA office, they have a wall of flags that how many countries learned from Pakistan example. And recently, a few years back, the second transformation which Pakistan did was when SIM card linkage with the ID card happened. And again, before starting, I remember there was a lot of negativity. Oh, this cannot happen. How will we have thumb impressions? And of course, even we implement the system will not work. We will have those doors where people can go and they can get a SIM card. I can get a SIM card on your name issued. And I challenge everyone here sitting. Anyone can go and try to get a SIM card from anyone. You cannot. The system is so tight. The system is so excellent. And again, this became one of the showcase for a lot of countries to learn from it. I think the thing is that all of these things were done by Pakistan. So I believe that a lot of our problems are very specific to us. If we are committed to solve something, we will find a way. And we will find a way. We have to learn from other countries. And the advantage of China to us is the amount of information and comfort level we get from China, the amount of the access to technology we have from China. This is huge. This is beyond explanation. So whether it is transfer of technology, whether it is access to information, whether it is policy level coherence. But what we need to do is we need to see how we can create that learning to solve our problem. These are two totally different things.
Thank you.
There are other good examples as well. For example, RAST is also something which is basically...
Exactly. So my next question from Mr. Hassan Bakar Raja is like in your previous comments you mentioned that we are not able to have the relevant people on board to make these policies or to make these for the implementation. And so what's your suggestion that how we can bring the all these stakeholders together for achieving the success in this digital for transformation for Pakistan?
I think as I've identified, the first thing is awareness, capacity and capability, and what Dr. Mahmood has said or Rabiam said is we have a great opportunity in a friend who's willing to give us access to technology, policy, as Professor URAAN has also suggested, how to create these. I think it's essentially about changing our mindsets, and in that scheme what is most important is that all the ingredients are here. We just need to create the right recipe, and one of the ways of creating that right recipe is transforming our existing ecosystem of R&D centers, whether they're state-owned or private ones, as test beds of technology. Take advantage of companies like Huawei who've invested in Pakistan and are committed to Pakistan for the foreseeable future. And in this context, I think the most important point I want to highlight is a single driving force. Without creating that single driving force, it's been rightly pointed out that we've got so many different types of information storages, existent and non-existent. So there has to be a single digitization of the government first under the digital public infrastructure. That would subsequently lead to unification or standardization of opportunities, data sets, and subsequently we can use the capabilities. We keep talking about data analytics and all those. They would only become applicable in our context once we have those databases which AVMs refer to. So I think that's my recommendation.
Thank you very much. For digitization of government, I just want to make one comment here that in the last 3 months in Ministry of Planning, we haven't used any paper. So with the Ministry of Planning and most of the federal ministries are now like on the e-file. Thank you. So I think now we open the floor and have to take some questions from the audience, especially the students. So I think I will request one by one, don't make any comments, but just have a small question and take like answer. And please, can you please give the mic to the audience?
Sir, it's an honor. I want to discuss basically that I personally believe that we need alliances based on joint ventures, where a group of companies work together to promote collective intelligence and shared goals for advancing digitalization. Now let's take an example. In China, Shenzhen UAV Association, which consists of 1700 companies and led the formation of economic center, which is known as China's low altitude economy. Now my question is, can Pakistan lead a similar regional alliance under the umbrella of CPEC 2.0? Thank you.
Like it's open for the whole
Discussion.
panel. Okay. Yes. So who would like to take the lead on this question to answer, please?
So, although, I'm from the tech space, so, but looks like that everyone is looking at me. So I think, so the answer to this is yes, we should do this. No, but jokes apart, I think in the modern world, I come from the tech space, and in the tech space, everything is connected and everything will talk to each other. The whole value is not created by one party. It cannot create from one party. So I think when we make a collaboration of organization, and I think in the past we have seen some results. So we have these collaborations where like-minded or similar organizations, they get together, and we call it maybe a union or something, and they come together to the government and they ask for certain privileges or certain ways to set down taxes or certain advantages or some certain terms which will help them in their business. So we have been doing this to look after our business within our own domain. So when we look for international space, we should try to make this more structured in a way, and we should also see how we can make it more cross-functional as well. So let's say if you have agri company, and then we have a food processing company, they collaborate together. So or even a supply chain company, then you can primarily try to cover more bigger value chain. I think we need to see from perspective of what Pakistan can offer to the world and how Pakistan can benefit. Like I think Dr. Yuan Lee mentioned very important collaboration. So how it's not only that we learn something and we do something for ourselves, it's about how to collaborate and create a win-win. This word was used by Dr. Yuan Lee. So I think we need to see that how to fit this one. This requires a lot of planning and design effort first, and then to execute this.
There are examples for it as well. For example, we have SAARC Chamber of Commerce here, which basically deals as a whole region. So since there are layers of engagement which are possible, whether it's business to business, we can move up the ladder where certain associations of the businesses are contacting with the relevant counterpart there. Because at time it's not an individual learning which we need to have. It's going to be a kind of a sort of a sectoral based understanding of how we need to move forward. So I believe that CPEC 2.0 should look into it, and since as a center of excellence we are looking into the regional connectivity and other aspects, so this would be one of the major aspects to facilitate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Just wait, please.
Thank you. Like you were talking about digital transformation in Pakistan. On one side, you're talking about digital transformation, while on the other side, Your policies are like just putting firewall, limiting accessibility. Like I was the freelancer on Fiverr last year, and I was level 2 freelancer, and then I lost my account due to this limiting accessibility. So what's the policy actually? Please tell.
Okay. Again, I mean, this is a layman's answer that, you know, we have these signal free, etc. But I think you now need, you need now and then these traffic lights also, you know, these, you need some control. I mean, every country has it. It's not just Pakistan. I mean, China is the biggest connected everywhere, but firewall, India, you give me an example, everyone has it. So just a general comment, maybe the experts can say something.
You make a point which is I can understand it, but the fact is that, as Dr. Saab said, firewall is a digital national right. It's a national right for states to protect itself. How do you do it? We need to figure that out. I think, yes, there's something missing in our recipe so far, but we need to figure out how can we protect our interests as well as create commercial opportunities. I hope we'll find an answer soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Muhammad Jamil from Azad Jammu and Kashmir. My question is from Dr. Manzoor. From China, we have an example for the real estate like Shenzhen speed of growth, where China was building one floor in 3 days, and we tried to replicate that in the real estate from the last 15 years in Pakistan, but we are unable to do that. And now in China, we have an example in digitization, that smile to pay. And what you think that how much time Pakistan need to get that particular target? And one question from the Chinese friend who is here. We in Pakistan nowadays are enjoying the Temu and Alibaba and this and that. What is the chance that these organizations are going to open a warehouse in Pakistan? They are going to come over here, and so that the Pakistani friends can have a chance of CODs, cash on delivery. So because there are a lot of issues with the products they are receiving from it. So what is the chance if there is a collaboration with the Daraz or other that are working in Pakistan, so that you can have a collaboration with them? Thank you.
Well, you know, it depends. It depends on how fast we go. I mean, you saw these near Serena, the underpasses, near Blue Area, etc. We could have waited another 30 years, and then they said 6 weeks, 4 weeks, it's all done. So these things depend on the government's priority, if they really give priority. And this area should be given priority. You know, as we were hearing the success story of Nadra, we were one of the earliest, and we really went fast. And then somehow there's some inertia for a while, and you know, people get very quickly disappointed. Like this firewall thing, I think we went to another extreme, and there was a lot of negativity about it. So we tried to keep it balanced, but I cannot give you a time scale, but I think this is one area. And then we should also, I mean, every time we should learn from China, and China, even at the WTO, they are leading. So, you know, if we should consult with them, but, you know, I'm not showing off, but when I was there in China, any new initiative, anything, the Chinese ambassador and we would discuss it beforehand, how it's going to benefit, what we can do, what not do. So this is the way to go forward, to engage internationally, to see where the rest of the world is going, and then bilaterally with China. I think that's really can quicken everything for us in digital field.
Thank you. Professor Yuan, can you please also comment on the opening up of the warehouses of Alibaba and other like e-commerce giants in Pakistan?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. Actually, as far as I know, I think that there are already many Chinese tech firms has already invested in Pakistan. I think also including Alibaba and Tencent also has cooperation and investment in Pakistan. But getting back to the question of when can Pakistan realize the smile and pay like in China, I think it needs a process. Also, China didn't realize this in one day. I think first we need a sound technological base, industrial base, the basic industry. I mean, that which is necessary and to support the growth of high-tech firms is important. Also, infrastructure. I think step by step, I really am very confident that Pakistan will realize this very soon. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I just want to make a small comment that before that, the Punjab border used to remain closed for 4 to 5 months due to like the harsh weather. But now the both governments agreed to open it for the whole 12 months a year. So now the transportation of goods will be more easy from Pakistan to China and from China to Pakistan. So can you please give a mic in the front row? Then it's your turn.
Thank you very much. My name is Khalid Hafiz and I'm Vice Chancellor for BUTEMS, which is Balochistan University of Information Technology, Engineering Management Sciences. Some comments made for universities, so I need to ask a question on that basis. And yesterday we were talking about the existence of universities. Do we need to have universities? And today we are getting to a stage we know that the universities will be the driver for innovation and the engine of growth. So I think the talk of that is heartening to hear that. But there are two questions. One is, I am all for CPAC and I'm all about skill development myself with the AI in PhD in AI in 1992. So a lot of going on in this direction. But there are two things which I've been listening from different people, and I thought I must ask panels to have an answer to that. First thing is that from Pakistan's side, there is a lot of reservation from the academia that the bureaucratic process do not trust the university knowledge base. There's a kind of prudence, there's a kind of rubbishness from the bureaucrats that the university people who have spent 30 years, 20 years in developing their knowledge base has nothing to do in policy making. And I will give two examples. Last year we were sitting in here with the PIDE conference with the CPAC 2. And we did talk about that, okay, whatever is done as a hardcore for the CPAC 1, now we need to go in terms of developing relationships and human elements. It should be open to the other people in terms of policy making. So from the Pakistani side, I don't know if the ambassador thinks it's his area to respond, that why this attitude is there in the bureaucrats, that those people who are educated from the Pakistani universities, when they become a second secretary, they have all rubbishness for universities that we have nothing to add into. And my second question is that I've been to China last year with Nanjing University. I'll be going next month to Beijing University as well in terms of developing these collaborations. But coming from Balochistan, one of the reservations which is coming through, that the partnership has to be in between two equals, and not necessarily this partnership arrangement which we're having is seen in that direction. And there are examples with the Chinese partnership in, for example, in some other countries in Africa, in Sri Lanka and Albania and so on. So there is a fear from general public, and I'm talking especially from the Balochistan perspective, that it is seen, Pakistan may be seen as an extended market for China rather than developing a equal partnership. So how we can relieve that reservation? So that will be my question to Professor Young Lee. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Manzoor? Yeah, need your small comment on the question number 1. No problem.
Okay, I'll comment, and if something is missing, let me know and I'll get back to it. Yes, I fully share that view, and it's very unfortunate. But it's kind of from both sides. Academia doesn't engage because they think of these, babus and bureaucracy, and they also do the same thing. But my own experience, for example, just give you one example. when we were doing this WTO negotiation, especially on agriculture, there's some university in Brazil. They would do all the analysis data, they send it to their ambassador, and soon Brazil was the leader of that negotiation. They're so solid, everything. And I asked him, how does your bureaucracy? He said, no, nothing to do with our bureaucracy. There's a university back home. I send whatever questions you ask, I send them, and they send it back to me. So we needed far more. I mean, one other example. Last year, just before the budget, we wanted to prepare something for the government on taxation and tariff reforms, etc. And Mahmood Khalid was, and PIDE did a lot of work for us. Unfortunately, it came a little bit too late, but one of the problems, the government didn't really seriously look at it. I worked for the government for 35 years, but I know that, they think, oh, but it's not solid, but they have to, yeah, there's some truth in that. But the more you do it, the more you interact, the better things will come. And also I think it will be a great thing to connect far off universities like Balochistan with the federal government. Because federal government in Islamabad, they just look at Islamabad, everybody's Islamabad. So what's happening is a PIDE or a NUST or something. But, people like you will be able to. So I feel there's something needs to be done here.
Thank you. Professor Yuan, the second question is from you regarding the partnership is always between the equals. And is Pakistan is the extended market for China? So please give your comment on that.
I think that there are a lot of win-win opportunities. And also, I think that, of course, the partnerships are equal. And I mean that we cannot say that simply say Pakistan is an extended market for China. And also China is a big market for Pakistan products. I mean, this relation is based on mutual trust, mutual support, and mutual benefit. And also, I think that, for example, the CPEC and the Belt and Road Initiative, it's through, the cooperation, especially infrastructure, industry, now extended also to digital cooperation and also environment, but also people to people. It's all around cooperation. And I think that through this, actually China's aim is to build the connectivity, connect China's market to its partners' market, connect share China's development also to its partners. And I think also China knows that to let the Belt and Road Initiative become a success and the CPEC success, it's not enough just China do it alone. Also, it's participation from its partners are really, really important. So I think that, for example, the resolution adopted last year confirms that China will committed to open up its market, will import more products from its partners. So I think that I believe that in the future we will see more and more also imports from Pakistan. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. I share the same thoughts. The last year was the first year that Pakistan was in surplus in agriculture products export to China. So things are changing. And as I told you, red chili, a cherry from GB, dairy goods, meat. Now a lot of things are exporting, and China welcoming a lot of Pakistani agriculture products. So I will take the last question as the time is.
Just one little addition here.
Please.
Just recently, PIDE took a very good initiative of placing their students in various government, departments, and they're even offering to pay them some stipend to do that. And I think that's a very good initiative for both sides, because once these students are there, and that breaks the barrier. And I think the other universities can follow that route.
Yeah. Even yesterday, the 300 students from Pakistan went to like China for the agriculture training, and all funded like by the government of Pakistan. So I think second last question from the last line, please. Ji, last line. Yeah. After that, you will be the last.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. We have been talking about growth through digital transformation, and there are certain conditioning factors to it. One of them we have talked was the institutional reforms or institutional quality. The second, I think, is the human capital, the skills development, the education and the training. So how can we reform our education system to prepare for the digital future, and what are the takeaways from Chinese experience in this regard? Thank you.
Yes, just yesterday we had a very enlightening discussion on it. I would recommend that if you can go to that. But learning from the Chinese side, as I've talked about it earlier as well, that their main driver for growth are basically emerging, stemming from the universities. Whether be it's the evidence for policy, whether it's the R&D for tech development, innovation hubs, and also business facilitation. But as I mentioned earlier, that it has to be the ecosystem which is going to facilitate all this. It's not going to be just focusing on just element and leaving the other. And as Dr. Manzoor rightly mentioned, there has to be consistency in the policy. If we leave it in halfway, then this even learning experience is not going to help us.
Thank you. There are some initiatives like taken by the government of Pakistan with China, like 20,000 scholarship for the Pakistani student to go to China for master and PhD. 200,000 like the young graduates will be trained by the Huawei, and as I told you, like a new initiative to train 1,000 agriculture scientists in China. 300 went yesterday. So a lot of initiatives at the government level as well as at the university levels are underway. So we have one last question. Thank you.
My question is from Dr. Manzoor Ahmed. Sir, you have mentioned a single window, and that for sure has accelerated our trade. But my question would be, what is the development on the front that our local producers and suppliers are not digitally connected, nor locally, nor internationally? So is there any policy working, or is there any development on that front?
I don't know, but I had a feeling that our people who are into international trade, they are, you know, I don't know the exact number, but you know, they're all kind of whoever in any meaningful trade, they are connected to this, and all this processing takes place through that. Maybe your question is something different?
Sir, I'm asking about supply chain disruption, the local supply chain. They are not digitally present.
Yes, yes. The loop is not complete. Yes, you're right. And I think every year is making a difference. I mean, they are just, they have these targets. Okay, we have just taken this, we have taken this. I think last week they were able to do this aviation division. I mean, there are some areas still missing, but they're quickly getting onto it. I think that's what I feel. But I'm on the governing council of that single window, but I don't know day to day what's happening there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, as we are concluded to today's engaging panel discussion on CPEC 2.0 Digital Leap, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, for their valuable insights and thought-provoking contribution. Today's session has reinforced the understanding that CPEC is no longer just a series of infrastructure projects. And in the CPEC Phase 2, the information technology, science and technology, agriculture technology will be the lead. And we have heard how China's digital economy now contributed over 50% of their GDP and has been shaped by bold policy moves, state support, robust infrastructure, and a thriving innovation system. Its global leadership in 5G deployment, AI, fintech, and electric mobility is not accidental. It is a result of long-term vision, investment in human capital, and sustained institutional support. As Pakistan embraced CPEC Phase 2 and especially in the innovation corridor of CPEC Phase 2, the vision must also be transformative. The proposed 5 new corridors offer an ambitious yet achievable roadmap, but as several of our panelists emphasize, the success of these initiatives depends upon policy coherence across institutions, efficient project implementation, local ownership and regional equity, and digital inclusion and human development. Our panel today underscored the need for strategic partnership, capacity building, and technological transfer, areas where China's experience offer valuable lesson. Moreover, with the restructuring institution like Center of Excellence for CPEC, we hope to see a stronger research policy link that guides evidence-based decision-making in the next chapter of CPEC. Thank you very much.
As we conclude this session, I would now request Dr. Nadeem Javed to present souvenirs as a token of appreciation. Kindly join us on stage. I request Dr. Yon Lee to come forward and receive his souvenir. I now request Dr. Manzoor Ahmed to receive his souvenir. And Dr. Hassan Bakar Raja.
On behalf of Masoud Saab, as he left, I request Mr. Riyu to receive his souvenir on behalf of Huawei.
Dr. Muzammil Zia. Dr. Mahmood Khalid. Kindly gather for a group photos.
I request you all to kindly move to the courtyard for the lunch, and after lunch we're having our prestigious Mehboob-ul Haq lecture, which will start at 1:30 p.m. sharp. So we're heading for the lunch, and at 1:30 we will gather again in CBR for Mehboob-ul Haq lecture. Thank you so very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now begin a very thought-provoking session, the Mehboob-ul Haq Lecture, centered on the theme Rethinking Sovereignty in the Digital Age. This lecture delves into how technological shifts are challenging traditional notions of governance, autonomy, and national policy. To moderate this intellectually rich discussion, I'm honored to welcome Dr. Asma Haider, Dean of the School of Economics and Social Sciences at IBA, Karachi. To moderate this, Dr. Haider's profound academic work and leadership in economics and public policy, combined with her engagement on global development issues, make her uniquely positioned to guide this intellectual conversation. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Asma Haider to the stage.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for introducing me. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I am Asma Haider and I teach economics at IBA Karachi. And also today I am hosting this session. It is a true honor for me to host this session at 38th Annual Conference of PSDE. This is a tradition at PSDE that at every annual conference or meeting, there are three keynote lectures, which basically set the tone. And one of them is the Mehboob-ul Haq lecture. And this Mehboob-ul Haq lecture is more toward the policy and planning and also about the practice. So we are very honored that for this session, we have a professor, in this annual meeting, we have Professor Mohammad Jamil Seer with us. Thank you very much, sir, for coming here. The title of the talk is Rethinking Sovereignty in the Digital Age. So give me some time to introduce Professor Seer. He is a thought leader in the area of digital government, citizen centricity, and customer experience, and an advisor to the senior leaders in the government and in the public sector. For a very long period of time, he worked with the British government, almost more than 12 years. And he worked with three prime ministers, Margaret Thatcher, John Major, and Tony Blair. And after that, Mohammed Seer moved to the private sector, and now since last 20 years, he has been advising and helping the government and public sector organization in different regions. He is currently working at Ernst & Young and leading the digital government practices across the MENA region. He is also professor of practice at the School of International Affairs, Sciences Po, France. He is author of many books and papers. His latest book is, the title of his latest book is Becoming Digital Nation, Reimagining the Countries for the Digital Era. Thank you very much, sir, for coming Pakistan and also coming to PIDE for this talk. So I would request you to please be on stage. So, sir, before you start the lecture, I would like to invite the chair. So our chair is Rana Ehsan Afzal Khan, coordinator of the Prime Minister. Sir, if you are here, please join. Yeah, please come on stage. And we are very lucky to have two distinguished discussants, very renowned, very good, well-established researcher. First, Dr. Shujat is here. He is the research. He is chief of research at PIDE. And Dr. Iftikhar, he is HOD, PIDE School of Economics. Please be on stage. Professor Seer, now the mic is yours, please.
Thank you, Asma, much appreciated. And first of all, let me start with a big thank you to PIDE and PSDE to inviting me over here. It's a great honor. I've been here for the last 2 days and really listened to some very great debates, discussions, and sharing of knowledge, which is amazing, and learned myself quite a bit as well. So it's a pleasure that I'm here amongst you guys. There's a lot of knowledge in this room, so I'm a bit cautious when I speak about things because you are academics who are shaping the world and the future. But I will try my best, and I'll start with basically using and sharing a title that I like to think of myself as, and that is a Chief Disruption Officer. I was in the journey of writing the book which Asma mentioned about becoming digital nations. And towards the end of it, when I was thinking about many aspects of my life, I wanted to connect the dots and give myself a title, what I really believe and want to be doing and going forward as well. And when I looked behind all of the things I've done from the time I started my career within the UK civil service as a public servant, it was always around trying to disrupt what existed for the better of tomorrow. Innovation, sometimes we gave it a name, sometimes we gave a different name to it, customer experience, customer centricity, or process re-engineering and improvement. And my journey in life has been around all of those areas. So I felt the best way to describe myself or want to be known as is the Chief Disruption Officer. Also, some of my thoughts tend to go out of the box, so that's why I feel starting with the Chief Disruption Officer hopefully lands well with you guys at what I'm going to be talking about. The second thing very quickly, and this is not about giving a plug to my book, but I just wanted to start the journey of today with this because many of the things I'm going to be talking about are kind of culminated in the book I wrote. And the concept of the book was to think about where we are as nations and how can we transform nations to truly changing the narrative and do something that is truly citizen-centric. So becoming digital nations was about reflecting that in a paper form, things that I was talking about or writing about or having in my mind that we should be doing. And so reimagining the countries that we live in today for the digital era was important. And the dot will be connected when I continue with my talk and speak about some of the things that I'm going to speak about. So the topic of today is sovereignty in the digital era. And it won't be logical to have a conversation about this topic without we first framing the two concepts that are here. One is it about sovereignty. We all may have a different view of sovereignty, or our definition may be the same. But it's important that I bring that definition to the same context of all of us from where I'm standing. So you understand when I talk about sovereignty in the digital era, what does it actually mean? The second concept on the slide is about digital era. What is digital era? And what is digital? These are subjects or topics that many people are trying to answer. And it's no one answer to this question. So I want to then start the journey by first going into defining what digital era is. I will then go into talking about sovereignty, and then I'll bring these two together and try to reflect on what does it mean of sovereignty in the digital era of today. So to start with, a small exercise for all of you. I love to do this picture thing because it brings forward a real important concept. So I want those of you who see this as a duck to put their hands up, please. Be bold, it's okay, there's no right or wrong, okay? Those of you who see this as a rabbit, put your hands up, please. Okay, so it's fair to say the same audience sees the same picture in two different ways. I call this perspective. It's important for me to start this journey of conversation with you guys because I'm not trying to do your psychoanalysis, but it's about all of us have perspectives. We could be looking at the same picture, the same policy, the same strategy, but having two different perspectives about it. When we talk about data privacy laws, some look at it as a positive, some look at it as negative. Some look at it from a control, some look at it as a way to regulate and safeguard. So it's important that I land this with you because what I'm going to talk about is my perspective. So please, you don't have to accept it, you don't have to believe it, but that's my perspective. If you like it, great. If you don't, you still have your own perspectives. So I'm going to start with the basic concept of IT and digital. Please hands up, all of you who think these are the same things. Be brave. They may not be. They are. They are the same things. So anyone else thinks it's the same things? And that's a right perspective. No harm in that perspective, of course. Those who think it's not the same thing, please put up your hand. Okay. Fair share. I think we have two camps. My perspective, it is that these are two different but distinct things. When we look at IT strategy, for me, this is a technical answer to a business question. What is that business question? That business question is, how will IT help the organization operate? Or it's about how it will help the government operate? Or how will it help the country operate? When we look at the digital question is a different question. Digital strategy is a business answer to a digital question. And that digital question is, how should our organization evolve to survive or thrive in the digital era we are living in today? Or the government, or the country. Now, these may seem as simple things, but you can imagine the journey we will take if we looked at it from the IT lens and use an IT hammer to solve every problem, versus looking at this as a transformation lens of how do we do what we do, how do we perform our mandate in the digital era we're living in. And I'll bring this to life in a minute with some examples, and hopefully I'll be able to convince you that this is the route to take, not the other one. So for me, there is no such thing as a digital strategy. It is an organizational strategy, or a government strategy, or a country strategy, because it's about redefining, reimagining how the country, the government, or the company operates in the digital era we're living in today. It's a much broader problem or question to solve. So I want you to think differently. And that's one of the key themes of what I'm trying to bring forward to all of you guys, and a theme in my book as well. We need to think differently if we really want to benefit from the capabilities of the digital era we're living in today. We need to be thinking from a perspective of not digital organizations, but organizations in the digital era. Governments in the digital era, and countries in the digital era. The digital era is now. It's not tomorrow, it wasn't yesterday, it started, but it is now. So it's important that we do something about this whole philosophy now and not wait for tomorrow. So when we talk about the digital era, I just took the definition from Cambridge Dictionary so that it's not just about me who's saying something, it's about an empirical document that is actually referenced by many. It talks about digital era is in which many things are done by computers and large amounts of information are available because of computer technology. But what's more important for me is that it also talks about new business models have emerged. And that's the part we often miss. And that's why looking at transformation of digital or digital transformation from the broader lens is important, because it opens our mind to asking those bigger questions. So let me quickly confirm to you that what is happening in the world and why it is even important for us to look at digital and sovereignty. Not so long ago, we were doing many things in a siloed way, whether it is entertainment, whether it was shopping, whether it was doing schooling, etc. Everything is colliding into one device or the internet. And this is not me who's saying this. The figures are telling us this. Globally, average time spent by people who are users of the internet is 6.5 hours a day. That's almost 80% or 70% of the working day. We look at the other numbers, you look at the growth rate that we are talking about, the percentages that we're seeing on each one of them. What's even most important for me is 58% of global advertising spend is in the digital world, not in the physical world. So it's giving an indication how the economy is shifting towards a digital world. 5.5 billion 5G connections by 2030, 125 billion connected devices by 2030. What does that mean? There's only 8 billion people in the world. It means that we are going to have multiple devices connected doing things for us, not just our phones. And when we talk about data, the quantum of data that is being produced or will be produced by 2028 is 393.9 zettabytes of new data, as opposed to 1.2 in 2010. That's a significant lift, and it's going to even accelerate more. If you look at the growth rate for social media or internet, again, it is at a 7.4 or 8%. You look at the different industries, whether it is the medicine, the medical healthcare industry, or education, or the payments industry, all of them are predicting huge growth in those industries. So what does this all mean? This means that our world has actually become digital and is fast becoming digital. We can define digital world as one in which the use of digital era business models and technologies to communicate, work, play, sell, buy, educate, entertain, and do pretty much everything we want to using the internet. So countries are becoming digital nations, whether we like it or not. A digital nation can be considered as one where all the actors in the country, whether it's citizens, businesses, residents, users, visitors, are using digital technologies to the max to do what they do. The economy is predominantly made up of what I call digital native businesses. These are businesses which are, in the main, operating and delivering in the online space. Uber is a hybrid where you access it online, but you consume it physically. But there are many businesses which are online fully. You access it fully online and you consume it, like Netflix or YouTube. But also emerging technologies and digital era business models are being leveraged to the max. I translate this into these three pillars existing in country: a digital society or a highly digitalized society, a digital economy or highly digitalized economy, and digital governance or highly digitalized governance. So this means we need to be thinking as digital nations, not as nations purely, because that's where most of the battles are being played. I'm going to reflect a little bit on this from a digital economy perspective, because again, I feel we are taking a view, an approach, which is not going to transform Pakistan as a country. 15%, according to the World Bank, and if you take Gartner or Forrester's, probably around about 18%. So let's say between 15 and 18% is the current contribution of digital economy to the overall economy. But what's important to note is that the digital economy is growing at 2.5 times faster than the conventional economy. What does that mean? That means at some point in time, the digital economy will be bigger than the physical economy. So it's a question, where do I play? It's a strategic question. Where do I play as a nation? In the physical economy or the digital economy? And by the way, I have a definition for a digital economy, and it is nothing like what most people define a digital economy as. For me, the digital economy is that blue part in the second, which is digital products. The rest of what we talk about is the IT industry, not the digital economy. So the YouTubes or Spotify's of the world, the Ubers of the world are the digital economy. So let's not confuse ourselves by thinking of the digital economy is about IT. And IT exports is, yes, very important, but it's not the digital economy. And if we stay on that trajectory, our trajectory will be very slow and very low. And I'll tell you why. If you look at the value chain and you look at what's happening across the board, you have digital dominating value chain by these companies which are like Netflix, YouTube's, and Disney of the world, because they are really disrupting and taking value. And before going into some other elements of the digital economy, I want to very quickly reflect on AI, because AI came as a topic yesterday as well. And I want to share an example, because those of you who believe and those people who have a perspective that the AI will not disrupt nations and economies, I feel the opposite. This is an example of a digital platform, AI-based digital platform, called Luca. Those of you who have not experimented with this, please go and do. This one platform is disrupting the whole advertising creative industry. Why? For $120, I can not just get a logo for my brand, I can get the complete branding kit, which includes all of those things: logo files, website, print shop, domain name, social media, cards, everything, in 5 minutes. And I'm not talking about this from just reading about it. I did it and created and used it. And it is astonishing. I was able to launch my website from within their platform because it already had content in there related to my business that I was talking about. And it already had my branding, logo, everything there. If this is not disruption, I don't know what disruption is. And if we think AI is not going to disrupt industries, I think we have to think again. And I can give you many, many examples like this. One of my favorites is actually a platform where I can take a news item, take the URL, cut, paste, and put it into their platform. It produces a podcast for me of two people talking to each other about that news item, as if it's human beings. So all those people who are producing podcasts, watch out. Also want to share some statistics, some news items. Saudi Arabia is putting $100 billion behind AI. That's not a fluke. It's not out thinking without understanding where the world is going. Abu Dhabi government announced by 2027 they will become the first in the world to be an AI native government. And this is not, again, just talked news items. I know because I work with them. They have 200 use cases they're working with. Trump, when he came into his new term, one of the first things he did was to give an executive order of AI to look at investment in the whole government and more. UK government is doing the same. This is a clip from 3 days ago. The UAE has launched an AI regulations office. Not to regulate regulate AI, but an AI regulations office that will regulate using AI all of the industries, whether it is banking, healthcare, etc. So this is the travel of direction. Pakistan's GDP is $374 billion, there or thereabouts, right? Amazing. Our exports is around 3 billion, I believe, or just thereabouts, less than 1% of the GDP. 32 billion exports, IT. IT is 3 billion. Yeah. Exports is higher. YouTube, market cap of 455 billion. Revenue of 31.5 billion, but if you add some of the other parts of the revenue, it's around 50 billion. One company. These are true digital businesses, digital economy companies. These 6 companies together are looking at something like $205 billion of revenue. Compare it with the GDP of Pakistan. Now imagine if it had been produced by Pakistan. What would be the destiny of the nation? So for me, this is the priority. If I look at Estonia, one of the smallest countries in the world, 1.2 million population, one of the smallest, has the highest per capita unicorns in the world, in Europe. by far, 7.7. UK, which is one of the largest economies, you can see the rest of them there as well. Interesting, right? Who says small can't punch above their weight? So digital economy, for me, has become the new battleground. And that's the narrative and that's the perspective I believe we should be taking forward if we truly want to do what we are trying to do, URAAN Pakistan. It's not going to happen in the conventional way. Because there's a threat as well, right? So what's the threat? The threat is that digital businesses are borderless. How do you control? How do you make sure that you get the revenue that is being generated by YouTube and Netflix, unless you have ways of controlling and getting that? So you know what's going to happen? If you don't get to become the disruptor, someone's going to disrupt you. Revenue will be sucked out of the country, not the other way around. But it's an opportunity as well at the same time, because it's a new playground which everyone is trying to figure out. And Pakistan has an advantage. What's that advantage? The advantage is you have one of the highest youth populations in the world. And they are tech savvy. How do you channel that energy? How do you make it work for you as a nation? So the digital world is borderless. Someone sitting in any part of Pakistan can start a company today. And I was talking about my startup, which I've done, to do with emotional well-being for youth. And the question was, where am I focused? I said, the globe, of course, because it's a digital business. I'm not going to start with thinking about it from a geographic theory perspective. I may start with its marketing in a particular nation, but it's a borderless global business from day one. The other aspect I want to share, and it's very important to keep in mind, especially for policymakers, there is a population mix shift. I don't know how many of us realize what that means. Number one, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta are going to make up the largest proportion of the world economy by 2030. What does that mean? That means that is really your target. It's only a few years from now, 5 years from now, it's going to be the largest population. Guess what? We have, well, if you add now Beta into it, we have 7 generations that we need to deal with. But the largest is going to be obviously Beta Alpha and Z. But what's interesting is the characteristics about each one of them are very different. The leadership style that a generation Alpha is looking for is very different to what the Gen Z or the Gen Y or the Gen X. You cannot govern a country, you cannot govern a company, you cannot govern even your own home if you don't understand what is the characteristics and the needs and wants of this generation. Those of you who have kids in Z or Alpha will probably figure out why they have challenges with their children now, because we haven't figured out what they want, what they are. Look at the leadership style. They want inspiring, or they don't want the command and control, or the, driver. So, enough said. Disruptive, so is either to be disrupting someone or be disrupted. That is really the options we have. I believe Pakistan must focus on digital economy. And I think there should be a mission which is called Digital Economy Mission, and which is about mission digital unicorns. I am really pleased to see that URAAN Pakistan has an aspiration of 1 unicorn. Interesting aspiration. Think about if we were able to create 100. I mean, just take the calculation of Estonia and the population. They are 1.2 million. If we were to take that same ratio of conversion, where will the world be? So let's go into sovereignty now, very quickly. It is a science. It's an international concept and of basically a fundamental concept of actually political science and international law. What does it mean? It's about how do you make sure that you have ownership, in essence, of what you do within your own boundaries, your own territory as a nation, as a country. And the three main aspects is about, obviously not having external forces nudging you, taking you in a particular direction. Of course, you having the right to rule. So if you apply this to, for example, a country like Australia, that means obviously it's an island, number one, which is great. So you from a territory perspective, you are looking to safeguard that, your sovereignty from that perspective. But whatever you're doing from a sovereignty perspective, you're doing within your nation, within your country. So when we look at the sovereignty in the digital era, is pretty much different. It's very complex, much more complex than just protecting your borders and your territorial sovereignty. It includes a government's capacity to manage its digital environment, safeguard its interests, and assert independence in the online space. So it's extremely complex and important at the same time. And I'm going to use the benefit of some notes that I took earlier on, so I can share with you the full power of what I'm going to share with you. So let's look at the three types classically considered in the digital sovereignty space. One is about the cyber sovereignty, or sometimes known as the network sovereignty. What is this? It specifically refers to the governing entity's effort to create boundaries on a network like the internet within its borders, and exert control within those borders, often through law enforcement. It's the idea that states should have sole power within the network boundaries they set and claim that are theirs, similar to their physical territory boundaries. Very difficult to achieve, but that is the purpose. The technological sovereignty is aspects focus on a nation's control over the digital technology it uses, including the infrastructure, standard, rules, and design of these technologies. And the final one, which is for me the most important, the data sovereignty, refers to the level of control a nation has over the data they use and produce, including where the data is stored, which is known as data residency, who has legal control of it, which is data jurisdiction, how it is protected, and the ability to use the transfer freely. There are these reasons that I call important reasons for why we must be looking to keep the control on and have the sovereignty in our hands. First one, obviously, from a national security perspective, this is about control over digital infrastructure and data crucial for protecting against cyber attacks, espionage, and other threats that can have a significant impact on economy or society. From an economic interest perspective, you can look at digital sovereignty as the ability for nations to foster their own tech industries, regulate and have a strong digital economy which is regulated by themselves within their borders, and ensure they benefit from the wealth generated in the digital space. And this is what I was talking about earlier. If Netflix is going to just suck money out and we are going to get no share of that portion of revenue generated from Pakistan, then we are just going to be net flow exiting versus coming in. And then political autonomy perspective, this is about dependence on foreign technologies and platforms that can limit a nation's ability to make independent political decisions and can make it vulnerable to external influences. You can imagine, you can see how large tech companies influence policy making in different nations, even in their own nations. And then from a cultural perspective, for me, this is the most important. Nations should have the ability to protect their cultural values and norms, because content is being provided and created from anywhere in the world. It doesn't necessarily meet our own cultural values and standards. And then finally, data protection and privacy perspective, asserting control over data flows and who safeguards the data, the rights of the citizens, etc. I want to then just quickly talk about some of the challenges. Some of them I mentioned earlier on. Obviously, the borderless nature of this phenomena of the digital age and the digital world. The dominance of the tech companies, how they influence and can influence policymakers, because if you're dependent on something, then you obviously have little choice or space to maneuver. And the cross-border data flows as well. And then the cyber threats that potentially can come, because it can, from anywhere in the world, a cyber attack can come. You no longer are having to worry about seeing who's at your borders, who's trying to cross your border or make an attack. This can come from anywhere, anywhere, and anywhere in the world. And then, of course, there is a technological dependency. The more you are dependent and you become dependent, the less you become independent. And this balancing this security and openness is important, because you want to also move forward and enable the growth of the nation through innovation, through embracing emerging technologies. But at the same time, you want to balance the security of your nation. So now look at the picture in context, or look at Australia now in context of, yes, it is an island, but now it is actually part of the world, the digital world, because every country on the map is doing something digitally, selling goods, accessing, or you're communicating. So now the territory that you need to worry about managing is not just Pakistan or Australia, it is the world, because the digital world is the world, it's the new world, it's the online world, which is much more complex and big. And of course, everyone has their own laws and protections around this. So the way forward, what do I see as the way ahead? Thank you. For me, I'm a strong believer that we should do things by intent, by design. Sovereignty, so a sovereign digital economy by design. A sovereign digital nation by design. How do we create that digital economy? I've picked digital economy here is because of the need of the hour, that we need to really wake up and think about the digital economy from a different perspective. So we need to design our future from that perspective. And this means that we need to think about autonomy to govern our digital space, protect the citizens' data that is there, secure digital infrastructure, and shape the technological future according to the laws and wishes and values of the nation itself. We do this, we are able to move forward in a different way. Now, for me, these two goals of having a thriving digital economy and a robust digital sovereignty are not two separate concepts, but they are fundamentally intertwined. One cannot happen without the other. So we really need to work together in a connected way to build a strong digital economy whilst keeping digital sovereignty in mind. You'll be glad to know that I have come to the end of my presentation. And I like to always end with a great saying, which is the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But I had to do something one better. So for me, actually, the journey of the 1,000 miles does not begin with the first step. I'm sorry, Chinese philosopher, I have to beg to differ. It starts with imagination, the thought. But vision without execution is an illusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very thought-provoking lecture, and definitely it's time to take the step. So now, before we open the floor for question and answer, I would request Professor Iftikhar to come on stage. He is our first discussant. Also, he is head of department of School of Economics at PIDE.
Thank you, Dr. Asma. I'm really honored to be a discussant on Professor Sayer's thought-provoking discussion on two diverse topics. That is one, sovereignty, which we know with a very naive and closed-ended phenomenon, while on the other hand, it's being dealt with very delicately by the professor in a, that is in a digital age. So how we can navigate with sovereignty in a digital age. And thanks to PSDE for giving me this opportunity. It's an honor. So the traditional concept coming to the talk delivered by by Professor Sayer, if we talk about sovereignty in a classical way, it always have a closed-ended and a territorial concept attached to it. Normally we have in the world fiscal policy, monetary policy, trade policy, and the resource endowments that are being dealt with within a territory. But now in a digital era where this concept is no more valid, because data is the new oil and the data is there to influence everything, from this individual's perspective to the state's perspective to the organization's perspective. So that's indeed Professor Sayer dealt with very classic discussion, starting from the perspective and prospects, going and ending with the sovereignty that yes, we also need that with certain phenomenon. So for us as a nation, as a human race, this challenge to sovereignty is not new. Like starting from the 90s where the protectionism was hit by the globalization and the opening up of the economies, and now we are in an era of the rapid digitalization where the borders are blurred. We don't have any borders as such now if we want to blend in with the world. So this definitely, the topic is in that sense challenging. But as Sia also said that what's in there for Pakistan. So he rightly pointed out that youth population and bulging digital economy is what Pakistan have, and this digital transformation offers us huge, immense potential to tap on. Successful IT and IT-enabled services are what the government is after, and we have achieved billions out of it, and we are targeting to have some more billions. 10 billions is a target in a few years from now. But if we want to come back to the topic, so economics, the topic has evolved from sovereignty to the economic sovereignty. So for economic sovereignty, what's important is that now the data don't recognize borders. So we have cross-border data flows We need to move to the digital taxation. There are cryptocurrencies which need to be dealt with, and there are certain policies which are being followed. But at the end, there comes where we need restrictions, where we need oversight, is the cybersecurity, because we need to honor personal boundaries. So what the lecture did is that it's provided a thorough grounding to the whole perspective, to the whole discussion, that we need to move from the territorial sovereignty to a transformed phenomenon, that is digital landscape. And he rightly so mentioned the opportunities and the disruptions faced by the society and the governance models that are around. So what's in there for Pakistan, that how, at what stage we are in? I'll be discussing certain policies like Digital Pakistan policy, National Cyber Security policy, Cloud First policy, which combines the opportunity with the positive restrictions that we shouldn't be going into personal spaces without responsibility. So at the end, I will discuss certain perspectives and certain recommendations from the Pakistan's point of view. So the first thing with I don't need to discuss or repeat whatever Dr. Sear said. It's very well thought out and it's very clear. That's what the opportunities are. What comes to my mind is that we need to perspectualize that, give it perspective in the context of Pakistan. What's happening in Pakistan is that there is a significant gap between policy formulation and implementation. We acknowledge that analysis could delve deeper into the underlying political economy reasons. That's why we are more protective regarding our sovereignty. Then there are topics which we need to ponder upon, like institutional weaknesses, bureaucratic inertia, political instability, and certain elite capture, which makes us more worry about this topic. Then there are certain aspects where, as we are experimenting with the policies, so the Personal Data Protection Bill is more savvy, or is more, it needs more protection against the Cloud First policy, which basically says that we should have the data centers within Pakistan, but it has certain tensions over the people in the businesses. Then operationalizing this strategic influence, which Sear said that we need to open up, but we also need to control. So that delicate balance also needs certain discussion, which I think the forum will also contribute to. And then quantification and prioritization is also required, that within the policies what we need to do first, and then how to prioritize within the extensive range of policy recommendations that we are in the third day of this conference. So we had a lot of conversation and policy recommendations. So how to contextualize and how to prioritize is what we need. Then global alliances, the lecture touches upon the broader geographical context. Like currently we are looking at the US-China issues. So a single case, a single public policy instrument can disrupt the world. That's the world we are living in. So we need to reflect upon that as well. So at the end, I will say that Professor Sear did justice to the topic, and we as a nation are not unaware of the potential, but somehow we have also tried different policies in the recent years, like starting from Digital Pakistan policy, personal protection, data protection bill, cyber security policy, Pakistan Cloud First policy, national data governance policy, e-commerce policy, Then we are having Council for Cryptocurrency and Digital Currencies. Then PICA is there, Prevention of Electronic Crime. So we are trying our best, but we definitely need certain more input on these policies, that how to prioritize these policies and come up with the best outcome that we can have while we go for the revenues and while we go for the opportunities from this digital age. So with this, I'll conclude my discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iftikhar, for mentioning a few of the challenges. Mohammed, would you like to reply for his comment, or I should ask the second discussant?
I think maybe continue and then
Okay. Now I would like to request Dr. Shujaat, Chief of Research at PIDE, for his comments.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Sir, for a very thought-provoking discussion that now countries are becoming digital nation because internet is beyond border and internet is a global nature. So due to this internet, due to this digital era, our businesses models are changing. So you can say that, as you have rightly pointed out, that now businesses are not running in silos, they are in one composition. And you can see, for example, there is Amazon, there you can see Apple. So there is a lot of innovation and competition. So without, for example, innovation, you cannot compete. And lot of informations are emerging. So for example, you have, as you have mentioned, that on average, a person is using internet 5 to 6 hours per day. So first we were talking on digital era. So you know that as lot of data is emerging, so lot of issues are emerging. So that's why we are talking on, you know, that digital sovereignty. So right now, this digital sovereignty, that is a complex issue, because a nation, a country, a state, it requires a fair balance to protect nations' rights, interests, citizens, and especially while promoting the digital ecosystem. So you know that right now, countries are facing a lot of challenges. As you have mentioned, that there is a lot of influence of global tech companies and leading nations, because they are selling the technology. So they have your data and individual data, for example, where you are sitting, where is your movement, what are you eating. So a lot of, you know, that there is pressure on your cultures, pressure on behaviors. And second, you know that there are geopolitical tensions. You can see a lot of regime changes in many countries, so due to this data. And then especially there is disinformation. So you can see that there are fake information, lot of wrong algorithms are generating, and even you have certain controls. Even you can see there is reservations on the Twitter that it is biased to certain nations and certain ethnicity groups. So that is a big challenge, that how a country like Pakistan, where we are in a transition, we are the 4th largest potential country of digital era. We are right now the 3rd largest country in freelancing. And we have a lot of potential, because 60% of our population is below 30 years age. So how we can protect this state sovereignty? So you know that there are a lot of models that are working. First is that nations build everything. They build their infrastructure, they build all content, as China has done. So can Pakistan do such? European Union right now, they are trying to build certain regulations through which they want that digital content should be built as per their need. But there are certain studies that are saying that it will lead to internet fragmentation. And there are also questions on the regulations, because you can see there are certain firewalls, may be good, may be bad, but you know that these digital regulations, a country, developing country, have to very carefully design these regulations. And then there is freedom of expression, and absolutely there is expression, privacy, freedom of expression, right to information. So these are all the challenges. So, Professor, I have two questions for you. That right now the biggest challenge is how we create a rights enabling environment that takes into account the societal dynamics, including our cultures, including our values, to shape our digital experiences. And since as we navigate the complexities of the digital sovereignty, our online landscape is undergoing a profound transformation. The internet that were earlier considered that it is decentralized, it is borderless, now countries are making regulations to control it. So in this emerging landscape, the flow of data and information increasing, subject to scrutiny and regulation. So will we find ourselves in a world where the internet is once again a reflection of physical world with its own walled cities and gated communities, how we will perceive after 5 years, 10 years? So my first question is that how a country like Pakistan, it should balance our interests, our citizen rights, and we also wish to promote digital system as we have investigated in our URAAN Pakistan document. And second, how we can build the systems by considering ethics, values, and our culture preservation. Thank you.
So very quickly, thank you.
Please continue.
So very quickly, I think, look, there are three possibilities. Let's look at what the possibilities are. Do nothing, become extremely control freaked, or find a hybrid in between somewhere. If we look at, for example, what the European Union is doing with the GDPR, and then they're creating the digital market, they created the Digital Markets Act and then the Digital Services Act. All of these are designed to try and regulate something that was totally unregulated. And there's a realization that we now need to find a balance between no regulation and some regulation. Even Europe has had to go down that route. Why? Because they discovered that whilst innovation is great, they were seeing a breakdown of cultural norms and also revenue flows from the nations themselves. So, for example, the Markets Act is all about ensuring that there is no one dominant player that can control and move the market. And this is the biggest challenge we have. Because globally we allowed a few dominant players to get to the size they have, it's very difficult now. Facebook can move a policy, thought process, because of the global nature of its followership. Twitter can do the same. YouTube can do the same. And these are platforms which have become so big. So that's the part of the challenge and problem. If we look at what China did with obviously the Great Firewall, their idea was we want to still look at territorial boundary as the digital world boundary. And that's an approach, of course. It's something to explore. Russia, not so far off it, with their RunNet, basically trying to look at creating their own version of the internet so that they can manage. There's no silver bullet, is my reflection on this.
And there's a North Korea model.
And there's a North Korea model as well. Totally cut the world out from everyone else. It has to be organically driven from inside the country, which reflects the policies and views and cultures of the country itself. But it has to be based on what is most important for the nation. Protecting its values, its culture, or is it about protecting its revenue, or is it about something else? Now, when it comes to technology, I've been always a big, let's say, promoter of open source. There is so much open source technology that exists that we can take and we can leverage. I can tell you as a strategy, because I work with the Saudi government as well, they have created an open source strategy for government. And they have not just created an open source strategy for government to try and drive their government to use as a first choice open source. They've actually created a marketplace, a digital marketplace, which is live today. And in that digital marketplace, the view is that they will get all government organizations to store and put their open source, every product they have created using open source, or even products that they have created which they have IP for, but because they use someone. Why? Because as a first step, they want to say, if something's already built, let's not rebuild it. So across government, they will be able to share all of this that exists, and rather than having dependency on open source, number one, licensed, they will be on more and more on open source, and they will drive that. And now they are looking at the next step, which is how do we encourage adoption of open source strategy by the government. So it's a journey, and their reason, one of the reasons which they don't document about was to have digital sovereignty. So reduce their dependency on the big brands of the world, so they are not controlled. I hope that answers the couple of questions that were put.
Thank you very much for explaining. So now we can open the floor, but just to keep the debate going, Mohammed, I would like to further, I'm just curious about your own experience in the MENA region. So because forming these regulation and policies, because all these things are very complex, so a lot of software, soft infrastructure and physical infrastructure, the cloud services, the social platform, there's so many things, very complex, this ecosystem is very complex. So for instance, the regulation which are developed by, for instance, by EU, so if we bring all those regulations, so how much, why and why not? So what is your experience, for instance, in the MENA region?
My view, even in the MENA region, is, and they have tried to do this, those countries which try to just take and copy-paste failed.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand the essence of what they're trying to achieve, and then contextualize it for your own country. The core principles around the data protection model in Europe is about the user, the citizen, is the one who owns their data. And they have the right to give consent who can use their data. I'll give you a very good example. Again, difficult to do, but it's possible. Estonia, they allow for each one of their citizens to have access to see across the entire government who has accessed their data. So if, for example, I was a doctor and I went and I accessed your data about trying to see where you live, and I don't have right to do that, it will be recorded. And their philosophy, and some people talk about, we should have paper versus data. Their philosophy is, and I was speaking to the ex-president who actually started this whole journey. He said, listen, if I went to go into a doctor's room for an appointment and my file was open on the desk, and then I went into another room, I can never know who came and saw my information. But with the digital world, the signature is there. I can always, So it's not about cut and paste, it's about understanding, going to the core. If you allow me 1 minute, I will use an example to bring to life also a concept that I talk about in the book, which is about reimagining versus doing digital transformation, and it'll hopefully answer some of the questions that you are thinking about. The classic approach to transformation, digital transformation, is the acceptance that the product I have is the right thing, it should exist, so I'm going to transform this. That's the premise. Or the process is the right process. Even if I'm re-engineering it, I am living with the context that the product is the right product. And I'm going to use an example to demonstrate why that is wrong. So a classic approach for digital transformation, let's take passport as a product. What will they do? How can I make the digital application or application process, make it digital and easy to do? How do I make the actual processing of the application easy to do using technology? I even may make it totally automated, algorithm based, so that if it's fitting all the criteria, no human is even looking into it. Great. And the product, I can make it smarter, I can make it tamper-proof so no one can copy it. That would be an amazing transformation if happened fully, easily go online, do it. I can even go to the next level, which is what I call proactive. So my passport is expiring in 2 months or 3 months, and the government sends a push notification to me that your passport is expiring, would you like me to send you your new passport? That would be amazing, right? Not even have to go and apply for something. And I swipe right no, or swipe left no, and right yes, and then there's maybe a couple of steps I need to do, verification or new biometrics or whatever. That would be amazing. Or it can even move to what I call predictive, which is your passport is expiring in 2 years' time, but you've been doing so much travel that maybe you run out of pages, and I reach out to you again as a concerned government serving the citizen, because I want to take the friction out of the system, and I don't want you to be chasing me, I will chase you. So push notification comes, I know that your passport is not expiring for 2 years, would you like me to send you your new passport? Swipe right yes, or swipe left no. But to me, that is answering the wrong question. That is a classic mistake I think many countries are making. The way I would like to take this journey is what I call a reimagination. Let's start with asking the fundamental question, why does a passport exist? What's its purpose? Its purpose is to enable travel. Then ask the next question, how do I enable travel in the digital age that I'm living in? And that's why I say at the beginning, we should be looking at countries, products, companies in the digital age, not the other way around. When we look at it from that lens, I'm sure all of you agree with me, passport has passed its sell-by date. Because biometrics, facial recognition enables travel. I come and go from Dubai without having to give my passport, because the technology exists. So what's the problem to solve for? Not a better application process, not automation and digital transformation of the product. Actually, is a business model change. It's an operating model change. How do I enable to share data safely, securely, and protect the rights of the people? So when you leave Pakistan and you get to Japan, you leave this border without having to give your passport, and you get into that border without having to get into. See what I mean? That is the fundamental shift. And I'll just take 30 seconds to give another example, which is of birth certificate. Why does a birth certificate exist? And why are we so interested in creating a digital version of it? Birth certificate fulfills a role. The role is someone wants to know your birth, who you born to, where you were born, for a purpose. Maybe it's opening a bank account, maybe it's getting admission. So the government needs to shift towards what I call a verification service. That registries exist. All you need is to make sure those registries are digital and can communicate to third parties, so that anyone wants to verify. KYC is another problem. Everyone is doing KYC. So I pause at that because I can keep on talking on this subject. It's a passion of mine.
Very well explained. Thank you, Mohammed. So now we open the floor for conversation. I'm sure that somebody is taking the notes and will convey to the government. And anyway, representative from the Prime Minister office is here. So I am looking forward toward the positive outcomes. Yeah.
Thank you. Like you were talking about sovereignty, how can Pakistan ensure its sovereignty facing multinational tech giants in this digital era? And my next question is, you were talking about e-passports. In Pakistan, even we are facing challenges in verifying our educational degrees. Yeah.
100%.
Please.
I'll take the second question first, and just to correct, I wasn't talking about e-passports. I'm talking about getting rid of passport altogether and we becoming the passport. We become the passport. But the sovereignty question, I think partially I answered that by earlier on, which is we need to move towards using more open data. Open source. Because there's a lot of code that exists, and we should be owning the IP. The more IP you own, and ideally if it's open source, it means then nobody has any right over it. whoever is using it is contributing to that. That would be my view, is that move in that direction versus trying to just look at license-based models.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Jamil from Zafrabad. I am still thinking about your last slide. First you think, and if without execution, that is illusion. And this is the digital transformation I can think that is in Pakistan. About thinking, we are overexcited that we can achieve the milestones by tomorrow, and we don't need to have work much. And by execution, in execution, by the transformation, the scammers are existing first. So we were the first who were building the viruses. We were the first. And
Please be specific and ask question.
Digital transformation comes later than the scammers. So it means that we are in illusion. So what you think that a nation like in Pakistan, with this type of literacy, open source or this kind of things, getting rid of the passports, it will be more drastic or not? Thank you.
We can take one more question. There is a lady there.
Thank you for a very thought-provoking session. My question is that what role international cooperation can play in digital connectivity? And then on the one side, we are talking about their role. On the other side, it intersects with the sovereignty. So how a nation can achieve a right balance between the need to connect its people and the sovereignty? Thank you.
Do you want to ask? So I will take one more question.
Sure. Going to challenge my memory now.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for this very insightful conversation. My question is again related to the one that has been asked by the lady here, that how to strike a balance between choosing the right platforms or technologies and maintaining them in a sovereign manner through your scarce resources as a country or as a nation, while using some of the backbone technologies which are inevitable for you to use actually from the other providers. And this is one part, and the other part is that don't you think that the kind of overall technology governance or digital governance related, shift in power and manifestation in the political agendas that we're seeing today, it is actually going to take us back to the age of, brick and mortar type of, border protectionism?
Interesting. Look, how this whole game plays out over the next 10, 15 years, no one can 100% predict it, right? So we try to be futurists and try to think about what could be the possibility, trying to read between the weak signals that we see, and we try to sort of connect the dots and see where the future is going. Coming to the very core part of how do you use, if I was to maybe take both questions together, it's really about capability. How do you ensure that the capability is channeled in the right way? That you are creating that balance and achieving what you want to achieve. But it's about the whole intent, the thought. That's why I use the example of before even the first step. If you have not conceptualized, you haven't thought, you haven't strategized, then obviously the direction you're going to go in would be many. 1,000 miles could be this way, that way, or another way. So where I see a challenge, and I was talking to this earlier on, and I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to say this, but I feel that the vision of Pakistan is not owned by the common person. When you talk to anyone in Saudi Arabia these days, you will find, and you ask them about Vision 2030, they'll be able to tell you something about it. They'll be so motivated about it. And they will tell you that how their country is transforming because they have this vision. What did they do which was quite unique? They do two things. One is that they leverage the people to create the vision for what the people want the country to be. That's number one. Maybe it was articulated and driven from top, but there was a lot of grassroots feeding into it. The second thing which they did, which comes back to the execution part of it, because they were really bad in that space as well. Really bad. I mean, really bad. Because they never really need to worry about money. So cost accounting and accrual accounting was like, they didn't even know what's the difference between these two concepts. So, and performance management didn't exist. I was fortunate enough to be the person who created the seed that you need to have a performance management culture and capability. And in fact, in the end, one of the unique countries in the world, we created the National Center for Performance Measurement for them, which independently from the whole of government measures performance of the country, of the government, all the government agencies, independent, which reports directly, in this case, to the king. But what they did unique was, when they put out Vision 2030, you need to make sure there is a top-down alignment, down to the civil servant who is sitting at the very lowest level. They connected everyone's KPIs to this Vision 2030. They created 12 what they call vision realization programs. These vision realization programs are basically driving the whole agenda of Saudi Arabia. One of them is quality of life. These vision realization programs were then given the budget and given the target to achieve what they have to achieve. And the KPIs are measured and monitored. Any ministry who wants money since that time has to prove how the money is going to contribute towards the movement on one of those vision realization programs, scientifically. Not just, I think this is going to happen. They have to prove it. There's formulas put in place. So the money, which is at the end of the day, the thing that moves the needle on everything, and it's become the driver for how their transformation has happened. Every ministry, the ministries I work with, every year have to align their initiatives and programs and demonstrate to the vision realization offices and that they are basically delivering according to this vision. So having a vision on its own, that's why I use the term, it's an illusion if there's no execution. So you have to make sure this top-down alignment is there, it's all connected. You're all moving in one direction. I love to use the example from when NASA was trying to put the person on the, going to moon. Even their janitor, when they ask what you do, I am here to help put a person on the moon. That's the connectivity you need to get.
Like to invite the chair of this session, Rana Ehsan Afzal Khan, for his note of thanks and for any message from the Prime Minister office or otherwise overall in this.
Should I go over there?
It's up to you. It's up to you. Yeah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Professor Mohammed J. Spare, thank you so much for this enlightening lecture on such an important subject, which is digital sovereignty. So on the onset, I'd like to say that I'm not an IT person, but I'm more of an economics, economy, finance guy. But as you've said that now all of this is intertwined. So a very relevant subject in discussion today, and really great questions coming from all the audience. So I'd just like to say, so we feel that Pakistan is a sovereign nation, and we have our institutes, we have our government, we have our constitution, but as already shared, that sovereignty today is beyond borders. And when we even look at the micro, as the professor also mentioned, that if you look at a household and how things are happening, so the sovereign over there are the parents, and they don't know what is happening with their kids. So in this day and age, our thoughts, which are secrets, we are willing to share it with Google search. We can write our, we can ask them the top secret questions we would have in our minds. We can ask them to the AI, which is, the AI platforms which are available. So that is, the relationship today with the digital and the citizen. So he is willing to share his top secrets, and that data is being collected. He's making a digital footprint. And, and with the new tools coming today, a lot of the AI can really predict a person's personality, his habits, his or her habits. So this is the question. Can they have access to that data? Should it be available? Number one, should it be available to the government? Should it be available outside your country to some other governments? And how they can use it on you. So that is one question. And then, we go beyond a household. It is how businesses are changing. And that's very correct. For example, advertisement used to be done through papers, your printed papers, and via television. But now that money is going to YouTube. And the government is sitting there and seeing that this was a source of revenue, but it is no longer there. So that platform has gone away. So from the government perspective, first comes the citizens' rights. And obviously that question of the citizen to the government and the government to the citizen, that with these new mediums available, WhatsApp, social media, the government's concern is, the propaganda, the lies, the misinformation, and the citizen's concern is the right of freedom, how that data is being used to control that citizen. So we have to reach a balance over there. That is one challenge. And then, obviously the disruption of the businesses. We spoke about the Chinese model. So China protected their citizens' data. They have their own social media platforms. We're lagging behind. We were unable to create such platforms which could be used worldwide or even within Pakistan. So that is a challenge that we are, trying to push our IT industry. And as already mentioned, we have a $3.5 billion export. So the challenge is how do we double it, triple it over a period of time? And obviously there are many government initiatives working on that. So digital sovereignty is something which is very relevant to Pakistan. We've, on the misinformation, we've had the PICA laws come in. We have a platform which is banned today. And it's surprising that it is banned today. And why is it banned? It is because of the misinformation. So we've had to introduce laws that can control that. So we've talked about Digital Nation Pakistan. Obviously, the vision of this government is that we want to try and move towards a cashless economy. But, sitting here today, it seems like an impossible task, but the government, Prime Minister has constituted a committee on it, and there is work that is being done on that portion. A commission and an authority is being created under the Digital Nation Act. So digital sovereignty is, we don't have to the good thing is we don't have to invent the wheel here because it's already, happening all across the world. We have the GDPR, and obviously whatever legislation that we're trying to make, we make sure that it is aligned with the international laws. We want to bring these big platforms to Pakistan so we can somewhat regulate them. Facebook should be here, Google should be here, YouTube should be here. And only then maybe it is, the professor can correct me here, that we would be able to, regulate them to a little extent which is acceptable internationally. So with all these challenges, I think this was a very insightful debate. It was a very, and this is the subject of today and tomorrow and the future. And data, as already said, is the new oil. It is how, elections are being influenced with this data. And, we're also talking about it, that we want data centers being established here in Pakistan. And even if there are abroad, there should be legislation internationally which protects your data. So this is the debate of today, and I think I would like to congratulate PIDE for holding a session on such an important subject to create awareness, and we need to do more on this. So thank you once again for inviting me and having a great conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
So I would like to conclude the session by thanking Mohammad Jamil Sayer for being here and from traveling all the way from Saudi Arabia, sir.
This time is from Dubai.
Okay, from Dubai, and to Rana Athar Saab and the two discussants here, thank you very much. And thank you very much for PIDE for arranging this very thought-provoking discussion. It's the need of time, and I'm happy that a leading think tank of Pakistan is organizing such type of conversation. Now I would like to request Dr. Nadeem Javed, Vice Chancellor PIDE, to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guests.
Thank you so much. So I would request Minister Saab to give a souvenir to our chief guest, Mr. J. Sir. Please. Dr. Asma, please, for your souvenir. Dr. Iftikhar, please. Dr. Shujat. Now I would request Vice Chancellor Pai to present a shield to our Honorable Chief Guest, Rana Ehsan Sahab. Thank you so much. Now we have a group photo, then we have a 15-minute break. So all are requested to come back at 3:15. So there is a short break because the next session would be start very soon. So all are requested to come back at 3:15. A group photo, please. 3:15, please. I'll be back.
Chief Secretary, Balochistan. Sir. हमारे साथ मोहम्मद फरीद साहब, सेक्रेटरी आईटी एजेके, वो ऑनलाइन है, और कैप्टन रिटायर्ड मुश्ताक अहमद साहब, एडिशनल ऑनर्ड सर, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. डॉक्टर बाबर साहब, थैंक यू. मिस्टर फैसल यूसुफ, वो भी ऑनलाइन है.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, take that shot again. If people clap, please do it again. Please, my request. सबकी तालियां बता सकती हैं. We want to see that again. इसमें क्या? Yeah! डॉक्टर साहब बड़ी मुश्किल से रात से हम आपको पीएचडी मान रहे हैं. We're just waiting for the chief guest to arrive. I'm very glad that we all are in a very good mood. So he'll be here very shortly, and उसी वक्त हम तकरीब का आगाज कर देंगे. फरूख हैंडहेल्ड माइक डॉक्टर नदीम जावेद का जल्दी. दो लोग हैं ऑनलाइन. Our chief guest for the panel discussion is here. We've been joined by Honorable Senator Muhammad Ishaq Dar Sahab, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Dr. Khurram Elahi.
I am Mariam. Welcome to the 6th panel of 38th Annual General Meeting of Pakistan Society of Development and Economists, titled Smart Provinces for Smarter Pakistan.
This is the final panel of a 3-day-long conference which has been happening. We've been discussing a lot of stuff, and right now we're about to discuss in the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Smart Provinces for Smarter Pakistan. Very first, I would like to call on stage the guest of honor, Honorable Senator Muhammad Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs for the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Sir, please. For moderating the session, I would like to call on a stage Dr. Nadeem Javed, Vice Chancellor, Pakistan Institute of Development Economics. Virtually, we are joined by Muhammad Fareed Chaudhry Saab. He is Secretary Informational Technology for the Azad Jammu and Kashmir. I think we can clap for him. He's also listening us virtually. We've been honored by the presence of Captain Retired Mushtaq Ahmed, Additional Chief Secretary, PND, Gilgit-Baltistan. Sir, please come on the stage. Dr. Babar Majid Bhatti is with us from 2 days. He's here today again. He's CEO, NITB. Please come on the stage, sir. We also have another panelist virtually with us, Mr. Faisal Yusuf, Chairman, PIDE. And importantly, we'll be shortly be joined by Professor Ahsan Iqbal, Minister for Planning and Special Initiatives, who envisioned URAAN, who has been giving us all the support and energy, who was here for the inaugural address. He will also join us shortly. So I'm moving over to Dr. Nadeem Javed. Sir, the panel is all yours. We want to listen, the audience wants to listen how we are having more smarter provinces for smarter Pakistan.
Thank you, Khurram. And first of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome and many great thanks to Deputy Prime Minister, Senator Ishaq Dar Sahab, for having time out of his very busy schedule and join us for this closing session of this 3 days conference. So as we have conceived this last panel discussion on the theme of smart provinces for smarter Pakistan, after having many debates and discussions on all the intricacies which digital era is posing for industrialization, for universities, for youth, for particularly other social aspects of the society and economy. So further to that, the focus of this panel is that there was a time when the governance was about roads, bricks, bureaucrats, but today it's about dashboards, data, and decisions made in the real time. A child born in Tharparkar today should have the same access to digital healthcare, learning, as well as other facilities as any kid in Lahore or Islamabad. So that's the promise of this government, but of course it's very challenging as well. To become or to have a smarter Pakistan, we need smarter provinces, otherwise it's less likely to have it. So, but here is the truth that federal vision, no matter how ambitious, can succeed without the provinces becoming its digital vanguard. So provinces are not just administrative units, they are the laboratories of innovation, the frontline citizen service delivery, and the spaces where transformation must happen in first place. And eventually, federal government is always there to take care of it, and that the vision of this Prime Minister to have this economy, $1 trillion economy by 2035, could be very easily then possible to achieve. So as we speak smart provinces, we are not just talking about apps, devices, rather we are talking about new mindset of governance, where public service become digital architect, budgets and funds are then going to take care of the platform economy, not the paperwork alone, and inter-provincial competition that's going to drive innovation and making this possible that we are going to transition to the digital era. So with this preamble, so we have, sir, invited all the chief secretaries of the provincial governments, apart from a representative from AJK's government, and they are going to have this discussion. And we were of the view that this discussion would take place in your presence and Hassan Iqbal Saab's presence, but since you have a very important meeting with the Hungarian delegation, so we are cutting short that the discussion would prevail after your keynote address. I would like to request you to enlighten this forum. We have a, galaxy of economists, development professionals from all the country, and they have presented 40 research papers, which were selected out of 150 research papers. So today we have also a Best Paper Award, which will then deliver on your behalf at the end of the sessions. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasool al-Kareem. Janab Vice Chancellor, PIDE, Dr. Nadeem Javed, my apology. Nadeem Javed, and obviously we are missing my brother and Minister of Planning. He was supposed to be here, but I'm sure he will join you later. I also like to extend my apology for being too busy, but it's not my fault. I'm doing all your work. 50 committees and, the Foreign Office is not an easy thing to run. It's 7 days a week. I had a Hungarian Foreign Minister already calendared, long time back, but from a neighboring country, Kabul, the Commerce Minister was at a fairly short notice, just 2 days notice, and I had already committed for this program. So please do excuse me. I would have loved to be part of the entire discussion, but I'm sure you'll be compiling, their thoughts, their themes, their suggestions, and their proposals, and I'll be very happy to go through with my brother, Professor Hassan Iqbal Saab. Distinguished economists, scholars, policy practitioners, dear students, media members, esteemed guests from all over the country, and I hope from abroad as well. I'm not sure about the list of participants, but let me say a very good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. It is indeed a great honor for me to join at this close session of this very powerful conversation. I think you, as economists and the elite, of this country, you need to, be helping, the government in achieving its URAAN Pakistan. Today I have actually come to, the plan was to come and listen, then to speak more, but it looks like my destiny was something different today because of the arrival of the, guest from Kabul, whom I have to meet, shortly. The key to a better Pakistan lies obviously in our provinces. Our provinces are not only mere administrative units, they are the roots of our national tree. If these roots are strong, the entire tree flourishes. If they are weak, everything suffers. From service delivery to economic growth to national resilience, I think it's all with the provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to walk you through this vision, one we must now bring to life. And why I'm emphasizing on the provinces are two reasons. Number one, they were given huge autonomy through the 18th Amendment. I was one of the 4 authors of the 18th Amendment because it was conceived as a charter of democracy, which started in 2002 between me and Mohtarama Benazir Bhutto. The idea was, create code of conduct because of the past history. By 2002, twice both political parties in power and twice leg pulling, and you have the history and now don't have to repeat. But that code of conduct discussion was expanded later on. Initially, it was me and Raza Rabbani Sahab, and then it expanded to civil military relations, constitutional reforms, legislative business, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and you name it and it was there. So it was a long list, and it took about 4 years, ultimately signed 14th of May 2006 between late Mohtarama Benazir Bhutto Sahiba and Mian Muhammad Nawaz Sharif, in London. So fast forward, we joined the government in 2008. We had only one point agenda, you can say 1 point demand of our condition to join the coalition was restoration of the judiciary and freedom of judges. When it didn't happen, the timeline was 1 month. After 6 weeks, Ahsan Iqbal Sahab, myself, other colleagues, we resigned and we went and sat in the opposition bench. But the agenda we followed, and that agenda actually gave the freedom, the 18th Amendment. We worked more than a year, and it was 2010 when this parliamentary committee on constitutional reforms to bring the constitution back in its original form was completed. I was one of the key member of that committee. Raza Rabbani Sahab has written a book, he was the rudder of the ship. So wherever there was a blockade, I will try to just remove it between the provinces. Obviously, all political parties of the country were there. So number one, coming back to the main point, they had a huge responsibility after the 18th Amendment because the concurrent list has been abolished. A number of responsibilities have pushed and shifted to the provinces. And it goes with the December 2009 NFC award. Before that award, 5% was the collection charges which the federal government would collect, and the remainder 95 would be distributed 57.5 to the federal government and 42.5 to the provinces. Between the provinces, obviously their shares were determined based on population. So there was a major shift of the resource to the provinces. I was very much again part of that. Despite that, I was in opposition, but we had a government in Punjab. Mian Shahbaz Sharif was the Chief Minister of Punjab. And all the 4 Chief Ministers landed in Punjab after weeks and months of deliberation, but they could not have resolved the NFC award till then, except they could resolve non-NFC items. One was the 1% war on terror for the KP, and the other one was in lieu of the Octa and Zilla tax, which we abolished when I was finance minister in 1999. In lieu of that, a certain percentage, 0.36, if I remember correctly, of the gross pool to go to the Sindh province. So this major shift, 5% to 1%, 57.5 to 42.5, virtually, if you take the 100, so if previously it was like 60-40, it went 40-60. So 40-60, there's a huge shift. 1/5 of the pie was shifted to the provinces. This is December 2009. All I miss is the postage stamp in Gwadar when finally it was signed after all the hard work, but I could not join and make that trip. So this is the background. So provinces on the one side have huge resources shift to provinces, and on the other side, the constitutional responsibility by eliminating the concrete list has also been shifted to the provinces. In fact, NFC award, because it was December 2009, the 18th Amendment Committee was working, Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Reforms, so I knew that they would require more resources, but unfortunately, I think the true spirit of these 2 major actions in Pakistan history has still to see the full rich dividend what it should have come. I'm trying to just make a picture so that the background is known and why I believe provinces have a much greater role because I have a firm belief that obviously federation is the collection of or the sum total of the federating units. If they are weak, if they perform less, obviously the entire reflection would be on the country. And country is symbolizes by the federal government. So, you know, it's very strong nexus, a link. So let me run through some notes. So where governance gets personal, let's begin where it matters most in real life. Governance doesn't live in reports. It lives in people's everyday experiences. A child's first day at school, a mother's anxious visit to a clinic, a farmer praying for rain or for relief from the government. And who is responsible for these daily realities? Obviously, the answer is our dear provinces. Following the 18th Constitutional Amendment, which I have dilated, provinces became the frontline providers of the education, healthcare, agriculture, policing, and local governance. You must be hearing in different talk shows, discussions, that the provincial finance commissions have not been either set up or no awards have been seen in the country. Obviously, when federal government has already done its part, and unluckily, I would say unluckily, this NFC award as per the constitution requires revision every 5th year. It's meant for 5 years as per the constitution of Pakistan. But luckily, it also contains a provision that if it doesn't happen, till the next award, no matter how long, that award will continue. So there has been long pauses when the consensus could not be built even on a new award. And the award which was finalized in December 2009, which is still in place and in vogue in the country, it was the first time the resources distribution to the provinces was not based on population alone. It was the level of development, it was the diversity of population, and there were 4 criteria. Population has about weight of about 80% to the best of my memory, 80 or 82. So it's a weighted formula, but those are now or aaj hum 2026 mein baithe hain. You know, you can imagine, I did my best, try my best 2013-17 to do the next award, but I couldn't get enough support. You see, the federal government, after that huge shift, either all these responsibility would have to be shifted to the provinces, because federal government doesn't have enough resources. It has number one, the huge public debt servicing. 2017, when I left, it was less than 2,000 billion. I wanted to enter into political discussions, but when I came back, it was 10,000 billion debt servicing. Multiple reasons. The rupee got devaluation to 1/3 value, and on the other side, there's about almost 80% increase in the public debt. So, you see, these multiple issues need to be addressed. And second is obviously, the defense is for the entire country. Defense is not for the Islamabad or the federal area. So there got to be innovative way to create a balance in the NFC award. Obviously, Finance Minister Saab abhi shuru karenge process for the next NFC award, but I see it, you know, a little complicated, because everybody will have to feel with open mind how we fix, because otherwise the federal government will remain always in red, or they should abandon. We are still running higher education. It's about double-digit heavy, amount of billions of rupees we allocate. Education is, if it's provincial subject, now they have these resources. They should be able to fund it. Likewise, we have so many parallel bodies still working, which was supposed to be closed after the 18th Amendment. So, I believe that we need to work very diligently in this award, and I hope the country reaches the award very soon, because it will create a new balance in the fiscal distribution and fiscal consolidation in this country. So GB and AJK, obviously, each plus all provinces has unique strengths. Punjab has agriculture, Sindh has ports and industries and it's a commercial hub. KP has minerals and mountains which attract tourism and investment. And Balochistan, you must have heard, is untapped natural wealth. We have a lot of rare earth material. GB and AJK are ecological powerhouses of the future. There is again, I'm diverting from the main subject, you must be listening because you're all professionals, you all talk, each one of you is an institution. Pakistan is a debt trap country. When I took over fourth time finance minister's responsibility in September 2022, you must be, it's not सिर्फ करीबन 2 साल से कम अरसा है, 2 साल से ज़रा ज़्यादा अरसा है जो गुजरा है. Everybody is talking in this word, inside and outside Pakistan, Pakistan will default, Pakistan will, data देते थे. ये डेट पे डिफॉल्ट करेगा, ये डेट पे डिफॉल्ट. Even rating agencies will give date. And I always used to say, Pakistan will not default. X institution, support or no support, and I believe in this thing. When I was preparing the last budget in June 2023, budget for fiscal year 2023-2024, before leaving the PDM government, all business leaders, they would come, in line with my past habit, I used to consult them. So they used to come very depressed. Oh, we are thinking to sell our business, to shift to Dubai, to X and Y. I said, why? We have become debt trap country. I said, well, Pakistan has problem. But this country was 24th global economy in 2017-18. From a macroeconomic unstable economy in 2013. What went wrong? You have best of indicators. You have highest of foreign exchange reserves. Still not beaten. The world rating agency were writing, Bloomberg and all other credible institutions, they look at Pakistan and forget about the neighbors. And Pricewaterhouse wrote that Pakistan is likely to be the part of G20 in the very near future, not later than 2030. But went wrong. We just abandoned the policies. This country has seen cycles because of the political instability, the leg pulling, the lack of continuity of the policies, and we saw what happened. We declined to 47th economy by 2022. Partly coward, partly our failure in pursuing the right policies. Our debt jumped to, as I said, from 2,000 billion per annum servicing to 10,000 billion. We can't afford. The inflation skyrocketed. The policy rate went double digit. So you can't run the business. So the 2022-2023 period was just to fight, to avoid default. And I am giving next sentence very carefully and with full responsibility. I hope I'm wrong. I have no confusion or no suspicion that there was a desire that Pakistan should default. Particularly certain global actors. Why? You are a nuclear country, you are a missile power. Nobody would like to see you economic power. You have the ability to be economic power. And I used to tell these business people who used to come, debt trap, says, hang on. What is the external debt of Pakistan? 130 billion. I say, have you ever looked at what God has blessed this country with? At least $10,000 billion of rare earth material, mines and minerals, hydrocarbons, stones. So you have to work hard, that's all. Streamline the things. Let's be united, let's be one nation. Let's work hard, let's work for the next generations. Take the country out of woods, once and for all. Only then you will be respected. फिर आपके ग्रीन पासपोर्ट की इज्जत होगी. तो ये दुख भरी दास्तान जो है मुझे बड़ी तंग करती है as पाकिस्तानी. Professionally, I'm like you, I'm a chartered accountant. I qualified 74 from UK. So I've worked with the Middle East, with different parts of the world. So I know what it means. लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि अगर हम आज भी ये जो आप एक्सरसाइज करें, it's a great exercise. Believe me. If you can make recommendations how to take Pakistan out of these troubled waters for all times to come, the only solution you will find is the economic empowerment. And that's for that reason, the 5-year plan was given with the budget. And to implement that plan is URAAN Pakistan. To implement 5-year plan, implementation document is URAAN Pakistan. जिस पे आप पिछले 3 दिन से बातचीत कर रहे हैं. So, in my opinion, potential जो है वो बहुत है पाकिस्तान में अल्लाह के फजलो करम से. कोई घबराने की बात नहीं है, लेकिन हार्ड वर्क की ज़रूरत है. हमें पॉलिसीज़ को सीरियसली इम्प्लीमेंट करना होगा. And if we do that, I'm sure Pakistan has bright and URAAN future. Welcome to my very dear brother and Minister for Planning. ये मुझे बड़े ही अजीज़ हैं, मेरे भाइयों की तरह हैं, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहा करते हैं कि इकबाल देर से ही आता है, obviously for genuine reasons.
मैं वो कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन सीपैक चेयर कर रहा था, सॉरी.
So ये हमारी मजबूरियाँ होती हैं, हम जब कमिट करते हैं, जैसे आपके आने से पहले मैं अर्ज कर रहा था कि जब मैंने कमिट किया था उसमें मेरी एक मेजर कमिटमेंट थी कि हंगेरियन फॉरेन मिनिस्टर वाज विजिटिंग एंड यू नो आई हैड टू स्पेंड विद हिम मेनी थिंग्स एंड बाय द वे दे वर गुड आउटकम्स. वो आज बाय द वे जीएसपी प्लस आपको कमिट कर गए सपोर्ट. दे हैव अबॉलिश्ड वीजा फ्रॉम टुडे on the diplomatic passport to visit Hungary. Number 3, 400 scholarships, one of the highest to any country they will give. They will continue 2026, 28. They have signed 2 MOUs with me on one, this culture, heritage and archaeology. और इसके साथ साथ 2 committees of the multilateral UN. So I think this meeting since 10 o'clock made my day. तो उनकी आखिरी कॉल जो थी वो करीबन 3:15 तक प्राइम मिनिस्टर पे होनी थी, आफ्टर एवरीथिंग इज डन एंड कंक्लूडेड. तो उसके बाद मैंने कमिट कर लिया. अब मुझे नहीं पता था कि 2 दिन पहले हमारे हमसाया मुल्क के, वो भी अच्छी बात है. वी हैव बीन डिस्कनेक्टेड विद आवर सेकंड नेबर फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम. सो आफ्टर आई टुक दिस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, माई डियर ब्रदर आसिन इकबाल साहब नोज आई हैव बीन एक्टिवली एडवोकेटिंग मस्ट री एंगेज अफगानिस्तान. एंड हाँ, हमारी एक एडवांस पार्टी 2 दफ़ा पिछले चंद दिनों में होके आई है. आज उनके कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर तशरीफ लाए हैं. ऑब्वियसली यू हैव मल्टीपल एजेंडा. इफ आई हैव टू विजिट हैज टू बी मीनिंगफुल. सो इंशाल्लाह विल गिव यू गुड न्यूज़ इन नेक्स्ट few days. I'll be in Kabul in the morning and come back to Islamabad in the evening. So like me, he is also Professor Asin Iqbal Sahab, my dear brother, he is also heavily occupied. So where I was saying that Pakistan's prosperity is not rooted in a single capital, it is woven into every district, every province. Before Choice Sahab you came, I explained some background of the 18th Amendment. We were together, and then NFC award, and then shifting of the resources, and the much bigger responsibility in provinces, and the current imbalance, of the fiscal space for the federal. This all I have. While waiting for you, I'll given my, ideas and my thoughts shared with honorable ladies and gentlemen here. So, where digital Pakistan must begin? Let us turn our gaze to the future. A smarter digital Pakistan, which obviously our government is focusing. Prime Minister is putting a lot of hard work, and Professor Asin Iqbal Sahab is giving a great, help in this endeavor. But the truth is that digital Pakistan will begin with digital provinces. Obviously, as I said before, Honorable Asin Iqbal Sahab came, because the federal government or Pakistan is the sum total of the 4 federating units plus capital territory. So if they do well, Pakistan will do well. If they do weak, Pakistan will do weak. It is all indicators, the sum total of the delivery of the 4 provinces. So I think we need to obviously focus on this thing: digital services, e-payments, real-time data, smart schools. They are no longer luxuries, they are necessities for a modern state. अब आजकल आपने पढ़ा होगा कि अब तो सैटेलाइट से इंटरनेट सर्विस और सारी चीज़ें compete हो रही हैं. West is taking the lead. Many actors are visited Pakistan recently. Obviously, East में भी कुछ बड़े जो players हैं, global powers. अभी जिनके ये कह रहे थे मैं मीटिंग करके आया हूँ, तो वो भी obviously they are in the run. So we welcome all. But it is a digital race. It's a digital, something which one could not conceive few years back that it will be that fast. So we have to catch up the speed. URAAN Pakistan remind us, transformation begins not in the capital, as I said, but in communities. When a farmer in Bhavalpur accesses weather data on his phone, when a patient in Quetta has medical history of him and his family stored digitally in his phone, when a student in Skardu logs into a virtual classroom, this is when smarter Pakistan becomes a lived reality. Now this is what we should all aim at. Where resilience is built, we live in an age of cascading crisis. You have seen the recent tariff wars. The big powers are contesting. हमारे भी लोग कुछ पैनिक हुए थे. मेरी तो एडवाइस थी कि कूल डाउन, कोई फिक्र वाली बात नहीं है, because our peer competitors are also facing the same thing. हमें अगर 29 है तो नेक्स्ट डोर नेबर इंडिया को 27 है, बांग्लादेश को 38 है, वियतनाम को 48 है, और our peers with whom we compete, we are in the same. So its ultimate load is going to be the American consumer, and they have to pay. The importer will have to pay and pass on. So I smell, unless they take corrective action, inflation there, and inflation will lead to recession, and recession will obviously harm the global economies. So you see this big race is already there, and this pandemic which we saw, COVID, flood, 2022, heat wave, or any other calamity, the province is both the first responder and the final safeguard. You must have seen that federal government, Prime Minister on human grounds takes the very key role. You saw PDM government floods 2022, but the primary responsibility is that of the provinces. So unless they come up to the expectations and the requirement which are to be there to face the challenges and unfortunate calamities, you see, we will not be having the fair outcome. No matter how much the federal government would do, it will still be not enough. So national resilience is, as I said, not centralized. It is constructed district by district through capable and responsive provincial leaderships. We have now system, we have National Assembly, we have provincial assemblies. Obviously, we are working, and Professor Saab is contributing in that we have to further, down to the local bodies system. We have to make it active. Only then we'll be able to make these problems more handleable. National resilience, as I said, need to be handled. Now, where inclusion becomes real, let us speak of justice and inclusion. Not as slogans, but as deliverables. Provinces are closest to the people realities. They know the languages, the customs, the disparities. They are the best positioned to empower women and girls, support marginalized communities, uplift persons with disabilities, and celebrate a rich ethnic and religious diversity. True inclusion does not trickle down unless they all are united and has a common approach. Otherwise, again, there will be inequalities. Where innovation is born, let's talk about that. Innovation often begins where the challenges are greatest. That's why they say that challenges bring opportunities. with them. So we may look to federal institutions for leadership, but many of Pakistan's bolder reforms have to begin in the provinces. A digital agriculture platform in KP, a climate adaptation initiative maybe in Sindh. They had huge losses. The flash floods 2022, they are still doing a lot of great work. Restoration of schools, building of houses. Federal government has been hand-holding. Professor Saab in his ministry has been preparing and processing for up to CTWP the projects, and ECNIC, we have been handling and approving those projects. So we, as a team, we have been working to do what the best we can. A school reform pilot in Gilgit. Innovation starts at the edges, and when it works, it must be scaled. We must support these efforts, learn from them, and replicate success. And share our experience. When I say share our experience, mean the provinces should share their experience. So with the federal government and with each other. A call to action. So what must we do collectively and immediately? There are a few suggestions. Number one, focus on our provinces urgently and directly, where services are delivered and development begins. Number two, empower local innovation. Support what works, whether it's girls' school, model in Hunza, or a tech incubator in Multan. We must empower local innovation. Number three, digitize every province. Federal government has reached to a great degree of digitization at a very high level, alhamdulillah. From village to valley, brings services online, make data-driven decisions, and ensure no one is left behind. Number four, build resilience locally. Every community must be equipped to prepare, respond, and recover. After floods 2022 and the global climate actors, the defenders and the contributors and the financiers, they all agreed that what is called 4RF. So the resilience is the core element of the future constructions, so that these fault lines, which are natural, which are there, which are to repeat off and on and bring havocs, need to be at least preempted, and this is why most of the projects which the flood related projects, there are all constructions were meant to be at 4RF principle. Collaborate with purpose. Let us move from debate to delivery, from provincial silos to shared solutions. Luckily, all four chief secretaries are, I'm told, I have been invited for this session, great session. And with the wisdom of Professor Nasir Iqbal Sahab, after I leave, I will be looking forward to the outcome and the recommendations and the solutions they will propose, inshallah. In conclusion, I would say the URAAN vision, a federation's flight, and the captain is sitting here, is not just a federal vision. It is national drive for progress, rooted in data, innovation, and collaboration. It works when provinces take ownership, tailor solutions, and lend transformation. URAAN succeeds when every province rises, when no one is left behind. In conclusion, let me say, with both a hope and a challenge, let this not be just another event which we all are attending. Let it be the moment we choose to act, and act boldly, collaboratively, and with conviction. Because when Pakistan takes flight, every province must lift. every citizen must rise. A smarter, stronger, more inclusive Pakistan cannot be imagined from one office. It must be built in every street, every school, every clinic, and every farm, and every hook and corner of this country. So, I would say to you, let us listen what the great leaders would be deliberating after I leave, and let Allah give them wisdom and foresight to prepare a plan upon acting on which Pakistan actually achieves the great objectives which URAAN Pakistan has set for itself and for Pakistan, which is steered under the leadership of the Prime Minister by Professor Ahsan Iqbal Sahab. Together, I would say, last words, let us lift URAAN Pakistan from vision to delivery and ultimate victory, inshallah. Pakistan Zindabad. God bless you all.
So we know we're short of time. Thank you for your words. We're honored by your presence. I would like to request Professor Ahsan Iqbal Sahab to kindly forward a souvenir for the memory that Deputy Prime Minister made for the event in the presence of Dr. Nadeem Javed and other panelists. Thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. The award to the best researchers will be given by the Professor Ahsan Iqbal Sahab later because it's a bit detailed ceremony.
We are going to have a pause for 2 minutes.
We'll just have a pause for 2 minutes. Sir. So right after 2 minutes, we're starting. Sir, can we have Can we have Dr. Babar Majid Bhatti Sahab? Babar Majid Bhatti Sahab ko agar bula lein. Yes, sir. So we can start with yes, sir, with 2 online participants. Please, if you can check Mansoor if they are ready. So the session is all yours, Dr. Nadeem, sir. Please.
Okay, so if you could kindly display the online participants, then it would be. So, I mean, having the context I built before the speech by the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, so building on that, my first of all, some housekeeping rules that I have 3 very peaked questions, and I am expecting that all the respectable chief secretaries from the provincial governments and from GB and AJK would be responding to these questions in a row. Every participant has 3 minutes to respond to first round of questions, and then similarly 3 minutes for the second, and 3 minutes for the third round of questions. Please.
मिनिस्टर साहब ने 10 मिनट बाद निकलना है,
Okay.
तो इनको भी टाइम दे दें पहले।
एक question ले लें। ठीक है। Okay, so there is again a slight change in program that first we would like to hear our Honorable Minister for Planning and Chancellor PIDE and then we have a small ceremony of first, second, and third prize distribution. Then we'll continue to have this discussion. Because again, Honorable Minister has a very important meeting to join. So keeping in view his busy routine, we are slightly amending this. So please, Khurram, over to you.
बेहतर आप यहाँ के हमसे गुफ्तगू कीजिए प्लीज जी आपकी भरपूर तालीम है एहसन इकबाल साहब दूसरी दफा हमारे साथ शामिल हैं
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम आई थिंक आई हैव ऑलरेडी स्पोकन तो मैं कुछ ज़्यादा लंबी बात नहीं करूँगा आई वुड ओनली से इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ दिस टॉपिक देयर यूज्ड टू बी ए फैट फेडरेशन in 2010 through 18th amendment federation shed its weight and became smarter. But provinces have retained that weight and have become fatter. And unless provinces now shed their weight to districts and local governments, they cannot be smarter. So I think this is the main challenge which has not allowed us to reap the benefits of devolution. अगर आप 18वीं तरमीम को देखें तो उसके नतीजे में वफाक को और सूबों को मतलूबा फ़वाइद नहीं मिल सके जिसकी वजह जैसे मैंने कहा कि वफाक ने अपना वज़न शेड कर दिया सूबों पर लेकिन सूबों ने उसको अपने पास रख के ख़ुद को मरकज़ियत पे और सेंटर हैवी कर दिया तो अब सेंटर हैवी सूबे हैं जिन्होंने लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स को और डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नमेंट्स को एम्पावर नहीं किया जब तक ये नहीं होता मैं उसकी आपको मिसाल देना चाहता हूँ कि दो बुनियादी शोबे जो सूबों को डिवॉल्व हुए तालीम और सेहत इन दोनों में हमारी मजमूई कारकर्दगी में कोई बेहतरी नहीं आई हाल ही में हमने जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट एजुकेशन इंडेक्स जारी की है वो शर्मनाक है कि जो हमारी तालीमी सलाहियत ज़िलों की सतह पर है चंद एक दो सूबों को छोड़ के जहाँ थोड़ी डेवलप्ड सूरत हाल है लेकिन बाकी मोस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री सर्विस डिलीवरी इन बोथ एजुकेशन एंड हेल्थ हैज़ कम्प्लीटली ब्रोकन डाउन अब अगर आप सेहत देखें तो सेहत में हम हेपेटाइटिस सी दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा डायबिटीज़ दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा और तेज़ पोलियो दुनिया के 3 ममालिक में टीबी के अंदर दुनिया के पहले 5 ममालिक में मेल न्यूट्रिशन स्टंटिंग 40 साल से बड़ी कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस है कि हम टस से मस नहीं हुए वहीं खड़े हैं जहाँ पर 40 साल पहले थे 40% बच्चे हमारे स्टंटेड मेल न्यूट्रिशन से मुतासर हैं इसका मतलब क्या है कि उनकी जिस्मानी साख्त ही नहीं बल्कि ज़हनी सलाहियत भी कुंद है तो जिस कौम में 40% बच्चे कुंद जहन के साथ पैदा होंगे या अफजाइश पाएंगे वो क्रिएटिव और इनोवेटिव दौर के अंदर जहाँ इनोवेशन हम कह रहे हैं और क्रिएटिविटी इज़ द करेंसी कैसे मुकाबला कर पाएंगे तो ये वो बड़े चैलेंजेस हैं जो हमें स्मार्टर प्रोविंसेस को क्रिएट करने के लिए एक मजबूत आवाज़ के साथ एक ताकत पैदा करनी चाहिए कि सूबों को हम ये एहसास दिलाएं कि जैसे वफाक ने अपना वज़न झाड़ा था सूबे भी अपना वज़न नीचे की तरफ झाड़ें और सर्विस डिलीवरी को रोबस्ट बनाएं और लोगों के करीब लेके जाएं वरना पंजाब का सूबा लाहौर से बैठ के नहीं चल सकता केपी का सूबा पेशावर से बैठ के नहीं चल सकता बलूचिस्तान कोयटा से नहीं चल सकता और सिंध कराची बैठ के नहीं चल सकता जब तक कि ये इख्तियारात नीचे की तरफ इनको हम नहीं लेके जाएंगे तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी इस वक्त की ज़रूरत है और मैं समझता हूँ कि पाइड को स्टडी करनी चाहिए कि हमने जो डेवोल्यूशन की थी 2010 में उसके क्या फ़वाइद और क्या अहदाफ थे और आज 2010 के बाद तकरीबन 15 साल हो गए हैं तो 15 सालों में हमें ट्रैक करना चाहिए कि डेवोल्यूशन से उन शोबों में जो हमारी सूबाई सतह पर डेवोल्यूशन से ख्याल था कि बेहतर हो जाएंगे किस हद तक बेहतर हुए हैं ऐसी ही कहानी ज़राअत की है कि 15 सालों में क्या हमारी ज़राई कारकर्दगी ज़राई पैदावार में कोई बेहतरी पैदा हुई है, कॉटन ख़त्म हो गई है और किसी और फसल में भी हम गैर मामूली पैदावारियत हासिल नहीं कर सके, प्रोडक्टिविटी गेन नहीं ले सके। तो ये वो इश्यूज़ हैं जिन पर हमें अब पाइड के ज़रिए डॉक्यूमेंटेड एविडेंस लेके आनी चाहिए, ताकि हम एविडेंस की बुनियाद पे पॉलिसीज़ को रिकमेंड कर सकें और पॉलिसी मेकर्स को मजबूर कर सकें कि वो ऐसी चॉइसेस बनाएं कि जो हकाइक पे मबनी हैं और एविडेंस पे मबनी हैं। इसी के साथ मैं आपको आखिर में ये कहूँगा कि जैसे नायब वज़ीर आज़म ने भी कहा कि मैंने आज सुबह एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी इसका हवाला दिया कि 2 स्टैनफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर हैं, एक प्रोफेसर जेफरी है और एक रॉबर्टसन है। उनका स्टडी है नोइंग डूइंग गैप की, किताब भी लिखी है उन्होंने। उन्होंने कहा है कि इग्नोरेंस और नोइंग के गैप से बड़ा जो गैप है और फंदा है वो नोइंग और डूइंग गैप है। यानी कि आप नहीं जानते और आप जानते हैं, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा गैप है। लेकिन अगर आप जानते हैं और कुछ कर नहीं सकते, ये उससे बड़ा एक कॉस्ट है। तो हम बहुत आलिम हैं, फाजिल हैं, हमारे मकालात बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, हम हर चीज़ के बारे में बड़ी अच्छी मुदल्लल गुफ्तगू करते हैं, लेकिन समहाउ हम उन अपने हकायक को हकीकत में ढलता हुआ नहीं देखते, चूँकि इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर सकते। तो रिसर्चर के लिए भी ये चैलेंज है कि हम अपनी रिसर्च को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ओरिएंटेड करें। पाकिस्तान में बड़ी मैक्रो लेवल की रिसर्च है, हम सबको पता है कि इश्यूज़ क्या हैं, हम सबको पता है कि मसाइल क्या हैं, लेकिन अब ज़रूरत इस बात की है कि 30,000 फुट की उस बुलंदी से मैक्रो पिक्चर को 3 फुट की माइक्रो पिक्चर में कैसे डाला जाए, हाउ टू इम्प्लीमेंट दोज आइडियाज़। तो इसीलिए मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि पाइड इन तमाम सेशंस के दौरान जो मकालात पढ़े गए हैं उन सब को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से काबिल अमल तजावीज़ में ढाल के हमें देगा, ताकि हम उन सब पर एक एक तजवीज़ पर स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ मिलकर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए काम कर सकें। क्योंकि इस वक्त हमें ज़रूरत है अपने इल्म को अमल में डालने के लिए। तो इन्हीं अल्फाज के साथ मैं डॉक्टर नदीम जावेद को, उनकी टीम को और आप सबको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ एक कामयाब कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जो नॉलेज आपने जनरेट किया है, ये नॉलेज इंशाअल्लाह काबिल अमल ख़यालात में ढलकर पाकिस्तान की उड़ान पाकिस्तान मंसूबे की कामयाबी का बायस बनेगा। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
आपकी मौजूदगी को देखते हुए सर, हम 3 बेहतरीन रिसर्च पेपर्स का इंतखाब किया गया है और there is a preamble to it that under the new leadership of PIDE, Dr. Nadeem Javed, several important initiatives have been launched to elevate the research landscape in Pakistan, and one was to incentivize the research. As a key step, जब हमने announce किया तो we received more than like 170 technical papers, और उसमें एक thorough process के बाद और यहाँ पर सुनने के बाद, अब उर्दू में थोड़ी गुफ्तगू हो ले, तो हमने इंतखाब किया है 3 बेहतरीन तहकीकी मकालों का। और we've been honored कि हम उन मकालों को फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड भी कह सकते हैं, बट वी नेमिंग देम ऑन द नेम ऑफ आवर एक्स डायरेक्टर्स जो पाइड में बहुत अहम इकोनॉमिस्ट के तौर पे मौजूद है। पहला अवार्ड को हमने नाम दिया सैयद नवाब हैदर नकवी अवार्ड। क्लैप्स। ओके जी, सेकंड इज एमएल कुरैशी, सेकंड प्राइज, एंड थर्ड इज एआर कमाल अवार्ड। And to my little knowledge, the people who in the hall still don't know because someone was asking.
मैं आपको एक और तजवीज़ ये दूंगा कि देखें अगले साल से ना कॉन्फ्रेंस को बाइलिंगुअल करें।
दुरुस्त सर।
मकालात जो हैं वो उर्दू में भी कोई पेश करना चाहते तो वो करें।
वाह वाह। तो हमारा तीसरे इनाम को हम पहले डिस्कस कर लेते हैं। सो थर्ड जो हमारा जीता है प्राइज एआर कमाल अवार्ड, थर्ड प्राइज अगर आप रेडी कर लें, एआर कमाल अवार्ड, या सस्पेंस। सो उनका की आइडिया था
the cash award, you should also mention along with it.
Because I'm not getting it, sir. आप खुद बताइए.
Dr. Nasir, I think you should.
Yeah, thank you. The third award is like हम 1 लाख रुपए उसको दे रहे हैं, जो second award है 2 लाख और जो हमारा first है उसको 3 लाख रुपए.
And I'm thankful to Honorable Minister and our Chancellor that this money is coming from Planning Commission.
So back पे नाम आ चुका है. Third award is a key idea from chalk to click, smarter classrooms through ICT. Nasreen, Aziz and Hafsa Hina. This study evaluates, please आइए, sir please. This study evaluates the effectiveness of ICT integration in primary education in Sindh's public school. It reveals gaps in ICT infrastructure, teacher training and academic performance, highlighting the need for further improvement. Their findings suggest the creation of a provincial program implementation unit to ensure sustainable ICT integration. बहुत मुबारक हो आपको. अब हम अपने दूसरे second prize, ML Qureshi Award, and that again goes to someone who are here from Comsets, Muhammad Wasim and Saima Nawaz. And their key idea is e-governance, a prerequisite for thriving global value chains. इनकी स्टडी ने एक्सप्लोर किया है environmental impact global value chain पर and showing that GVC integration increases CO2 emissions. So पहला इनाम is for someone who came and they at all, authors at all. Allama Iqbal Open University से Dr. Muhammad Sadil Ali, Tanzila Nadeem, Sayyid Muhammad Amir Shah, Muazzam Ali, बहुत मुबारक हो. इनका आइडिया था strengthen digital education to expand financial inclusion. इनकी स्टडी ने की insights दी हमें कि हुकूमत showing how user perception like usefulness, ease of use and risk influence mobile banking adoption in rural and urban areas. तो भरपूर तालियां इनके लिए भी. So thank you so very much. हम अपनी पैनल डिस्कशन की तरफ रिज्यूम करेंगे मिनिस्टर साहब के जाने के बाद. Okay. Honored sir.
Okay. So again, the media team, if you could share the screen with the respected panelists. So coming back to the first question, and that is if digital Pakistan is the destination, what unique lens should provinces carve out for themselves on this journey? And what specific roles and innovations should provinces lead beyond merely complementing federal programs? So in that context, we would like to hear from first our honorable guest who is already here, Captain Retired Mushtaq Ahmed Saab, Additional Chief Secretary, PNDGB.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for inviting this very important conference and point of view of Gilgit-Baltistan. First of all, Gilgit-Baltistan is not a province. It is an administrative unit of Pakistan, and unfortunately, it's not part of the NFC as well. So we are totally dependent on the government of Pakistan, the grants which are provided by the government of Pakistan, and unfortunately the inconsistent grants they create a lot of problems for any kind of innovative idea which has to be implemented in Gilgit-Baltistan. Despite that, the government of Gilgit-Baltistan, especially in last 3-4 years, is trying to, make the province of Gilgit-Baltistan a smarter province by different ideas implementing through this digitization. Before going into, we luckily had the CONITV also in Gilgit-Baltistan for some of the initiatives which we were taking with their help. But before going into what we are doing, let me share with you some of the very serious problems which Gilgit-Baltistan is facing to implement this digitization program. First of all, the service provider for the internet, unfortunately, we have one service provider that is not probably known to you, that is called SCO. And NITV Chairman Saab has visited. The worst internet is probably in Gilgit-Baltistan, and most of the time somebody is shaking his head, probably you're from Gilgit. So the worst internet across Pakistan is Gilgit-Baltistan. The other service providers are present there, but they are not providing their services for many reasons. So we have taken this issue with the government of Pakistan that other service providers like Jazz and Zong and you can name many, they should provide their services in Gilgit-Baltistan unless until they do not provide their services in Gilgit-Baltistan and we do not have a competitive kind of environment, the one service provider would never be able to provide those services in Gilgit-Baltistan. And the second very serious issue for Gilgit-Baltistan is electricity. There are three main urban centers in Gilgit-Baltistan. First is Gilgit, second is Skardu, which is in Baltistan, and third, most probably you all know, is Hunza. And unfortunately, during winters in Gilgit, there is 22 to 23 hours of load shedding. In Hunza, there is almost 21 hours of load shedding. And in Skardu is similarly 20 to 21 hours of load shedding. One very positive thing in Gilgit-Baltistan is that some of the areas, the education ratio is very high. For example, Hunza, education is around more than 90%. Even in Gilgit, it is around 80 to 90%. In Skardu urban area, again. So we have that potential for this digitization. But without these resources, probably we would not be able to, grab that opportunity. Despite that, Gilgit-Baltistan is putting a lot of efforts to bring, this digital revolution in Gilgit. Some of the programs we have started at the government level. For example, the government is trying to automate everything within next 2 years. So the automation system we have started in government first. For example, we have started this e-filing system. Anything, any rules of any business which government does should be through e-system. And then we are digitizing our many schools across Gilgit-Baltistan. So far we have LMS system in around 200 schools in Gilgit-Baltistan across GB. As Professor Hassan Iqbal Saab and Deputy Prime Minister was telling, that somebody sitting in Skardu, a student sitting in Skardu can get same education who a student who is sitting in Islamabad or Lahore or Karachi. So we are moving towards that side. In first tranche, we have digitized around LMS system in around 200 schools. And in next 2 years, we are planning to digitize and LMS system implementation in around another 200 schools. Another very important issue, very serious issue in Gilgit-Baltistan is land record. We do not, unfortunately, have any kind of land record in Gilgit-Baltistan, whether it is government land or it is private land. So we have hired the services of PIDE to digitize the complete land record of Gilgit-Baltistan, and this is going to be very big initiative for Gilgit-Baltistan because of this non-availability of land record, we are facing a very kind of serious issues. For many other initiatives, because since we are not a province and the resources are very meager, and we are totally dependent on the grant by the federal government, which unfortunately is very inconsistent. The area of Gilgit-Baltistan is around 74,000 square kilometer, and the population is less than 2 million. It is around 1.7 million. To provide such a scarce population, the facilities, other facilities like infrastructure, like education, like health, with the grant which is provided by the government of Pakistan, it's very difficult. So very small chunk is left for other initiatives, unfortunately. So what we are doing now is we are collaborating with the PITB, Punjab Information Board, and the KPIT, ITB, and then the NITB. And we are very thankful that all the two provinces, including the NITB, whatever initiatives they have already taken in the field of IT and digitization, they are either they are extending these services free of cost to Gilgit-Baltistan, or they are providing these services on a very meager low resources. One very good opportunity for Gilgit-Baltistan, it is a tourist hub. The population, as I mentioned, it is around 1.7 million, and the tourists which we are expecting next year is around 2 million. So it is more than the population which is living there. So there is a concept of digital nomads all across the world, that the people, intellectuals, they work in a remote area with a fast internet. So we are trying to bring that concept in Gilgit-Baltistan. We would make hubs for the tourists, for the authors, for the scholars, from all across the world. They can come and sit there with that beautiful area. But for that, of course, again, the basic core issue is provision of internet, which is unfortunately right now very severe. Despite all these issues which are we facing in Gilgit-Baltistan, we are trying to come at least at par or slightly lesser than that with other provinces. The only one advantage, it has a very less population and less infrastructure. So hopefully within 2 years we are trying to automate all the services which are provided by the government to the people, and many of them, the projects we have started. And one more important thing which we have established our own IT board, though it's not functional at the scale of what that is in KP or that is in Punjab, but hopefully in another year or so, when there would be a fully functional IT board, many of the issues would be, resolved. So this is what is from Gilgit-Baltistan. Thank you very much.
Very good. At least a kind of a clarity on the landscape. So now I would move to the government of KP to respond to this similar question, that what unique lens you are using to carve out your different strategies and policies regarding digitization. We would be, yes, please.
Thank you and Assalamu alaikum. I'm Syed Bilal Khisro. I'm the chief of PSDP and merged districts in the planning department of KP, and I'm pleased to represent the Honorable Chief Secretary and the ACS both simultaneously because of their preoccupied engagements. So they assigned me to represent at this highly invaluable forum. First and foremost, what I would like to share with you is KP is very soon launching its digital policy. I just got hold of that expensive document, which is covering the vision of transforming Khyber Pakhtunkhwa into a globally recognized hub for digital innovation, efficiency, and citizen-centric governance through the establishment of a sustainable and inclusive digital ecosystem by the year 2030. It is soon going to be presented before the provincial cabinet for formal approval, and it is going to cover probably the entire message that is being shared here today on this forum. We also simultaneously are catering for service delivery transformation, as the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister pinpointed repeatedly, and to move towards a citizen-centric digital identity. So this is going to be the linchpin of our entire transformational vision in view of the policy parameters. One of the recommendations that was shared with me is to focus more on an inter-provincial collaboration between the stakeholders, and I would like to avail this opportunity using your invaluable forum to bring it together and to share it with these learned panel members, because we will be learning from each other.
We have another question regarding that, or where that how come the handshake of technology is going to be made sure. So thank you so much. So coming back to the same question from Government of Sindh, if you could also please enlighten us regarding your ongoing strategies regarding digitization.
मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ अपने होस्ट काइंडली, अगर आप मेरी बात सुन सकते हो, सेक्रेटरी ITAJ के
जी
जो क्वेश्चन है मैंने अपना रिपोर्ट पढ़ी है, उसमें ऑलमोस्ट हो गया, आपने जो टाइम दिया था 3 to 5 का, तो हर आदमी बजाय इसके कि हम पूरे पैनल में 4-5 क्वेश्चंस पे रिपीट करें, एंड दैट विल टेक मोर देन 1 hour, तो जो बंदा भी बात करे वो पूरी रिपोर्ट पे अगर बात कर ले तो क्या इसको हाउस एग्री कर सकता है या नहीं, ऐसे तजवीज़, ये सजेशन है मेरी प्लीज.
I think that would be easier if we have a very clear, first we know the strategies, the ongoing interventions of the different federating units, and then we'll talk about the issues, and then eventually Chairman National Information Technology Board is here, and he would like to then enlighten all of us that what's the federal government strategy on that. So I think that's the best way. So I think you should also explain it just in a quick manner, that what's the overall view.
ताकि हर आदमी 5-6 मिनट में अपनी बात कर ले तो फिर चेयरमैन सब बात कर ले.
जी, we are going like this. जी, Government of Sindh, please. I don't know. Okay, then Government of AJK.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chaudhary Fareed, Secretary IT, Government of AJK, speaking on behalf of Chief Secretary and the Government of AJK. First of all, Dr. Nadeem साहब का और आपकी टीम का शुक्रिया, इनफैक्ट PIDE का, कि आपने बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट इशू के ऊपर पब्लिक सेक्टर की जो डिसीजन मेकिंग बॉडीज हैं, चीफ सेक्रेटरीज हैं, सेक्रेटरीज हैं, उनको भी एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे जमा किया, और मोहतरम प्रोफेसर साहिबान को, यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स को, ताकि हम एक ऐसे स्टडी ग्रुप का हिस्सा बन सकें जहां पे हम पाकिस्तान की जो इसके अंदर आईटी के अंदर जो काविश है उसको पेश कर सकें और अपने कमजोरियों को हाईलाइट करें. इससे पहले डार साहब ने बात की और हसन इकबाल साहब मोहतरम ने भी बात की, और 18th अमेंडमेंट से बात शुरू हुई. तो जैसे जीबी ने बात की, आई थिंक 18th अमेंडमेंट के का बेनिफिट 4 प्रोविंसेस को तो हुआ है, बट दोज रीजन्स जो फेडरेशन का एज अ प्रोविंस हिस्सा नहीं है, जो फेडरेटिंग यूनिट्स हैं लाइक एजेके एंड जीबी, तो हमें लॉस हुआ है. इसलिए कि जब फेडरेशन की जेब से पैसा गया है तो आज़ाद कश्मीर को लॉस हुआ है, जीबी को लॉस हुआ है, ऐसे ही उन यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को लॉस हुआ है जिनको HEC से पैसा मिलता था, उन अदारों को लॉस हुआ है जो फेडरल के यूनिट से अपना हिस्सा लेते थे. तो इस पे एक थॉट जो हमारी तरफ से है वो यही है कि हमें इसका उस कदर फाइनेंशियल शेयर नहीं मिला जैसे हमें एज अ प्रोविंस मिल सकता था. दूसरा जो इस पे अगर हम बात करें, जो क्वेश्चनियर है इसके अंदर, एक तो ये है कि आपने प्रोविंसेस किस हद तक अपनी किन सब्जेक्ट्स में ये समझते हैं कि उन्हें फेडरेशन का हिस्सा बनना चाहिए। तो जो सब्जेक्ट्स हमारे तो 18th अमेंडमेंट से के टाइम पे 2018 के टाइम पे ही आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर 13th अमेंडमेंट जो हमारे अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर हुई, वो उस 13th अमेंडमेंट के अंदर यानी हमने 47 से लेके 2018 तक हमारे तकरीबन 60% से सब्जेक्ट्स जो है ना, 60% से ज्यादा के सब्जेक्ट्स फेडरल गवर्नमेंट के थे जिन पे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ एजे लेजिस्लेशन नहीं कर सकती थी। सो द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ एजे असेंबली गॉट पावर्स टू लेजिस्लेट ऑन सर्टेन सब्जेक्ट्स इन 2018, और उसी के अंदर आईटी भी है, उसी के अंदर बाकी भी सब्जेक्ट्स हैं। अब जिस तरह से जीबी ने बात की, आईटी के अंदर एक इंटरनेट की फैसिलिटी का बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। आज़ाद कश्मीर का अगर हम एरियल व्यू करें तो 10 किलोमीटर की पट्टी के अंदर हमारी 50% आबादी है जो एलओसी के ऊपर है। एलओसी के ऊपर हम एससीओ को तो ब्लेम करते हैं, लेकिन एससीओ इज द ओनली सर्विस प्रोवाइडर इन हिली एरियाज, टफ टेरेन ऑफ आज़ाद जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड गिलगित बल्तिस्तान। लेकिन जो लोग शहरों से पैसा कमाते हैं और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी से वो फैसिलिटीज भी लेते हैं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान से फैसिलिटीज भी लेते हैं लाइक अदर सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स, उनका मैं फोरम पे नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, लेकिन वो लाहौर में सर्विस प्रोवाइड करेंगे, पिंडी में करेंगे, पेशावर में करेंगे, कोयटा में करेंगे, लेकिन वो जोग में नहीं जाएंगे, वो स्कर्दों में नहीं जाएंगे, वो हमारी एलओसी के ऊपर नहीं जाएंगे, क्योंकि वहां पे उनको रिस्ट्रिक्टेड इंटरनेट की डिवाइसेस लगाना पड़ती हैं। सो इट्स नॉट कि कोई अदारे उसमें रुकावट करते हैं, कोई डिफेंस के अदारे करते हैं या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान के और सिविल अदारे इसमें रुकावट करते हैं। वो सिर्फ इस वजह से वहां पे ये कंपनीज नहीं जाती कि वो जहाँ पे एक टावर से अगर वो 10,000 कनेक्शंस लेंगे तो वहां शायद 1000 कनेक्शंस हों। तो इस बात को फेडरल सतह पे उठाने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आज़ाद कश्मीर के अंदर एलओसी के ऊपर या जीबी के अंदर ये माहौल बन रहा है कि जी ये अदारों की रिस्ट्रिक्शन है, चूंकि एससीओ एक सेमी डिफेंस का अदारा है, लिहाजा वो रिस्ट्रिक्शन उधर से आती है, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है, इसको बार बार स्टडी किया गया है। दूसरा मैं एक और बात जो आईटी की ये करना चाहता हूँ कि ये मैंने पहले, चूंकि मैं चेयरमैन टेप्टा भी था, तो मैंने नेपटेक में भी ये बात की थी कि जब हम पूरी कौम को ग्लोबल फिनोमेना के ऊपर, ग्लोबल कैनवस के ऊपर किसी मुकाबले के लिए तैयार करेंगे तो हम अपनी आधी फौज को छोड़ के नहीं कर सकते, और वो हमारी आधी फौज है ख्वातीन जो 50-50+ % के हैं। हमारी सोसाइटी का पैटर्न ये है, मुस्लिम सोसाइटी का। यहाँ पे आपके ऑडियंस में प्रोफेसर साहिबान, बच्चे बच्चियां बैठे हैं। हमारी सोसाइटी का पैटर्न ये है कि बच्चियां घरों पे काम करती हैं, लोकल सेटअप्स के अंदर काम करती हैं, बच्चे दूसरे शहरों में भी जाते हैं और इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल भी करते हैं। आईटी वाहिद वो अदारा है, वाहिद वो इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो बच्चियों को घरों पे बैठ के रोजगार दे सकता है। लेकिन अभी भी किसी भी प्रोविंस ने, जो हमारे थाउजेंड्स ऑफ बिल्डिंग्स, अरबों खरबों रुपए की बिल्डिंग्स बनी हुई हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज बनी हुई हैं, कॉलेजेस बने हुए हैं, मदारस बने हुए हैं, स्कूल्स बने हुए हैं, राइट फ्रॉम विलेज टू द सिटीज, ये 2 बजे के बाद हमारी खरबों रुपए की फैसिलिटीज बंद होती हैं, और इनके अंदर आईटी लैब्स भी हैं, कुछ के अंदर नहीं होंगी। अगर हम 2-3 साल का प्लान बना के प्रोविंसेस सिर्फ यही कर लें कि एग्जिस्टिंग लैब्स के अंदर हम आईटी के क्लासेस चला दें, वो चाहे नेपटेक से चले, चाहे PIDE से चले, चाहे प्रोविंसेस से चले, तो हम अपनी आधी पॉपुलेशन को इस काबिल कर लेंगे कि वो फ्रीलांसिंग की दुनिया में आके अपना रोजगार कमा सके। तो इसके ऊपर हमारी पॉलिसीज आइंदा से होनी चाहिए, प्रोविंसेस को भी कोशिश करनी चाहिए। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आज़ाद कश्मीर ने प्राइम मिनिस्टर हुनरमंद विजन के तहत नेपटेक के प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ मिलके, आईटी के प्लेटफॉर्म से मिलके 300 अदारों के अंदर क्लासें चलाई हैं पहाड़ी इलाकों के अंदर, और इसके ऊपर 1 रुपया भी गवर्नमेंट का नहीं लगा। ये सारी हमने लैब्स खोली हैं कि वहां पे लोकल लोग आए, वो लैब्स को चलाएं, वो अपनी क्लास चलाएं, जिसको डिजिटल मार्केटिंग आती है वो पढ़ाए, जिसको फ्रीलांसिंग का कोई और चीज आती है वो पढ़ाए। और वो अपना 6 महीने का कोर्स कंप्लीट करे, वहीं पे बच्चे पैसे देके वो कोर्स सीखते हैं, वहां से जाते हैं। तो इसी तरह मदारस के अंदर भी और दूसरे इदारों के अंदर भी ये चीजें हमें करनी चाहिए। ये दूसरा हमारा एजेके यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर, ये मैं सिर्फ आपको एक बात बता रहा हूँ, इस वक्त पाकिस्तान की यूनिवर्सिटी में हम देखें, हमारी अगर लिटरेसी जो हमारी इनरोलमेंट है स्कूल्स के अंदर, अगर हम उसको 100% कंसीडर करें तो हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर बच्चे जो है ना वो 12 to 25% पहुंचते हैं जो यूनिवर्सिटी में MS या BS के अंदर जाते हैं। अब तो चूंकि पेड एजुकेशन हो गई तो आपका वो परसेंटेज भी मेंटेन नहीं हो रहा। ये भी जब बच्चे सड़कों पे आते हैं BS के बाद, तो हमने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ एजेके ने यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ पहले भी इस पे नेगोशिएशन की है, और फोरम पे अगर हम ये बात रखें कि HEC के प्लेटफॉर्म से सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के लिए ये मैंडेटरी हो जाए कि कोई बच्चा चाहे वो BS इकोनॉमिक्स का है, उर्दू का है, इंग्लिश का है, IT का है, इवन सॉफ्टवेयर हार्डवेयर किसी का भी है, वो पहले 2 सेमेस्टर उसको हम IT के फ्रीलांसिंग के वो स्किल्स दें, और अगले 4 सेमेस्टर के अंदर 5 सेमेस्टर के अंदर वो बैठे फारग टाइम में ट्राई करता रहे अर्निंग के लिए, और जब वो यूनिवर्सिटी से फारग हो तो वो सड़क पे ना आए, वो अपनी अर्निंग कर सके। तो ये इसमें मेरी गुजारिशात थी, और आज़ाद कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट इज फुली कमिटेड और ज़हनी तौर के ऊपर, पॉलिसी के तौर के ऊपर, कि हम इंशाल्लाह लीड करेंगे और हम इंशाल्लाह अपनी आबादी के को वो सहूलतें देंगे जो इस वक्त दुनिया के किसी भी तरक्की याफ्ता मुल्क के नौजवान को चाहिए। हम अपने नौजवान नस्ल को मायूस नहीं करेंगे। इंशाल्लाह गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आज़ाद कश्मीर प्रायोरिटी के ऊपर ये सहूलतें अपने शहरियों को देंगी, और फेडरल गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी हम इक्वली एज अ पार्टनर, एज अ यूनिट पूरी तरीके से काम करेंगे और उनकी पॉलिसी में शामिल रहेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Farid Saab. So now I would request Government of Punjab to please enlighten the audience on the.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. Dr. Saab, my name is Faisal Yusuf and I am Chairman for Punjab Information Technology Board. So I will be very precise on your question that what should be the role of the federal government and what should be the role of the provinces in ICT. Federal government, as after 18th Amendment after 2010, federal government should be focusing on the standardization, policy making, rules. They should be focusing on providing broadband internet connectivity, which is a problem everywhere, especially in Gilgit-Baltistan and Azad Kashmir, as my friends from these two provinces as initially told you. The infrastructure support should be done by the federal government as well. But the provinces like Punjab province, other provinces should also be into the execution of 5 different pillars of ICT. One is the G2C services, where the government to citizen services should be given to them. We should be having all mediums available, made available to the citizens to get those services on online basis, having multiple services under one roof, or on a self-mode online, they should get the service themselves. Or a facilitated mode, which Punjab government recently launched, that Mariam Ki Dastak, where the more than 150 services are given to the citizens at their doorstep. The other is the government-to-government services, where the internal efficiency lies. Punjab government has computerized its file management system. We have computerized our procurement part of it. We have digitized our HR total. All 1.2 million HR of Punjab government is totally computerized. So we find right people for a right job to be posted in a particular seat. Smart monitoring of development projects. It is all, the development projects portfolio is developed on a system, then it is monitored by a system, and all the evidences are recorded into that system. The releases and allocations are also done through that particular system. And last but not the least is the real show, which is a OSSP, which is our MDM, which is a master data management, where all databases talk to each other, which is a e-governance, where the decision of the provinces are taken on the basis of the data. So that's we call it an OSSP, which is also there. The third is the G2B services, the government to business services, where the government helps the businesses to grow. and they come and invest in a province. So ease of doing business is one initiative where the business can register themselves online. Then we started doing the automation of RLCO. RLCO is a registrations and licenses and the NOCs obtained from the government for starting different businesses. There are total more than 400 types of businesses where people start those businesses. So those RLCOs were automated as well. Then the BFC, the Business Facilitation Center, it was a successful model and run in division headquarters of Punjab. And now we are replicating the same model there in Islamabad as well. And last but not the least, in G2B is the e-biz, which is getting all those business services online. People, they don't have to come to the government departments to get those RLCOs, but they can get those services online while paying online, while giving their data and their documents online. There are two more important pillars where the provincial government should also work. One is the human skill development. Punjab government has run multiple initiatives like e-Rozgar and where we are building the capacity of the people to learn and then to apply that particular learning as being a freelancer. They can start earning a lot. So there are multiple initiatives run in that particular domain. So one of the last but not the least is the entrepreneurship wing where the provinces should also be working on. And PIDE has run multiple initiatives like Plan 9, Tech Hub, where those accelerator programs, the incubators, and the co-working spaces are given to the young, vibrant youth of this province, where they can sit, and it's a plug-and-play environment for them to move on. So, like this, if the provinces has to be done by the policies made by the federal government, and federal government being a parent organization, parent government should be helping the provinces to achieve their goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Sahab. It's really very enlightening. So coming to the CEO and ITB, that's I think the most important aspect is that how the Islamabad is enabling provinces to lead with agility through policy, funding, and in interoperability standards and capacity building. So, and can we expect a clear national framework that empowers the local innovation and which is then also going to ensure the coherence across the federation, because some member from the federating unit also highlighted this, because sometimes it comes a challenge that every province is going to use a different technology interface, and then it becomes difficult to have a good handshake when it comes to, well, for example, safe city projects and some other these kind of interventions. So on that, do we have some standards, or are we working on that? We would be very glad to learn from you. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for giving the opportunity. So first of all, yes, very rightly said, what we need to understand is first where we stand today. When it comes to the digitalization, first of all, there's no second thought that digitalization is the way out, say when it comes to the governance, and that's what's happening in rest of the world as well. As I mentioned yesterday as well, if you look at the fastest emerging economies in the world, there is a very strong correlation between the economic growth and the pace of their digitalization. So that puts down the case for the digitalization in the government. Now, where we stand in the country, we also need to look at the ground facts. The first one is IT and digitalization is a devolved subject in Pakistan intrinsically. So that actually is an opportunity, but it gives us some constraints as well. And every province has its own journey. And by the virtue of this very devolved nature, the way it has evolved is like few provinces, when they have had their own journey, so few provinces have gone ahead. They have done a very good job. Like PITB is doing an excellent job there. But one of the factors, if you look at there, is these services, the citizen services, if you look at, has been success because of the good infrastructure that they have. And then when we worked, for example, in a recent past, I visited on the request of Chief Secretary Saab in Gilgit-Baltistan, We went there somewhere in the middle of February, and that is where we actually realized that yes, infrastructure is a problem, connectivity is a problem. So when it came to the rollout of the services, those were deployed in days, weeks. But when it comes to the actual benefit of it to the government and to the people, they are now constrained with the speed of the internet, which becomes a basic problem to solve. So this is where other provinces are, like for example, Balochistan, I've come to know as well. They are suffering with the connectivity issue as well. So when we look at this, so in a consistent monolithic landscape of digitalization, what ideally should be there, so the constraints of every province are different. So everyone has its own journey. Okay, now how to solve it? Let's come there, and because we do acknowledge the inconsistencies as well. So first of all, the approach is looking into the vision of the Prime Minister Saab and URAAN Pakistan, if we connect to this. It's a common vision. This is first of all important, to have a common North Star. So where we want to head to. If you don't look at the final destination, and if it is not common, the journeys would naturally be different. And that is exactly what has been happening in the past. So with this transformation, it's not only the automation which is a transformation, it is an entire suite. As I mentioned, the infrastructure, the connectivity, and this. So the approach, first of all, is to have a common North Star, which is defined by URAAN, and it is being now broken down. It has been broken down into specifics. So the national digital strategy, what we've chalked down, comprises 3 pillars. The first pillar is citizen services, the digital society. So a consistent monolithic landscape for the entire country. If someone has to renew, let's say, a driver's license in Islamabad or in Lahore, or it's different. But if a citizen has to do it in Gilgit-Baltistan today, it is not automated and the journey is different. So first of all, citizen services, a monolithic landscape. I'll just identify first and then I'll tell you what's happening there. Then the second pillar is the digital economy, because this is where the difference is made. We earlier attended a session as well, and you can correlate, so I won't repeat that part. But we also need to essentially understand the importance of it, because no matter how much economic progress we make, intrinsically in the cash-based economy, we have a leakage. If a glass doesn't have a bottom, no matter how much water you put in, it'll be leaked. So, and that's exactly what's happening with our economy. So we need also to have a cashless economy. That is one important milestone of the digitalization efforts that we need to do throughout the provinces. And the third important pillar is the digital governance. Now, the example of digital governance is, for example, a very simple intervention that we did a few months back in federal government was, I think I mentioned that yesterday as well, was if you look at the decision making in the country, it is done through an artifact which is processed. It's called summary. The summary is moved by the relevant secretary from a ministry through the cabinet to Prime Minister Saab and then President Saab. So when we digitalized this, it was not digitalized until 4 or 5 months ago. So at the average processing time of that summary was 22 days. And now when we have digitalized it and adopted it 100% in the federal government, that processing time is down from 22 days to 3 days. So this is how the decision making of the country is improved.
You also mentioned the most quickly approved summaries were
the quickest, yeah, thank you for highlighting. The quickest summaries, I mean, this 22 manual average was brought down by the fastest moving summaries, which is actually for the foreign visits. So
for the foreign tours, the summaries were,
so this
and if it is of some, particularly public interest, then it takes 22 days.
So that one is processed in few hours, and that's why it's 22 days. Otherwise, it could have been above 30 days, a month as well. So now it is down to 3 days. But to make it happen, I can tell you, to make this journey happen, even in the federal government, because there is a lot of resilience as well. So even in the federal government, it took us no one lesser than the Prime Minister Saab himself. He took a notice of it, he took the drive of it, and himself issued the directives. So now, in order to make it happen, we, as SL Iqbal Sahab, Honorable Minister of Planning mentioned, first of all, the strategy is as the federal government, because there are 3 levels of government we're looking at in Pakistan: federal, provincial, and the district governments. So the federal government is getting smarter by shedding the load to provincials. Provincial governments, now we all need to go together. So no one needs to be left behind. So we need to take them all along with this common North Star, which is the National Digitalization Strategy. And we need to take them all along. Balochistan, Sindh, Punjab is already doing so good. KPK, GB. So we need to take everyone along monolithically. Otherwise, it can't happen. Pillars I mentioned. Now, in the vertical side, one is the citizen side of the services, but then there is another problem that we're facing as an economy, as Pakistan, and we need to take all the levels of government together, and that is facilitating the businesses. For example, even if a new business comes here and gets to registration stage, it takes them 2 to 3 months to register. It's a very long process. So we need to facilitate that one as well. Now, all of this together, and let alone this one, another problem I'll tell you. For example, someone, a resource in a remote area in Balochistan or in a remote area in GB, when they get a job offer from an international employer to go and join there, it's a long process through which they need to go. For example, protectorate, and there's so much process. So we were sitting there in Prime Minister's office in SIFC, and there is a number of departments the application needs to go through is 18. It's humongous. We need to optimize. So digitalization is not only, automation of the same thing. We need to rethink the governance. We need to do the re-engineering. Now, putting it all, because I'm conscious of the time as well, putting it all together. So the answer is, number one, a common North Star that has been defined through a national strategy. The first biggest initiative for this common implementation is the DEEP project, which is Digital Economy Enhancement Project. It's a well-funded project which has just initiated. And in this one, what we're doing is taking everyone along. So consultative and ideation, because the governance needs to be redone when it comes to digitalization. So the ideation needs to be done, and this is where we stand today. So we are at a point in time where the Ministry of IT and Telecom has divided down this initiative into 4 parts. The first part is the DPI, the Digital Public Infrastructure, which mainly comprises 2 parts, the data exchange layer, because this is one of the big problems. For any services to be monolithic, it has to be digitalized. It can't be done without the governance of the data, because the Data Governance Act does not exist today. How the data will be shared, where it will be stored. As Faisal Sahab rightly mentioned, the master data management. So these things need to be defined right? So DPI takes care of the national data exchange layer. Then Citizens Vault is the second part of the DPI, where you don't need to come again and again to HEC to get your degrees attested, or so when you have your artifacts tested, verified, you can keep there. So this is the infrastructure part example. The citizen services part is being implemented by NITB together with PITB. So what we're doing is the citizens part ideation will be done. Then the business part, which I mentioned, this is the ownership of the BOI, Board of Investment, and all of them together are working under the hood of the Ministry of IT and Telecom. And Ministry of IT and Telecom is also responsible for the whole of government approach, because as I mentioned, we need to do some policy making here as well. So that needs to be done, some restructuring needs to be done as well. So this whole initiative is aligned with the North Star, which is URAAN Pakistan, as we mentioned. So this is how it all connects. So, and at the end, I will also say, we need to build capacities as well, consistently. We need to build capacities in not only in the federal government, but in each of the provinces as well. So the first episode of this is the recent, which you might have heard, to say, we need to build capacities as well, consistently. We need to build capacities in not only in the federal government, but in each of the provinces as well. So which been announced, and everyone has the equal opportunity. It's no quota-based, it's no province-based, it is everyone in Pakistan has this open opportunity. So 300,000 is the first episode. What I mean to say is it is not all. It is the first episode in which we want to see how many of slots are availed by home, and some data analysis will be done. So but no one will be limited. Let's say we receive 500,000 applications. We have the provisions to give trainings to all of them. So this is the workforce which will not only contribute to the digitalization of Pakistan, but it will also be the services which will be exporting. Then a big gap which I need to mention, just last point, the big gap that we have in transforming ourselves through digitalization is consulting. In the country, we do not have consultancy and advisory which is being indigenously produced. So I would like to give appreciation to PIDE here, because they are taking an initiative where they are establishing, they're actually thinking, working on the real grounds up of establishing the first business consulting school in the country. So these will be the enablers. And with this, I think I would like to conclude that thank you very much for this. This is a journey which we need to do together. And we see a monolithic digital landscape in the country. So let's do it together. Let's make Pakistan great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for a very enlightening kind of aspects to highlight that what the federal government is doing on this front. So now, I mean, when it comes to digitization, along with it, another very important aspect which is being talked about, and Honorable Representative from the GB also highlighted on that, that's the digital divide. So, I mean, this divide is then going to further, I mean, make stark and grave those inequalities which are already prevalent when it comes to the society, when it comes to the province versus another province, the social indicators which we have. So, and then over and above that digital divide, there is an issue of capacity and coordination, which you were mentioning. So, I mean, what institutional reforms and financing models are needed to ensure that no one is going to left behind in this regard? So, and what kind of support the provincial or federating units are needed, and particularly when it comes to institutionalizing the National Digital Council to align with the provincial and federal efforts in this regard. So I would like to hear your thoughts on this, and also would like to say that we are from the Planning Commission's platform, we are again and again saying this, that if you have any good project which have the potential to uplift any federating unit in that particularly in this e-Pakistan context, so please do send us the project. And the first possibility is that we are going to do it on 50-50 basis, that there must be some commitment from the provincial government or federating unit side. And if you are going to make this case, particularly for GB and AJK, that there is already shortage of funds, so then being the member at the Planning Commission, I will fight for your case and we will try to make it. So in this regard, if you have any suggestion, please do share with us in this next round of discussions. So starting with GB again, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the offer. Definitely we would love to share the projects which we think we can do together with the PIDE or Planning Commission or the Government of Pakistan. As already mentioned by me and my colleague from AJK, unfortunately after the 18th Amendment and NFC, we were the most affected provinces, administrative provinces, the Gilgit-Baltistan and AJK. For any kind of intervention in IT or maybe digitization, we need a strong hand-holding of the federal government. unless and until federal government does not support us, and the provinces as well. For example, we are already taking a lot of support from KPIT board, and then PITB, and then of course the NITB. The first and foremost and a very important thing for the provinces like GB and the and the state of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, we need a strong hand holding from the federal government. But at the same time, we would not shy away from our own responsibility, and we are trying our best to do whatever resources we have in those resources, whatever we can do. For example, in many public service digitization or automation, which we have already initiated in the provincial government, we are seeking support from the NITB, which is, of course, that is a very developed board, so we cannot, pay the amount which they normally ask for different projects. But at the same time, we have taken a lot of support from KPIT board. For example, recently, in collaboration with the KPIT board, we established a testing service for the Gilgit-Baltistan. And everything, including the software and the other support, which was provided free of cost by the KPIT board. And secondly, very importantly, they also offered that for initial maybe few tests, they would come there and they would conduct those tests with hands-on training to the people from Gilgit-Baltistan. So this provinces which have advanced in this IT, especially the Punjab and then KP, they need to, extend their support to the provinces like Gilgit-Baltistan. In our own capacity, we are trying to digitize many things. For example, we have started a project of smart schools, primary schools. The number might not be big. It's only 50 schools to initiate, to start with. But we are planning in next 2 to 3 years, more than 300 to 400 schools in whatever funds we get from the federal government. We are going to make the smart schools at the primary level. And as already mentioned, the LMS system up to 200 we have completed, and next 200 is in pipeline. And these achievements are these initiatives from the national framework, from the lens of a province like Punjab or KP, might not be big because they are big provinces, but from the lens of Gilgit-Baltistan, these are big initiatives. For example, for the reason, first, we have meager resources, unfortunately, and second, the population is very less. It's the population of Gilgit-Baltistan is lesser than any district of Punjab. So these initiatives might be smaller for them, but for us, these are big initiatives. So in conclusion, I would again say that the federal government should hold the hand of government of Gilgit-Baltistan, and secondly, unless until the core issues are not resolved, the first and foremost is provision of internet. Whatever we do, at the end of the day, if we don't have the internet, we of course cannot do anything. As my colleague from AJK said that SGO is the kind of sole service provider, but the other service providers, they are, they are working on totally on commercial lines, but they have the social responsibility also. If they are running business, it is one integrated unit, Pakistan. So if they are earning a lot of money from Karachi or Sindh or from Islamabad or maybe from Lahore, they need to spend some money on the provinces like GB.
Captain Sahib, if I could recall, there is a universal fund
that every minute we call somebody, so there is few cents goes to that fund. And that fund is basically that in those far-flung areas where there is no feasibility to have, these big poles to, diffuse signals for the connectivity for internet and cellular phone signals, so that those funds will be used. And if I could recall, the last time I checked, it was more than 27 billion rupees that's lying with the federal government. And I think you should ask from your platform to access that funds from the Ministry of Finance.
Exactly. Such kind of, thank you very much for informing that. I think if the voice of Gilgit-Baltistan, because of being small, is again most of the time unheard at the federal level. So we have to struggle a lot, and we have to knock every door to get, some kind of. So I think the another issue which my colleague from AJK highlighted, that they probably on the face of it, they propagate that the SEO would not let us, provide services in maybe GB or in AJK. In real, that's not the case. I should probably not name, but let's name it. Recently, Zong has started its internet services in the particular region of Gilgit city, and they are providing very good services. Nobody has stopped them. So we need to, the federal government, I met the Honorable Minister of IT few months back to highlight this issue, because unless until we don't resolve this issue, we are not going to move forward in any case. So these are the issues, and this is what the federal government and the provinces, other provinces, need to support the government of Gilgit-Baltistan as well as AJK. Thank you.
So thank you. So now coming back to Bilal Saab, the government of KP, would like to add something.
Thank you, sir.
On digital divide. And
Thank you, sir. I would start with your generous offer about sharing a couple of projects which we are working on. We will definitely share those proposals. One, the way a respected guest from GB commended time and again the role of KPIT board. So availing that opportunity, I am presenting a project, KP Digital Talent Ecosystem. So we are pursuing it with the Planning Commission, and we definitely need your support in that. We will share the proposal details with you. Meanwhile, we are also coming up with another project on a pilot basis for the merged districts. We need to come up with this concept of smart village focused on governance, security, and all these things. So we will also share the project proposal with you. We look forward to your kind support in that.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I am also sharing the key issue of this digital connectivity, because most of the areas are remote as far as KP is concerned, especially with reference to the security concerns. We need a national level input on that. And the last but not the least, but of pivotal importance, is the cybersecurity issues. We need a national framework on that, a national technical as well as administrative support in that. So that's all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Ji, moving to AJK, Secretary Saab, would you like to add on this particular question of digital divide and the kind of reforms you are envisaging and the support you expect from the federal government? Very quickly, if you could, because then we have to open the house for questions. People would like to ask, because most of them
Thank
are
you.
also from,
Thank you, sir. Whatever is AJK is now, it's because of the nation, because of the federal government, and especially the PIDE, along with NITB. We are thankful to our government and the federal government that whatever support we need at any crucial time, we get that. That's why AJK has been enabled, government of AJK has enabled its departments to serve digitally. Number one, 70% of the land record, because after 1947, the land settlement was conducted in 90s. So it was difficult to get the previous record, which was on the line of control and other hilly areas. So it's a big success that AJK government is now achieving this target, and we will inshallah be able to provide digital record after 3 years to the 100% citizens of AJK. And AJK would be, I think, the way we are working on e-files, e-office system, with the help of our national and other provincial organizations. We are trying to be the first in Pakistan to be, which would be shifted on this technology. Right now we are working in secretariats. Chief Secretary AJK is getting all the files through e-office system. Now the secretaries are going to be shifted on that, and next the divisions and the district would be converted to that system. So it will take a year, not on the system, but on the practice. So we will be the, we may be the first one on that system. Along with AJK High Court and AJK Supreme Court, they are fully automated. They are conducting video conferences. They are conducting video hearing of the cases in different divisions and different benches. Citizens of Azad Jammu and Kashmir are getting e-licenses, e-driving licenses, e-domiciles, and e-telemedicine facilities, along with centralized biometric attendance system for all public employees. It's in AJK, 100% employees are now biometrically, they are verified, and biometric system is successfully is being running in Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Ji, Faisal Saab, Chairman, Punjab.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
I would say that we have a whole sectoral plan for Punjab. So you talk about agriculture. So we have agriculture sectoral plan, which covers not only the agriculture department, but irrigation department, livestock, and price control, and then health sector, education sector, law and order sector, the criminal justice system, where the judiciary, the police, prosecution, and the prison, parole, they all are automated. We have automated line of business application. Now we are talking, these systems are talking to each other within the sector. And now we are building up a system which will be talking to each other with cross-sectoral as well. So all these systems are available. So one of my friends was saying PIDE is expensive. So first of all, I would want to offer everybody. So whatever systems which are there developed by PIDE, they are all developed by PIDE. So we don't outsource, we develop it ourselves. So in order to sustain it, and that's why we have a better penetration in government departments where we are more automated, the systems are more streamlined. So I offer those systems for free for any province, Azad Kashmir, GP, KP, Balochistan, Sindh, and we are also helping different provinces in police systems, in judiciary systems, and in other, for example, driving license systems. So we replicate this e-stamping system, we are replicating it, e-procurement, e-payment system. So we are replicating it to entire other provinces as well. So these systems we are developed by PIDE ourselves. So this is for free. Having said all this, that the software is free, it doesn't mean this thing that hosting is free as well. It doesn't mean this thing that the hardware will be provided by PIDE and the support services and further the training which has to be imparted to the people, because the implementation is a difficult part of it. I have to send my people there in, for example, say GB or KP or SIM, and they will be there for some time. So what I want to say, the provinces need to build up their capacity so that they can handshake with organizations like KPIT board, PIDE, and NITB, so that whatever success stories we have, we can pass it on to them so that they can sustain it. Instead of they want PIDE or KPIT board or NITB to keep running it for them for years, which we can't, because our mandate is the provincial government where we are working, and we have to work there in Punjab. I can't work for Balochistan for years. I give them the system, I can train them, I can hold them for some time, that on BOT basis built, operate, and then I have to transfer to them so that they can sustain it for longer time. So I can't keep running the operations part of it for long. So PITB, whatever systems we have, these systems are for free. So we offer those systems to any provincial government, federal government, if they want. So we can give them for free. So that's what it is. So as far as the National Digital Council is concerned, it's very important to have that council having leadership from the federal government or higher ups with the provincial presence, so that we can discuss problems like internet connectivity, which is a bigger problem for other provinces, including Punjab as well. So if I talk about the fiber connectivity, the broadband, it's not only not even 25% broadband is used by the people of Punjab, which is considered as the most advanced province as compared to other provinces. So we need to work on the connectivity part of it. The broadband connectivity has to be brought in. It's a federal government mandate, and federal government has to handhold with Punjab government and provinces in order to help them have a better connectivity. Because if there's no connectivity, taking the digital agenda forward would greatly hamper. So that's not possible then. So that's what I want to say, that whatever systems we have that's available for other provinces, so we can help them in whatever capacity, because PITB has a first mover advantage. We were formed in 1999. So Punjab, felt that particular need earlier as compared to other provinces. So we have the first mover advantage, and we are, more automated because we have more resources. That's absolutely correct. So we're there to support other provinces in whatever capacity they want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So now I would like to open the house for questions you might like to ask, and I would request that if you can direct your question or at least mention whether this is all referred to all the panelists or it's particular to some. Yes, please, there.
Thank you very much, sir. Very enlightening discussion, definitely. My quick question, I'm Mahmood from PIDE, that we have been talking about the digitization of the existing government services. What about adding something new to it, maybe from the digitalization from the perspective of accountability? For example, the services being rated in a similar manner like the private services which we use now, we rate the doctors, the service providers. So how about creating those platforms which can actually put the pressure in terms of improving the quality of government services as well?
Okay, any other? At least we can have two, three questions, and then from this side? No? Okay. Yes, they are, seems tired, huh? So, would you, and then I would refer it to.
I can answer what we are doing in terms of the feedback. So we have a citizen feedback model. So we are offering different digital services to the citizens. So if any citizen got a domicile or a driving license or a vehicle registration or property tax or whatever service they have got, so they get a call from our call center. First they can get a message that are they satisfied or not. If you are satisfied, say press 1, respond with 1, and if not, respond with 0. If they respond to 0, they get a call from us. So, and we ask a specific question, so we get the feedback, and that feedback is monitored by the Chief Minister herself. So that's what it is there, and we gauge the department performance on the basis of that feedback, which is coming directly from the citizens who have availed those services of those government departments. That's how we gauge the performance of the departments. Is there any bribe there? They're taking speed money, or they are not giving the service. There are delays without any reason. So all these problems are highlighted, and it is fixed immediately once we investigate that particular thing. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I think digitization and automation itself, if you digitize and automate something, that itself creates a kind of accountability. For example, if we take example of e-office or e-file system, the file which I have to sign, the timeline is set. If some application is processed, I have to process that application within 3 days. So there is automatically some kind of accountability. And then we are providing the e-licensing and many public services through digitization and automation. So for that, we have to set the timeline. For example, if you apply for a driving license, we are responsible to provide that driving license or the domicile within 4 days. If that license or the domicile is not provided to you within 4 days, there is accountability system. So the primary thing is, if you digitize or automate things, automatically it provides accountability of the public servant to the people. So we need to automize and digitize as many services as possible, so that the accountability system is set up. Second thing which Chairman PITV was mentioning, that we also have this feedback system, the Chief Secretary's feedback system and the CM's feedback system. If you have any complaint regarding any issue, irrespective of the department, the officer, so you can upload that complaint, and your identity will not be disclosed. So again, I would say the automation and digitization itself provides the accountability of the government and public servant. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Yes, please.
उसमें मैं जी एक चीज मैं ये ऐड करूंगा, आई एम इन फेवर ऑफ दैट क्वेश्चन, कि अगर मेरे डेस्क के ऊपर 20 फाइलें पेंडिंग हैं, मैंने सिटीजन्स के जो प्रॉब्लम प्राइम मिनिस्टर पोर्टल कंप्लेंट पोर्टल के ऊपर आया, मैंने वो 10 हल नहीं किए, तो सिस्टम बेस्ड कोई ऐसा तरीका नहीं है कि वो सिस्टम मेरे नेगेटिव पॉइंट्स हाईलाइट करे और वो मेरे प्रमोशन में रुकावट ना या मेरे ट्रांसफर कर सके. सो आई थिंक मोर वैलिड जो क्वेश्चन होगा वो इसमें ये हो सकता है कि आप जितने भी ऑटोमेशन आपने की है, जितने भी डिपार्टमेंट्स के अंदर की है, चूंकि हमारे पाकिस्तान के अंदर प्रॉब्लम ये है कि जिस तरह हमारे लॉज बने कि आपने ये केस 30 डेज में डिसाइड करना है, ये 90 में, ये इतने में, लेकिन वो होता नहीं. ये काम आपने ऐसे करना है वो, लेकिन वो होता नहीं, चूंकि जहां पे आप ह्यूमन के ऊपर छोड़ते हैं चीज, उस चीज के अंदर हम गलती करते हैं और उसकी पूछ प्रतीत कोई भी नहीं होती. तो जो अकाउंटेबिलिटी है वो पूछना ही है, जज़ा सज़ा का अमल है. तो सिस्टम्स के अंदर ऐसी चीज होनी चाहिए, वो एक ऐसा सुपर सिस्टम हो कि वो हमारे पॉइंट्स आते जाएं. मेरे 10 प्लस पॉइंट आते हैं, मेरे नेगेटिव पॉइंट्स भी आते जाएं. जैसे हम लाइसेंस के ऊपर मार्क करते हैं ड्राइवर के, जी आपने ये गलत किया, ये ओवरटेक किया, ये ओवर स्पीड किया. तो इस तरह के सिस्टम पे अभी प्रोविंसेस को आना है और हमें उस तरफ जाना पड़ेगा. शायद ये भी एक हल हो जो इनका क्वेश्चन है उसका जवाब.
Thank you. So over to Dr. Saab, please.
Sir, yeah, इसमें I would like to add a couple of things. One is what we have observed through the implementation of the systems is, first of all, the answer does not lie within technology alone. The answer also lies in the adoption. I'll give an example. In federal government, what we have done is, for the file movement, when we've digitalized it, there are 40 ministries, each one of them is now on the e-office, and the departments are coming as well. Now, when they are, and now we have issued a directive to the Prime Minister Saab for the 100% adoption. They have adopted it, but the levels of adoption are different. And and within the departments, there's a resilience as well. Now, the way it is being adopted exponentially now is because in the cabinet meetings, the Prime Minister Saab opens up the dashboard every month. It is a monthly report and he has an entire visibility through a dashboard on how many days the one file or one case was stuck on one desk. So generally, it's a 3 days of time. Within the Prime Minister House, it is even stricter. So now, whenever there's a delay, it's being pointed out. So there is a lot of adoption effort and pain which needs to be deliberately done. So when we need to delegate it down to the provinces, it needs to be understood that, one is the rollout of the technology, one is the infrastructure connectivity part, on which I'll talk as well, but one is the adoption part, and each one of us have to do it a really hard way to enforce it. So this is one. Second thing is, for example, as very rightly mentioned by Secretary Saab in GB. So one of the thing is connectivity issue. So in order to solve it, one is in remote areas, yes, we have USF, which is Universal Service Fund, through which it is done. But on ground, the reality is that they still face the challenge. So when I came back in February from GB, not only that, what we did was, first of all, we requested the connectivity immediately through Zong, but for efficient system to work, the latency of Zong is not to the mark in GB that it can offer efficient work. You still wait for many seconds for a file to be loaded. So for that one, the only provider is SCO. So when we've come back, now fortunately I sit on the board of National Telecom Corporation as well. So we are in a process of handshaking, and now that the issue is in notice, so we have requested them to actually improve the connectivity, the fiber connectivity part. But it is a longer journey than it's easy to say than done. So this infrastructure part in really, and especially in Balochistan as well, I know that this needs to be sorted out before we even talk about the digitalization. The next thing is we also need to create an enabling environment here, because one of the issues that we can see is the government bodies cannot themselves make their own muscle while not giving the chance to the private sector to come up. So we need to enable the private sector. So the next strategy that we are coming up with is to actually enable with the private sector to come up and deliver. So instead of the government delivering it, so what we want is we enable the private sector, we provide them coaching, just like in GB again, as I mentioned, because I recently visited them. So we are creating a working group of the private organizations where we encourage the private sector, especially the youngsters, to come. We want to provide them coaching so that they create their own businesses, and we give them the problems of the government which they can come and solve through the proper channel. So instead of the national consultants coming down and sucking out dollars, we want our local business to flourish. This is what we want to do. And lastly, what I want to say is the role of women. Women's role in building the digital Pakistan cannot be ignored. And fortunately, the Minister of IT herself is a lady, is a female. So she understands this, and she's putting a special emphasis on how to make it happen. So these are the priorities we're setting up. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think one thing is very clear from this discussion, that all the provincial governments and the federating units, they are doing whatever they can in their capacity, and eventually challenges are there, but the hope should also be there, because as the federal government and ITB, they are also struggling, and very soon we are expecting that the internet connectivity issue would be resolved once that firewall is in place. And that is also needed, as we talked about yesterday as well, that where digitization is a great opportunity, there it is also a great threat, as you have seen in the previous session, where we talked about how we are going to preserve our sovereignty. So preserving one's culture, preserving one's values, family system is equally important. That's not going to be melted when it comes to this eruption of technological, you could say, digitization. And so internet connectivity is being highlighted as one of the serious impediment from all the participants of this discussion. In addition to that, in GB and AJK, the load shedding is also adding some further impediment in that context, which we would like to highlight to the government. And then one thing which came as a very clear kind of a takeaway from this discussion, that there is a need for National Digital Council or any such forum where the federating units can interact, and while they are devising the services and they are procuring the hardware for digitization, then there must be some compatibility and handshake possibility with other provinces. Otherwise, we are going to do something, but it would remain in silos if we cannot connect it with the national context. So these are the key takeaways, and we will properly put forward these things to the Ministry of IT. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting this last point. I would like to add here, one of the significant interventions that have been done during the past 1 year is, as we rightly identified, there is a need for a central council, right? So what we've done is, over the past 12 months or so, we were working on creating a digital authority, because for the sake of standardization, we need to have it regulated and incentivized as well. So through the proper legal channel, we created a draft which very kindly all the ministries, relevant ministries, and then the cabinet and Prime Minister Saab, and now the President Saab has approved it. So the good news is now we have the Digital Nation Pakistan Act approved on 29th of January 2025. What it comprises is 2 forums. One is the PDA, just like we have a telecom operator, PTA, Pakistan Telecom Authority. Now it's PDA as well, Pakistan Digital Authority. It exists now, but it's embodying these cells. So as legal body, it exists. There was an argument, should we make it NITB the regulator? So we decided no. National IT Board is the execution agency, but the regulator as authority exists now. And this authority is governed by National Digital Council, which is headed by the Prime Minister himself. So, and it comprises the chief ministers from all the provinces, as well as the salient departments, for example, NADRA, SBP, SCCP, and FPR. So this is the structure which now exists. So this council exists, and under which the authority has been approved now. So there's a question.
I think we are already, and I have to also join a meeting at Planning Commission, as they are calling. So I think we had a very candid discussion, and first of all, I would extend a very warm thank you to all the participants that you have taken time out of your busy schedule. I can understand how much it is difficult while you are in government office. So I mean, if Yusuf Saab, Faisal Yusuf Saab, Fareed Saab, and Bilal Saab, you would have joined us personally. We had some gift as a token of appreciation. We will send you through surface mail very soon. And again, I'm very thankful to all the participants. And I would like to request the Secretary, Pakistan Society of Development Economists, to officially close. But before that, we would like to, I think, give the token of appreciation.
Ji, please, for the token of appreciation, brings the souvenir for Secretary IT AJK. Aye. Okay, yaar. For CEO PITB. हमारी 38वीं AGM का अख्ताम बिल्कुल करीब है, इसलिए हम सेक्रेटरी PSDE को दावत देते हैं कि वो आएँ और अख्तामी कलामात पेश करें. अब उर्दू में सर.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we spend 3 days, and it's like honor for me to host this event, and I'm also thank to our Vice Chancellor and the Chancellor of PIDE for giving me this opportunity to organize this. Over the last 3 days, we have a lot of discussions. As earlier said, we have more than 40 papers presented across 12 different technical sessions. We have a 6 high-level panel, and one of the examples that we just concluded this panel where we have a very clear strategy where we have to go and what kind of intervention we are looking for. And I'm hopeful that what kind of hope from the higher management, especially the Chancellor and the Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, to us, we definitely meet those requirements, and we put forward a very clear agenda to them. Before that I conclude this, let me thank all the minister, officials, panelists, discussant, and most importantly, the paper presenter.
I'm also honored to thank our team, the PSD team, who worked very hard with me and also face very harsh reality that sometimes we become very rude in terms of meeting the deadline, the requirement. I'm thankful to Dr. Uzma, Dr. Hinna, Dr. Khalid Mahmood, Dr. Ghulam Mustafa, Abbas, Saddam, and Azwar. My special thanks to Khurram and Fad for providing a lot of support in terms of making this arrangement very peaceful and very delighted, and thanks. I'm also thankful for the PSD Secretariat. They work very hard. I confess there might be some misses and we apologize for that as well. But they work very hard to meet the wishes of the Chancellor as well as the Vice Chancellor. So thank you so much all the team. At the end, I must say that the lot of work done by the media team, and I must say that they are available all the time. Whenever there is instruction by the Vice Chancellor, they responded very quickly, even it's a late night at 2 p.m., at 2 a.m. They always ready to work, and they make this event a really very live event. And my sincere appreciation for my entire media team. At the end, I am also thankful our funding partner, especially the ADB. They provide us a technical support as well as the financial support to organize this event. Pakistan Poverty Alleviation Fund, Bank of Punjab, Rasta, PIDE, Planning Commission, and CPEC. So I must thank all these partners in making this event a very successful event. So I conclude with this, that this is a journey that we all have to work together, and one of the key message that I learned from this 3 days, that technology is not an ultimate. The technology give us a way forward, a driving post, but the human are the main part. We have to work on the society building. And one of the key elements that highlight in this discussion is the societal part of this digital transformation. And we must focus on the societal part rather than the technological part. So I conclude this discussion. I'm thankful all the participants, all the people, those are sitting here. Thank you so much, and look forward to next year.
बहुत शुक्रिया ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट्स का, बहुत ज़्यादा शुक्रिया। डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं? अगर आप माइक भिजवाओ। ओके जी, हमारी बसेस तैयार हैं। काइंडली बसेस की तरफ, ग्रुप फोटो के बाद बसेस की तरफ जाइए ताकि जो लोग जाना चाहते हैं वो जा सकें, और एक हम सब मिलके ग्रुप फोटो ले सकते हैं। कोर कमेटी, पीएसडी टीम आ जाएं ग्रुप फोटो के लिए, और बाकी हजरात बसेस की तरफ भी बढ़ सकते हैं ताकि वो बर वक्त घर पहुंच सकें।
होगी मुलाकात जल्द, तो फिर प्रॉपर आप सब लोगों को अच्छा एप्रिसिएशन और एक अलग से हम सिर्फ पीएचडी चीज़ें पकड़ लंच या डिनर पर
Sure, sir. Sir, आपकी भी बहुत सपोर्ट रही है. We are also thankful to you.